Signature Derrida. Jacques Derrida. Edited with a preface by J. Williams. Introduction by François Meltzer. Preface. We are witnessing a new mode of attending to the work of Jacques Derrida. I am tempted to say era instead of mode, but periodization does not work well with reception history. Different modes operate coterminously, and periodization too easily misleads us toward a supposed telos. In summing up a complicated history of 4 past modes of reception, though without assigning priority to any one in particular, we can say that Derrida's work has been required reading, that it has been considered the instantiation of all that is wrong with the American Academy and the left, that deconstruction and Derrida together were declared dead and morally bankrupt, and that selected works were considered fundamental to our understanding of Marx, Freud, Foucault, and Husserl. But now we are witnessing a new wave of primary and secondary literature that is changing the general reception of his work, the publication of his lectures, the first of what will undoubtedly be a number of academic biographies, a journal entitled Derrida Today, and new critical work produced from a more serious intellectual topos than that of the culture wars. It is a time of rereading Derrida in order to more accurately assess his place, not in the academy or the culture at large, but in the history of philosophy and critical theory. This volume collects major work from his entire career, a sampling made possible because of his friendship and intellectual relationship with the journal Critical Inquiry and its editors, especially W. J. T. Mitchell, Arnold I. Davidson, and François Meltzer. There is an emphasis on his later writings, what Meltzer in her introduction calls the work of the public intellectual who writes on a broad variety of topics. This shouldn't be surprising. After all, Critical Inquiry is not a specialized philosophical journal. We would like to think that this is why he found the journal compatible. A different genre in which he wrote specifically for Critical Inquiry, however, puts this issue of compatibility in a different light. Derrida wrote But, Beyond. Open Letter to Anne McClintock and Rob Nixon, and Biodegradables, 7 diary fragments at the invitation of the editors of Critical Inquiry, who had hoped he would respond to critiques, sometimes fierce, to essays he had first published in the journal's pages. The critiques may be found at http://criticalinquiry.uchicago.edu/. These 2 critical responses offer the clearest public record of Derrida's philosophical relationship to Critical Inquiry, one of his principal outlets in the Americas. Time and again in these critical responses, Derrida refers to Critical Inquiry's hospitality. But by calling the journal hospitable and inviting, he is also calling attention to the problematic nature of being a host and of being a guest, the journal as host and the writer as guest. The host is inviting yet controlling, welcoming but exclusionary. The guest is grateful yet reluctant, proud to be selected yet suspicious of the reasons. In Biodegradables, Derrida responds at great length yet insists that Critical Inquiry urged him to do so. He would not have come if he had not been invited. One must always insist on Derrida's graciousness and generosity, but his work reveals the aporias within the concepts of hospitality, the gift, and mourning, major themes that appear throughout this volume. Critical Inquiry, as host, invites critical responses to further dialogue, but it determines who responds and who has the last word. That Derrida chafes under these controls is quite obvious. But it is more than a merely personal reaction. It is the pressure he puts on the notion of hospitality that, for example, underlies the humor mixed with irritation in the following passage in Biodegradables. In these journal fragments, he is deciding whether to respond to the 6 critical responses. If one day I respond, could I make a bet? A liberal journal and the editors ask themselves, are we really only liberal? But this is the necessary defense of the guest in face of the host's rules has to accept that bets are made in its pages. All the more so since, with its liberal, pluralist concern to maintain public discussion without privileging any side, an irreproachable policy, especially if its principle could be rigorously and sincerely applied. Here we have Derrida both accepting Critical Inquiry's hospitality and questioning it, This excellent publication is managed by wise men and women and responsible intellectuals. Now of course the reader is wondering if indeed CI is excellent, wise, and responsible. Thus they also know it's the logic of debates, bets, auction bids, and bidding wars that this can serve the prosperity of the institution, I mean the promotion of the journal, that is urging me to respond at a single blow to 6 articles at once. Derrida goes on to consider the connection between hospitality and the archive. In Biodegradables, Derrida plays with the ideas of the impermanence, one hopes, of bad thought as represented by 5 of the 6 critical responses, the Heideggerian-inspired question of the remnant or remainder, and the content and nature of a written archive. As Peggy Kamoff, the translator of Biodegradables, notes, Derrida is writing here in a semi-parodic or citational mode, so it is no small wonder that Derrida at one point discusses archive in the practical terms of the problems of storage for American university libraries. Derrida imagines that if, in the future, in the interests of conserving space, all of CI had to be replaced by brief summations of its essays, what would remain of this debate about Paul de Man? And this questioning of the remainder leads him to a note to himself regarding the proper name function and the signature. Try later to show how the proper name function finally corresponds to this function of non-biodegradability. The proper name belongs neither to language nor to the element of conceptual generality. In this regard, every work survives like and as a proper name. Derrida is led to conclude in this section of his response that meaning, which is not the measure of interest, also does not explain why one thing wears away and another does not. The question of the non-biodegradability of the proper name and of its signature remains open. This simultaneity of Derrida's multiple analyses, his ability in the short space of a critical response not only to refute his interlocutors but to step back and deconstruct the forum itself and its hosts and the concepts that guide the host's management of the forum in which he is a willing participant, and then to indicate future philosophical work that needs to be done, all conducted in shifting yet appropriate rhetorical registers, comedy, seriousness, semi-parody, leads us to consider the signature of his work. Signature Derrida, we have first to think of signature in its most obvious sense. What was typical of Derrida's work? His essays often begin with a single interrogation, sometimes an interrogation of a single word: what is a thing? Which war? How dare one speak of translation? Whom would one be addressing when one says adieu? Who could ever speak of the work of Louis Marin? By beginning with a single word or phrase, Derrida showed us the first step in the long process of reading the inexhaustibility of a text and confronting the impossibility of explicating the whole. A common misunderstanding of Derrida's work is that he sought out opposed binaries in a word or larger text. This was not the end of reading. Derrida did not have a signature move or even a method, which is often labeled deconstruction. His suspicion of something called deconstruction is evident throughout this volume. If he didn't use that word in quotation marks, then he often pluralized it. In later work he found multiple ways to not say it at all. What he did do was deploy various tactics of reading specifically called for by the text at hand that would lead his own readers to often surprising and delightful revelations. He exposed what might have seemed straightforward as ambiguous. The ambiguous might become contradictory. An author's meaning, even Paul de Man's, would usually be exposed as out of his or her control. An author's intention disappeared, and Derrida could signal the multiple, and sometimes outlandish, ways in which a text wanted to mean. At his best, he never imposed his will on a text. This did not mean that the philosopher-theorist was off the hook, and so Derrida used the word signature in another way, to take responsibility as an author. One must own up to one's words. Again, as I discussed above and as Meltzer points out, though Derrida greatly admired critical inquiry, he could strongly object to our policy of publishing critical responses. He of course is not alone in making such an objection. For example, he sarcastically praised one of his interlocutors in the Paul de Man debate. And whether one thinks Derrida succeeds or fails in this essay, it still remains a valuable document about what deconstruction is and is not. Derrida was exceptionally clear about deconstruction when he addressed someone whom he thought was wrong about it. He quotes from an inconspicuous passage in his interlocutor's essay, a common tactic for Derrida's writing. John Wiener's unnumbered footnote. Mark Poster provided valuable comments on an earlier draft of this paper. The errors that are present are the responsibility of the author. What is an academic convention to thank a colleague for help while acknowledging the possibility of mistakes that the colleague missed becomes in Derrida's hands an admission of guilt for which Derrida has respect. The only concession one can make to him Wiener is that the courageous use of this indicative is a responsible, honest, and prudent signature. Wiener is honest, says Derrida. He takes responsibility for his writings. That is high praise, even if Wiener did not realize he was acknowledging the presence of errors that it took someone of Derrida's acuity to point out. Nothing was ever safe from Derrida's textual vision. What an exacting responsibility it is to write, implies Derrida time and again. But what are the relationships among writing and the personal name of the author as manifested in the accompanying signature? Without pursuing this rabbit too far down the hole, I want to point to several issues that I hope are suggested by our title. The everyday sense is that to sign one's name is to commit to an identity. It is a self-acknowledgement. I am the person who wrote this. No other person wrote this, and I am no other person than the one who wrote this. But in signature event context, an essay that deals principally with theories of communication, the concept of the signature explodes beyond the ordinary meanings. Taking on an almost musicological significance, time signature, it now can indicate both the present and nowness, as if they were the numerator and denominator of the same fraction. The author's separation from both the time he wrote and from the text he wrote is marked by the linguistic sign of the signature. The signature marks time past as well as time present. This separation or detachment becomes in Derrida's later writings an opportunity to meditate on mortality. As Geoffrey Bennington writes in Jacques Derrida, a book co-written with Derrida, my proper name outlives me. After my death, it will still be possible to name me and speak of me. My name marks my death. This was written in 1991, 13 years before Derrida's death in 2004. In Biodegradables, an essay that is as much a confrontation with his antagonists as it is a series of late-night journal musings on mortality, he touches on death and the proper name. Try later to show how the proper name function finally corresponds to this function of non-biodegradability. The proper name belongs neither to language nor to the element of conceptual generality. In this regard, every work survives like and as a proper name. Although more fragile, having an absolute vulnerability, as a singular proper name it appears less biodegradable than all the rest of culture that it resists. This seriousness is in sharp contrast to the high comedic effect in an essay like Signature Event Context. In addition to the analysis above, we see how the signature takes on yet another level of meaning as a deconstructive coup de grace at the end of the essay. To cap his argument with Austin, Derrida deploys his own signature as a veritable yell, perhaps premature, of checkmate. That piece of artwork, the most improbable signature, ends the essay as well as the book Margins of Philosophy with a typical Derridian flourish, offering in its moment of closure an opportunity for beginning new readings. The connections among the concepts of signature, proper name, writing, and death serve Derrida as an impetus for new readings of the works of recently deceased colleagues and friends Levinas, Marin, Foucault, thus bringing the concepts of gift and friendship into the same constellation, as Meltzer points out in her introduction. Derrida explores the significance of the proper names and the works they are attached to in the three eulogies that appear in this volume. Friendship, so much more than the mere adherence to a social code or obligation, becomes in the face of mortality a kind of salvation if one practices true friendship, a constant worry for Derrida. This book, one hopes, is an instantiation of what he intended for his three friends. It is a prompting to continue and transform one's own thinking in the company of a philosopher to whom we are indebted. I would hope that Derrida would have recognized Signature Derrida as a gift of friendship from critical inquiry to one of its most acclaimed authors. J. Williams, Chicago, 2012. Introduction. Question of context. As everyone knows, there is nothing but context, and therefore, there is no outside the text, used up formula, yet unusable out of context. Jacques Derrida, Biodegradables. Jacques Derrida had a long-standing, intense relationship with critical inquiry, a relationship to which these collected essays attest. Published in the pages of CI between 1980 and 2002, these essays also manifest the evolution of Derrida's thought and development. Indeed, they mark out the three large periods that can be delineated in Derrida's writing: the relatively early, largely philosophical/deconstructionist period, a middle stage often autobiographical and frequently spent defending the principles of deconstruction, and the late period, in which Derrida becomes something of a public intellectual, writing about politics, the gift, animals, and religion, among many other things. 1. It will be noted that I am not giving dates to these three periods, mainly because they are rough outlines. Moreover, throughout his writings Derrida implies all of the questions to which he was to give more or less of his attention in other aspects of his work. No time frame, in other words, is innocent of other subjects that were to follow. So we cannot say that the early writing is somehow free of politics. In a 1971 interview, for example, he refers to ideology, Karl Marx, v.I. Lenin, materialism, to or unconcerned with the paradox that was to become the problem of the gift, or indifferent to religion, and so on. As Derrida himself notes, given the role played by contradiction in his thought, it is impossible to provide a linear, deductive representation of his writings. They do not correspond to some logical order 3, but there is an evolutionary arch, if only of focus, which can be traced in these essays. Derrida seemed at times to be testing the journal. He knew that CI encouraged responses to his writing, and he seemed to relish the ensuing arguments and polemics, even if, particularly if, he was at times quite angry with the journal for publishing essays that could infuriate him. For example, see his 1986 response to Anne McClintock and Rob Nixon after their own reaction to Racism's Last Word, Derrida's essay on apartheid. Racism's Last Word had appeared in C's special issue on race. For McClintock and Nixon, two graduate students at the time, responded to the article in an essay that appeared the following year. They argued that capitalism works hand in glove with apartheid and that therefore Derrida's notion that the latter will be brought to its knees by a liberalizing capitalism is wrong. They further insinuated, rather strongly, that Derrida was ahistorical. His apartheid, they argued, is symptomatic of a severance from history. 5 Derrida replied with a cold corrective and outraged sarcasm. Deconstruction has never been merely a method, he writes, it is a series of political and institutional interventions. McClintock and Nixon are less than honest, for they are trying to turn deconstruction into a series of monolithic menhirs. McClintock and Nixon want books to stay in libraries, whereas, he continues, texts are not limited to books and paper, they are force fields that are without limit. McClintock and Nixon are guilty of bad faith for saddling Derrida with unbridled capitalism. You have the nerve, he frequently fumes. As to the word apartheid itself, he adds, you don't stop using a word because the regime does, you don't confuse a word with history. Derrida thus turns the tables on McClintock and Nixon, arguing that he is the one who remembers history. 6. If nothing else, but, beyond. Demonstrates the extent to which Derrida firmly believed that deconstruction is not only far from ahistorical, it is a call to struggle whether philosophical or political or both. Derrida's very difficult and problematic, for reasons I will suggest below, essay about Paul de Man's wartime writings, like The Sound of the Sea Deep Within a Shell, Paul de Man's War, was the philosopher's first comment on the anti-Semitic texts that had been written by the young de Man, who was to become Derrida's friend and co-practitioner in deconstruction. Working from the famed logic of on the one hand. On the other hand, Derrida erects, as is so often the case with him, contradictory logics and rhetorical oppositions that, he argues, undergird de Man's writings during the Second World War especially, as we know, the articles written in Flemish. 7 In his response to the numerous attacks that Paul demands war motivated, many of which were published in the following issue of CI, Derrida, as he had with McClintock and Nixon, angrily defends deconstruction and his own previous essay. Here, too, he responds with a steely logic and angry sarcasm. Here, too, he says of various respondents that they have the nerve. I was invited to write this essay, he says, these attacks are against me. Against deconstruction. 8 But deconstruction is always also context, and as such it is insulting to suggest, continues Derrida, that he has forgotten history, or that the binary oppositions he uncovers elide politics. B. 183, 184. These essays spiral into self-defense and indignant justifications of the deconstructive project. They are not, in my opinion, Derrida's finest hour. It is worth repeating here, however, that for Derrida, deconstruction is always context. But if context is history and a fortiori political, it has other valences in Derrida as well. Demands fault during the war, writes Derrida, lay precisely in that he accepted the context, L. 120. Resistance political and intellectual is always possible, at times, in Demand's case, as Derrida clearly suggests, necessary. To McClintock and Nixon, for example, he writes that his racism's last word was not initially intended for CI, it had a different context. The catalogue for an art exhibit against apartheid, which opened in Paris in 1983.9, Derrida agreed to its republication in Critical Inquiry. To engage a reflection or provoke a discussion about apartheid in a very visible and justly renowned place. McClintock and Nixon's reading, argues Derrida, ignores the criterion of context, bb. 64. Thus, in But, Beyond. Open letter to Anne McClintock and Rob Nixon, Derrida makes clear that the journal Critical Inquiry is itself a context. On the one hand, to use Derrida's own syntactical structure, while addressing the two authors he also thanks the journal, I am also grateful to the editors of Critical Inquiry. By publishing your article and inviting me to respond to it, they have chosen to continue the debate that I began here in a modest way, Ibid. On the other hand, Derrida harbors a suspicion with respect to McClintock and Nixon. What if you had only pretended to find something to reproach me with in order to prolong the experience over several issues of this distinguished journal? Ibid. His suspicion, concludes Derrida, arose in part from the fact that he and the other two authors want apartheid talked about, the more the better. But only in part. We are not, as readers, entirely taken in here. Well-known academic journals allow for more than making a case, they can also bring recognition, fame, and so on, to their authors, especially young ones, within, of course, the academic context. Critical Inquiry, writes Derrida, occupies a very visible and justly renowned place. It is a place, however, where, in general, people talk about other things than apartheid, Ibid. One senses, in these direct references to the journal, the growth of a different kind of suspicion on Derrida's part, and a profound one at that, regarding academe and its journals. CI, writes Derrida, has organized a discussion on a violently political issue, one which has the appearance at least of being barely academic. But, first of all, talking about apartheid is not enough, Ibid. Secondly, in academic journals, here, CI, we have seen that in general, people talk about other things. And it's high time they face the facts of political oppression, which, Derrida reminds us, he is doing. Thus, to those who accuse him of being ahistorical, Derrida again returns the compliment, he keeps the word apartheid so that the history will not be forgotten, bb. 67. He scolds McClintock and Nixon, who seem now to stand in, not only for those who misunderstand deconstruction, not only for those scholars who want above all to be read in a well-known journal, but for those who, all the while arguing for political and intellectual probity, do not pay proper attention to Derrida's writing. You quite simply did not read my text, in the most elementary and quasi-grammatical sense of what is called reading, bb. 65. Such academics, then, are not even capable of the first ability of the scholar, knowing how to read. Thus, in response to the accusation that he is monolithic, Derrida again turns the tables and tells the by now hapless McClintock and Nixon, "You see, I fear you have a simple, homogeneistic, and mechanical vision of history and politics." Or again, no more than logocentrism and the West, capitalism is not a monolith or a bulky homogeneity. Have you ever heard of the contradictions of capitalism? bb. 76. Derrida foregrounds this textual tactic of turning the tables and of beating a given writer at his or her own game in the demand dispute. Again and again, Derrida interweaves critical inquiry into his polemic with Nixon and McClintock. A serious response, he writes, would take hundreds and hundreds of pages, and we mustn't abuse critical inquiry's hospitality, ibid. He refers to the journal's generous invitation and says that he is grateful to the editors of Critical Inquiry, bb. 75, 64. Such allusions to context and the journal particularly abound in the first demand piece, Paul Demands War. When in December 1987, writes Derrida, he received the telephone call from Critical Inquiry which proposed, singular generosity, that I be the first to speak, when a friendly voice said to me, "It has to be you, we thought that it was up to you to do this before anyone else." I believed I had to accept a warm invitation that also resonated like a summons. L. 88. Full disclosure, the friendly voice was mine, and I still feel oddly guilty that I got Derrida into this mess. But mine is also the only voice that is not named among the 3 phone calls he mentions in this text. For him, the friendly voice in question is that of the journal, and the request comes from the journal's collective we thought. Critical inquiry is a communal collaboration for Derrida. But, once again, there is a less than confident undercurrent with respect to context. It is worth repeating that the word is constant in his texts and of the first significance for him. A war has been waged against demand by journalists, to be sure, but it has also been waged by certain professors. Indeed, writes the philosopher, once one asks, what is the press in the culture and politics of this century, one ought to continue with what is Yale, for example, in American culture. L. 83. Yale is not only an elite institution in that culture, it is also, Derrida will note, itself less than innocent of past antisemitism, and not only Yale, of course. Demand's wartime journalism reveals as well the close connection between a newspaper, Le Journal, journals, also as in diaries, academic writing, and its papers. Context continues here, and if the young Demand was guilty of anti-Semitic essays, the academy that now attacks him, certain professors, engages in the hypocrisy of a certain moral superiority based on amnesia. If it is unfortunate, and I believe it is, that in Paul Demands War the usual rhetorical on the one hand, on the other hand falls short in facing the specific and serious charges against Demand, and if responsibility, of which Derrida makes, and will continue to make, much, is enlisted into countercharges, it is also the case that he nails the opposition with demonstrations of their own prejudice and totalitariansque moves. Underwriting the attacks on Demand is the question of nationalism and of national character, French, Flemish, German. Why was Demand silent? Derrida is writing, in other words, in a context of a high-pitched return of the repressed, what were you doing during the war? The context, to return to that word, was in this case an odd one. Victor Farias's Heidegger and Nazism, Philadelphia PA, Temple University Press, was published in 1987, the same year as Derrida's first essay in CI on the Demand affair, and questions about Mircea Eliade's connection with the Iron Guard were growing ever louder. Demand, Heidegger, and Eliade are certain professors who elicit serious mistrust concerning their political pasts. Though they never denounced or killed, they are guilty of engaging in the expression, thought, and posture of collaboration, a very public one at that. But no better, for Derrida, are the certain professors who respond to Paul de Man's war by swooping to attack Derrida and deconstruction on the grounds of de Man's wartime anti-Semitic articles. Derrida responds, in the summer issue of 1989, with Biodegradables, 7 diary fragments. Written in the form of a diary as well as a rebuttal, Biodegradables is Derrida's outrage against his critics. He has decided, he writes, to respond, I've made my decision. Telephone CI, B, 162. The title of the essay relates to the common compost of a memory said to be living and organic, ibid. One of the questions this essay raises is, what lasts? What can be the future destiny of a document? What if one day the complete collection of critical inquiry has to be destroyed or moved? A young librarian will be given the task of summarizing the 2 issues on Paul de Man in 2 sentences. He will do so in telegraphic, perplexed fashion. Is that what remains? Or perhaps there is too much, I am going to stop. I have once again been too verbose and too elliptical. Someone, guess who, is perhaps going to reproach critical inquiry for publishing me too often and at too great a length, b. 164, 217. But he was invited to respond, says Derrida. Again, there is an undercurrent of suspicion not only the guess who but also that the last time, in critical inquiry, on the subject of my text against apartheid, only 2 authors were set up against me. This time, in reaction to his de Man essay, there are 7 respondents. Is this to be an augmented sequence, he wonders, 36 or 49 critical respondents? He is tired, writes Derrida, and furthermore he has never in his life taken the initiative of a polemic. He has responded only when invited to do so. What others have seen as a high-handed tone is a response to aggression and mediocrity, of which he is the victim, b. 218. In Paul de Man's war, he had merely proposed a narrative, some hypotheses, a call to responsibility, b. 194. Moreover, deconstruction is not, as some of the respondents have suggested, in ruins or ruined, ibid. Derrida asks only, he says, 1 read, b. 184. There is no outside the text means that one never accedes to a text without some relation to its contextual opening. A context is not only text, that is, the words of a book or the more or less biodegradable paper document in a library. If one doesn't understand this initial transformation of the concepts of text, trace, writing, signature, event, context, one understands nothing about the aforesaid deconstruction. And that is indeed the case here, he adds, with those 7 professors who have responded to Paul de Man's war, ibid. Surrounded as he is by hostile texts, did we at CI set Derrida up, should I not have made that phone call? The papers, as academics call their lectures, he reminds us, contextualize the scene, and paper is biodegradable. But perhaps the trace that remains here is that of a wound on he who began the project called deconstruction. Derrida's cold rage in biodegradables cannot camouflage a certain fatigue, but also a sense of fair play being breached. I give notice right now that I am tired of the scene and that I will not get back into the ring, at least not this ring, b. 218. It has, all of this, taken a toll on him and on deconstruction itself, even as Derrida angrily defends it. All that precedes here, all of the references, and there are many more, to CI and to the polemic that Derrida refuses even as he fights in the ring, relate largely to what I earlier called the second period of his writing. Of the first period, the one that I have described as more focused on the philosophical deconstructionist, we have the 2 essays that open the present collection, The Law of Genre and The Linguistic Circle of Geneva. The first of these, The Law of Genre, was published in the autumn of 1980 as part of a special issue of CI on narrativity. From 26 to 28 October 1979, the University of Chicago hosted a symposium called Narrative, The Illusion of Sequence. The symposium included, as well as Derrida, Other famous theorists of narrative, such as Hayden White, Frank Kermode, Nelson Goodman, Victor Turner, and Paul Ricoeur. The conference ended with a wonderful talk by Ursula K. Le Guin. It was a dark and stormy night, or, why are we huddling about the campfire? Why, asks Le Guin, do we tell tales, or tales about tales? Why do we bear witness, true or false? 10. The law of genre comes out of a time when there was great interest in what was called narratology, which generally required a particular focus on the brilliant textual taxonomies of Gerard Genette, to whom Derrida's essay turns to open the question of genre. This much is certainly clear in Genette's propositions, writes Derrida, that the most advanced and recent work in critical theory has led to a rereading of the entire history of genre theory. 11. Rereading in itself was very much in vogue in the late 70s, Roland Barthes, to cite an obvious example, having famously declared that every reading is always a rereading. As against Le Guin, who asked why we huddle around the campfire to tell stories, Derrida's essay will question the boundaries of genre by way of a reading of Maurice Blancot's short narrative, La folie du jour, The Madness of the Day. The law of genre itself, Derrida argues, is threatened in advance by a counter-law that constitutes this very law. So La folie du jour, argues Derrida, makes the reset and the impossibility of the reset its theme. LG, 11. The word reset is in itself a dated one, both in the sense of from a given period of time and of, relatively, passé. Blancot uses the word to mean short story, but also to mean narrative, thus refusing a specific genre. In the 70s, French publishers were still putting out works with the genre on the cover, novel, play, poetry, and so on. Derrida notes this absence from the cover of La folie du jour. And reset is also used in the Blancot text to mean an account of events, which is demanded of the narrator. But in the law of genre, reset also elicits the influence of the Russian formalists on French theory and structuralism at the time. The difference between histoire, story, and reset, narrative or discourse, is based on the mechanistic aspects of the works of the formalists, who further distinguished, it will be remembered, between fabula or story and sujet or plot. Barthes had written on this question as early as 1966-12, and in the symposium the term remains central. Seymour Chapman, a narratologist who participated in the symposium, had written Story and Discourse, Narrative Structure in Fiction and Film, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, a year before, 1978. And Ricoeur was in the midst of writing Temps et Reset, translated into English as Time and Narrative, Paris, Seuil, 1991, the first volume of which was to appear a few years after the symposium, in 1983. The same year, Genette would publish Nouveaux Discours du Reset, Paris, Seuil, 1983. The term abounds, so that when Derrida asks what a reset finally is, or what the borders of a genre can be, or again how Blancot's texts engage the place and borders, frames, edges, folds, hymen, of literature, he, Derrida, is making his well-known moves into the question of the text as text and of narrative, reset. The margins, borders, even punctuation marks of Blancot's texts destabilize the notion of the law that names and controls genre. What Derrida produces here is not only a brilliant reading of La folie du jour, but also a kind of narratology turned phenomenological. To what extent is consciousness engaged in the reset, the account, the telling of the story, the narrative? And one smells almost subliminally the unacknowledged presence of Lacan. Is the law of genre here perhaps akin to the law of sexual segregation that Jacques Lacan speaks of in relation to the sign? The question of the literary genre is not a formal one, writes Derrida, it covers the motif of the law in general, of generation in the natural and symbolic senses, of an identity and difference between the masculine and the feminine, LG, 24. It will return to the woman or, rather, usually to women, LG, 25. The law is in the feminine, grammatically, in French, la loi. The complications for what Lacan calls the symbolic are raised, but again, not directly. The law is also mad, but madness is not the predicate of the law. LG 31. The Saussurean sign is assumed. Of course, the signified made its exit rather early, but it will be a long time before signifiers depart as well from critical theory. More importantly, in the law of genre, the question of the subject comes back again and again: who is saying I in Blancot's recit? Perhaps most importantly, the law of genre interrogates the space of literature, an echo of Blancot's L'espace littéraire, New York, French and European Publications, 1988, at the edge of which we kneel, LG 29. The law of genre is a tour de force. At the end of the symposium, several people were complaining in the usual way about the uselessness of conferences in general, about the boring posturings and frequently unhelpful papers produced by many of the participants in this particular symposium. I disagree, said Derrida. I think that after this conference, no one will think of narrative in quite the same way. We have learned many things. Certainly, after the law of genre, no one will ever think of genre or the place of literature in quite the same way. But Derrida's intellectual generosity and collegiality are also to be admired here. He was not willing to pose as blasé or superior, nor did he wish to dismiss or belittle the work of any other participant, nor, finally, had he lost the excitement of discovery or learning. The second essay in this volume, The Linguistic Circle of Geneva, is from 1982, 3 years after the symposium. Structuralism, vague a term though that was, still ruled, and the question of linguistics and the opposition of signs, that most ancient fund of Western metaphysics, still prevailed. 13 Indeed, the linguistic sign in many ways propels this essay of Derrida's. The sign is clear in Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whom Derrida is here reading, and the essay also considers language in Noam Chomsky, Cartesian Linguistics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2009, and Etienne Bonnat de Condillac. Tellingly, in the same issue of Critical Inquiry where The Linguistic Circle of Geneva appeared, there is also, a few pages later, an essay by de Man entitled Sign and Symbol in Hegel's Aesthetics. 14 And though it was John Locke who coined the term semiology, it was that loose gathering of theorists interested in the linguistic sign who, starting in the 60s and well into the 80s, were lumped under the umbrella term structuralist. 15. The circle in the title motivates the question of which comes first, language or thought or the social. Rousseau's concerns about the social as against the natural seem in obvious opposition to Condillac's about the theological. These opposing views on the origins of language are met in Derrida's essay by a classical deconstructive move. It could be shown, says Derrida, that Condillac's procedure is not so far removed in its principles from Rousseau's 16, but the circle is also suggestive of Georges Poulet, the phenomenological theorist associated with the Geneva School of Criticism, who produced a major study entitled Les Métamorphoses du Cercle. 17 Any French academic ear would hear in the words the linguistic circle of Geneva an allusion to Poulet as much as to Rousseau via his hometown in Switzerland. Moreover, Derrida often leapfrogs in his essays. The Geneva Circle of Linguistics is also an allusion to the Prague Linguistic Circle where, beginning around 1928, structural literary analyses, linguistics, and semiotics were so famously studied. Roman Jakobson was one of the major figures at the Prague school, and was to be of fundamental importance to Lacan and, to a lesser extent, to a student in one of his seminars, the young Derrida. In any case, the linguistic circle of Geneva is deconstruction at its best, one of a myriad of such examples. What is imagined as an epistemological break, Derrida will show, is more a closure of concepts and a repetition of that which is most ancient. The third period in Derrida's writing, the public intellectual who writes on a broad variety of topics, comprises the last 7 essays in the present collection. The first of these, of Spirit, appeared as part of a small textual symposium in CI on Martin Heidegger and Nazism. Edited and introduced by Arnold Davidson, the essay was one among a lineup of stellar names: Hans-Georg Gadamer, Jürgen Habermas, Maurice Blancot, Philippe Lacoué-Labart, and Emmanuel Levinas. These essays, excepting Derrida's, let me hasten to add, were not first published by critical inquiry, but by putting them together, Arnold Davidson was able to put pressure on the question of Heidegger's role in Nazism, his refusal to comment, not to mention apologize, and much of the ensuing controversies. Davidson's introduction should be read by anyone interested in this topic. 18 It is in this context then, to return to that word, that parts of Derrida's Of Spirit appeared in our pages. What are the politics of spirit? Asks Derrida. In his 1933 rectorship address, Heidegger raises a hymn to spirit. 6 years before, he had decided to avoid the word and to refer to it in scare quotes. What happened? Derrida asks. Spirit is involved in the destiny of Europe and in the legacy of Paul Valéry, Edmund Husserl, and others whose politics are less innocent than is often believed. 19. Given Time, The Time of the King was a series of lectures given by Derrida at the University of Chicago in April 1991. The essay that appears here was the first in the series and was revised and augmented for CI. Derrida opens with a version of a sentence from Madame de Maintenon: "The king takes all my time, I give the rest to Saint Cyr, to whom I would like to give all." 20 Circling in on Marcel Mauss's The Gift, New York, Norton, 2000, and Charles Baudelaire's prose poem Counterfeit Money. The piece questions the very possibility of the gift, particularly the gift of time. The gift, argues Derrida, is an economic, it does not participate in the economy of the circle, exchanged goods, reciprocity, debt, credit, and so on. The gift is therefore impossible. Derrida's analysis is radical. The gift is another word for the impossible. One hears echoes of Levinas here. Hence, Baudelaire's prose poem on counterfeiting is central. To give a beggar a fake coin is the ultimate in mauvaise foi, because you put the beggar in a position of apparent indebtedness to you even as he is placed in danger of being caught with a fake coin. Baudelaire's tale is the impossibility of the gift times 2. The next 3 essays are eulogies to do with intellectual legacies. 3 major figures have died: Foucault, as extolled in To Do Justice to Freud, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, Louis Marin in By Force of Mourning, and Levinas in Adieu. Derrida's sorrow is palpable. At the same time, he uses the ideas of each of the 3 figures motivating the essays in order to push the implications of their thought and his own. Thus the essay for Foucault corrects a previous essay, from 1963, of Derrida's by inserting Freud and psychoanalysis rather than René Descartes, who had motivated the earlier essay. The cogito, writes Derrida, excludes madness. Following Foucault, Derrida examines the place and role of psychoanalysis in Freud's project of the history of madness. 21 In By Force of Mourning, Derrida examines the power of the image and its basis in death. Louis Marin is outside and he is looking at me. I am an image for the other and am looked at by the other. He wishes he could have told Marin how much he admired him. Why wait for death? Asks Derrida. It has all been too fast. He is still on the eve of reading Marin's last book. 22 Adieu, perhaps the most moving of the 3 eulogies/intellectual homages, turns to Levinas's Ethics Beyond Ethics, purposely echoing Plato's Good Beyond Being. We seem almost to escape the impossibility of the gift. The other is entrusted to me, writes Derrida following Levinas. The other is a duty beyond debt, and my relation to death is the death of the other who no longer responds. Here we arrive at a certain obsession in Derrida, one that is already in the Demand essay and continues in these 3. The dead cannot respond to our call or judgments, we may not therefore judge or condemn them. We can only acknowledge. As with Marin, Derrida regrets that he did not tell Levinas his debt to him. Here debt is not the failure of the gift, it is rather the recognition of the grace of friendship, the significance of a mode of thinking, the insistence on the other beyond being, the call to the other, the pun, and willed ambiguity, of Adieu. 23. Derrida is able to manifest a searing pain and generosity toward the dead, as if their absence allowed him to speak more freely and simply. So Lacan will appear, after his death, more and more frequently in Derrida, who had otherwise passed him over in silence, or in rather irascible footnotes, or in an outright polemic, the purveyor of truth. Point 24. All the more moving, then, that Derrida refused all orations and eulogies at his own funeral. He knows from experience, wrote Derrida just before his own death, referring to himself in the third person as if death had already othered him, what an ordeal it is for the friend who takes on this task. 25. These three essays that follow the thinking of three dead friends are heavy with regret and sorrow, but they also insist on the continuance of thought and the significance of legacy. Death opens up the space of force, which is in turn attached to the representation of fiction. In the winter issue of 2001, CI published What is a Relevant Translation? The essay is from a conference of professional translators, whom Derrida addressed, in French, in 1998. He had been himself concerned with the stakes of translation as early as the first appearance of the English edition of Grammatology. 26. He complained to me that the English translations of all of his early works were too heavily annotated. The Anglo reader had more help than the reader of Derrida in the original French. These subtexts that were the translator's footnotes annoyed him, they detracted, he said, from the original, and they changed the experience of reading him. And yet he was the first to remind us that translation cannot be transparent, that there is, in other words, no transcendent signified to which languages can confidently point. The essay in question here, superbly translated by Lawrence Venuti, revolves, as did Given Time, around a single sentence this time, from The Merchant of Venice, when mercy seasons justice. Derrida proposes, he writes, to translate the phrase as quand le pardon relève la justice. 27. There is somewhat of a mise en abîme here, because Derrida translates Shakespeare's line from the English into French, which is then re-rendered into English by Venuti. At issue, first, is the word Aufhebung in Hegel, that untranslatable term that means, it will be recalled, to preserve, lift up, and, contradictorily, to abrogate. Generally translated in the English as sublate, Derrida suggests relever for the French, which means to lift up, but also to season, as in Spice, hence a return to Shakespeare's line. The Merchant of Venice is about debt, credit, payment, and Shylock's refusal to forgive and thus to show mercy. He will have his pound of flesh, as agreed. We are back inside the economy of the gift, reciprocity, and its difficulties. Moreover, we are also inside the logic of anti-Semitism. Shylock will not forgive the debt because he is a Jew. Were he to convert to Christianity, he would learn the need for mercy and shun usury. The power to pardon is inherently Christian. But Shakespeare's text is not itself anti-Semitic, Derrida argues, rather, it shows the anti-Semitism intrinsic to Christianity. A relevant translation, Derrida heavily underlines the double meaning, playing off the English, is also a transaction, a travail, a traveling. And it is a mourning within Aufhebung sorrow for the first body, the unique body that the translation thus elevates, preserves, and negates. Releve, W. 378. It marks the memory of Christ's passion and Shylock's forced conversion, bound hand and foot, Ibid, but also the memory haunted by the body that is lost, the lost original of which this is a translation, and the dominant Christian context into which Shylock will be translated at the expense of his own Jewish identity. A memory lost and yet preserved in its grave, the resurrection of the ghost or of the glorious body that rises again, se releve and walks, W. 379. Hegel walks as one of the ghosts of Christianity. One must never forget that Hegel was a very Lutheran thinker, undoubtedly like Heidegger, W. 378. Derrida is mourning the loss of that which is Jewish with the dominance of Christianity, in which Judaism is, after all, also a ghost that walks and occasionally returns. What mercy has been shown to Shylock? Perhaps prayer, Derrida says, in a footnote, that non-marginalized place in his texts, which has no place at all in the law, could offer some possibility for the gift. Prayer would be that which allows one to go beyond the law toward salvation or the hope of salvation. It would belong to the order of forgiveness, like benediction, W. 379 and 11. The religious turn taken by critical theory and philosophy in the last decades has Derrida as one of its heralds. Not that he is religious, though Paul Ricoeur assured me once that his former assistant was very much so, but Derrida is clearly fascinated by the religious, by tradition, by the erasure of identity, such as Jewish, by a dominant religious discourse/hegemony, such as Christianity. Finally, there is the animal that I therefore am, more to follow. The play on the Cartesian cogito is obvious, and the original title is El Animal que don je suis, a swiver, which puns on the verbs to be, être, thus I am je suis, and to follow, swiver, which is also suis, the first person singular. Thus I am an animal, and I follow the animal, in evolution and genealogy, but also in temperament, being. The question of the human subject is at issue. Long before the present obsession with, indeed, fad of, the question of the animal, Giorgio Agamben's bare life being one obvious example among many, Derrida asks how the human is an animal, to what extent the animal pushes the logic of the limit, limitrophy, 28 the edge between life and death, the privileging of a consciousness of mortality. The subject who says I, writes Derrida, that utterance being, after all, the definition of any subject according to linguistics, utters a bêtise, the pun in French meaning stupidity, and, with the circumflex, animal ity. But what is the abyss between ipsiety, the self, and the I of I think? Descartes is not enough here, nor is Aristotle with his insistence that the animal cannot speak, nor Friedrich Nietzsche with his reanimalization in Ecce Homo. What does his cat see, asks Derrida, when it sees him naked? There is a gaze in the cat that cannot be dismissed or circumscribed by the capacity of man for language. Derrida coins the term animat, punning on word, mot, and animals, animos, thus producing a singular, chimerical word that, though it contravene the laws of the French language, is not a species, a gender, or an individual. Rather, animat is an irreducible living multiplicity of mortals, a monstrous hybrid, a chimera. But as for me, Derrida concludes, whom am I, following? Qui suis-je, 29. One hears the echo here of the famous French series about the various disciplines que sais-je, Presses universitaires de France, itself based on Michel de Montaigne's famous remark on the limits of knowledge, what do I know? Underlying the animal that therefore I am, one of the last essays that Derrida was to publish before his death in 2004, is Jeremy Bentham's question, do animals suffer? It is a question that Derrida takes on as a question of animal rights and of human subjectivity, as we have noted. But it is also a question deeply philosophical, what does suffering mean in a life and not just a human one? Suffering, as I have tried to suggest here, is an increasingly loud chord in Derrida's later work. The public intellectual took on the sorrow of loss, personal friends, the weight of mourning, the horrors of political oppressions, South Africa, Nazi Germany, Communist Czechoslovakia, the disturbing question of the fate of animals, the gift of and the hope for mercy, friendship and its risks, Judaism and its afflictions. And there is so much more. From the intense young philosopher who spawned the concept of logocentrism and its assumptions, and of deconstruction, to the defensive thinker who refuted his detractors with scorn and outrage, we come to this later Derrida, motivated by a certain tenderness marked by sorrow. This collection of essays that Critical Inquiry was so fortunate to publish, and to collect here, is but a small piece of the singular and brilliant philosopher who was Jacques Derrida. On the one hand, he haunts us by his absence, on the other hand, from the beginning of his thought, he will have never left us. François Meltzer, Chicago, 2012. 1. The Law of Genre. Translated by A. Vidal Ronell. Genres are not to be mixed. I will not mix genres. I repeat, genres are not to be mixed. I will not mix them. Now suppose I let these utterances resonate all by themselves. Suppose, I abandon them to their fate, I set free their random virtualities and turn them over to my audience, or, rather, to your audience, to your auditory grasp, to whatever mobility they retain and you bestow upon them to engender effects of all kinds without my having to stand behind them. I merely said, and then repeated, genres are not to be mixed, I will not mix them. As long as I release these utterances, which others might call speech acts, in a form yet scarcely determined, given the open context out of which I have just let them be grasped from my language, as long as I do this, you may find it difficult to choose among several interpretative options. They are legion, as I could demonstrate. They form an open and essentially unpredictable series. But you may be tempted by at least two types of audience, two modes of interpretation, or, if you prefer to give these words more of a chance, then you may be tempted by two different genres of hypothesis. Which ones? On the one hand, it could be a matter of a fragmentary discourse whose propositions would be of the descriptive, constative, and neutral genre. In such a case, I would have named the operation which consists of genres are not to be mixed. I would have designated this operation in a neutral fashion without evaluating it, without recommending or advising against it, certainly without binding anyone to it. Without claiming to lay down the law or to make this an act of law, I merely would have summoned up, in a fragmentary utterance, the sense of a practice, an act, or event, as you wish, which is what sometimes happens when we revert to genres are not to be mixed. With reference to the same case, and to a hypothesis of the same type, same mode, same genre, or same order, when I said, I will not mix genres, you may have discerned a foreshadowing description. I am not saying a prescription, the descriptive designation telling in advance what will transpire, predicting it in the constative mode or genre, that is, it will happen thus, I will not mix genres. The future tense describes, then, what will surely take place, as you yourselves can judge, but for my part it does not constitute a commitment. I am not making you a promise here, nor am I issuing myself an order or invoking the authority of some law to which I am resolved to submit myself. In this case, the future tense does not set the time of a performative speech act of a promising or ordering type. But another hypothesis, another type of audience, and another interpretation would have been no less legitimate. Genres are not to be mixed could strike you as a sharp order. You might have heard it resound the elliptical but all the more authoritarian summons to a law of a do or do not which, as everyone knows, occupies the concept or constitutes the value of genre. As soon as the word genre is sounded, as soon as it is heard, as soon as one attempts to conceive it, a limit is drawn. And when a limit is established, norms and interdictions are not far behind. Do not says genre, the word genre, the figure, the voice, or the law of genre. And this can be said of genre in all genres, be it a question of a generic or a general determination of what one calls nature or physis, for example, a biological genre in the sense of gender, or the human genre, a genre of all that is in general, or be it a question of a typology designated as non-natural and depending on laws or orders which were once held to be opposed to physis according to those values associated with techne, thesis, nomos, for example, an artistic, poetic, or literary genre. But the whole enigma of genres springs perhaps most closely from within this limit between the two genres of genre which, neither separable nor inseparable, form an odd couple of one without the other, in which each evenly serves the other a citation to appear in the figure of the other, simultaneously and indiscernibly saying I and we, me the genre, we genres, without it being possible to think that the I is a species of the genre we. For who would have us believe that we too, for example, would form a genre or belong to one? Thus, as soon as genre announces itself, one must respect a norm, one must not cross a line of demarcation, one must not risk impurity, anomaly, or monstrosity. And so it goes in all cases, whether or not this law of genre be interpreted as a determination or perhaps even as a destination of physis, and regardless of the weight or range imputed to physis. If a genre is what it is, or if it is supposed to be what it is destined to be by virtue of its telos, then genres are not to be mixed. One should not mix genres, one owes it to oneself not to get mixed up in mixing genres. Or, more rigorously, genres should not intermix. And if it should happen that they do intermix, by accident or through transgression, by mistake or through a lapse, then this should confirm, since, after all, we are speaking of mixing, the essential purity of their identity. This purity belongs to the typical axiom, it is a law of genre, whether or not the law is, as one feels justified in saying, natural. This normative position and this evaluation are inscribed and prescribed even at the threshold of the thing itself, if something of the genre can be so named. And so it follows that you might have taken the second sentence in the first person, I will not mix genres, as a vow of obedience, as a docile response to the injunction emanating from the law of genre. In place of a constative description, you would then hear a promise, an oath. You would grasp the following respectful commitment, I promise you that I will not mix genres, and, through this act of pledging utter faithfulness to my commitment, I will be faithful to the law of genre, since, by its very nature, the law invites and commits me in advance not to mix genres. By publishing my response to the imperious call of the law, I would correspondingly commit myself to be responsible. Unless, of course, I were actually implicated in a wager, a challenge, an impossible bet, in short, a situation that would exceed the matter of merely engaging a commitment from me. And suppose for a moment that it were impossible not to mix genres. What if there were, lodged within the heart of the law itself, a law of impurity or a principle of contamination? And suppose the condition for the possibility of the law were the a priori of a counter-law, an axiom of impossibility that would confound its sense, order, and reason? I have just proposed an alternative between two interpretations. I did not do so, as you can imagine, in order to check myself. The line or trait that seemed to separate the two bodies of interpretation is affected straight away by an essential disruption that, for the time being, I shall let you name or qualify in any way you care to, as internal division of the trait, impurity, corruption, contamination, decomposition, perversion, deformation, even cancerization, generous proliferation, or degenerescence. All these disruptive anomalies are engendered, and this is their common law, the lot, or sight they share by repetition. One might even say by citation or recitation, recit, provided that the restricted use of these two words is not a call to strict generic order. A citation in the strict sense implies all sorts of contextual conventions, precautions, and protocols in the mode of reiteration, of coded signs, such as quotation marks or other typographical devices used for writing a citation. The same holds no doubt for the recit as a form, mode, or genre of discourse, even, and I shall return to this, as a literary type. And yet the law that protects the usage, in stricto sensu, of the word citation and recit is threatened intimately and in advance by a counter-law that constitutes this very law, renders it possible, conditions it, and thereby renders it impossible for reasons of edges on which we shall run aground in just a moment to edge through, to edge away from, or to hedge around the counter-law itself. The law and the counter-law serve each other, citations summoning each other to appear, and each recites the other in this proceeding, pro se. There would be no cause for concern if one were rigorously assured of being able to distinguish with rigor between a citation and a non-citation, a recit and a non-recit, or a repetition within the form of one or the other. I shall not undertake to demonstrate, assuming it is still possible, why you were unable to decide whether the sentences with which I opened this presentation and marked this context were or were not repetitions of a citational type, or whether they were or were not of the performative type, or certainly whether they were, both of them, together and each time together the one or the other. For perhaps someone has noticed that, from one repetition to the next, a change had insinuated itself into the relationship between the two initial utterances. The punctuation had been slightly modified, as had the content of the second independent clause. Theoretically, this barely noticeable shift could have created a mutual independency between the interpretative alternatives that might have tempted you to opt for one or the other, or for one and the other of these two sentences. A particularly rich comminatory of possibilities would thus ensue, which, in order not to exceed my time limit and out of respect for the law of genre and of the audience, I shall abstain from recounting. I am simply going to assume a certain relationship between what has just now happened and the origin of literature, as well as its aborigine or its abortion, to quote Philippe Lacoue-Labart. Provisionally claiming for myself the authority of such an assumption, I shall let our field of vision contract as I limit myself to a sort of species of the genre. I shall focus on this genre of genre which is generally supposed, and always a bit too rashly, not to be part of nature, of physis, but rather of techne, of the arts, still more narrowly of poetry, and most particularly of literature. But at the same time, I take the liberty to think that, while limiting myself thus, I exclude nothing, at least in principle and de jure, the relationships here no longer being those of extension, from exemplary individual to species, from species to genre as genus, or from the genre of genre to genre in general. Rather, as we shall see, these relationships are a whole order apart. What is at stake, in effect, is exemplarity and its whole enigma. In other words, as the word enigma indicates, exemplarity and the recit which works through the logic of the example. Before going about putting a certain example to the test, I shall attempt to formulate, in a manner as elliptical, economical, and formal as possible, what I shall call the law of genre. It is precisely a principle of contamination, a law of impurity, a parasitical economy. In the code of set theories, if I may use it at least figuratively, I would speak of a sort of participation without belonging, a taking part in without being part of, without having membership in a set. With the inevitable dividing of the trait that marks membership, the boundary of the set comes to form, by invagination, an internal pocket larger than the whole, and the outcome of this division and of this abounding remains as singular as it is limitless. To demonstrate this, I shall hold to the leanest generalities. But I should like to justify this initial indigence or asceticism as well as possible. For example, I shall not enter into the passionate debate that poetics has brought forth on the theory and the history of genre theory, on the critical history of the concept of genre from Plato to the present. My stance is motivated by these considerations. In the first place, we now have at our disposal some remarkable and, of late, handsomely enriched works dealing either with primary texts or critical analyses. I am thinking especially of the journal Poétique, of its issue entitled Genres, 32, and of Genet's opening essay, Genres, Types, Modes. From yet another point of view, l'absolu littéraire, the literary absolute, has already created quite a stir in this context, and everything that I shall risk here should perhaps resolve itself in a modest annotation on the margins of this magistral work, which I assume some of you have already read. I could further justify my abstention or my abstinence here simply by acknowledging the terminological luxury or rapture as well as the taxonomic exuberance which debates of this kind, in a manner by no means fortuitous, have sparked. I feel completely powerless to contain this fertile proliferation, and not only because of time constraints. I shall put forth, instead, two principal motives, hoping thereby to justify my keeping to scant preliminary generalities at the edge of this problematic. To what do these two motives essentially relate? In its most recent phase, and this much is certainly clear in Genet's propositions, the most advanced critical axis has led to a rereading of the entire history of genre theory. This rereading has been inspired by the perception, and it must be said, despite the initial denial, by the correction of two types of misconstruing or confusion. On the one hand, and this will be the first motive or ground for my abstention, Plato and Aristotle have been subjected to considerable deformation, as Genet reminds us, insofar as they have been viewed in terms alien to their thinking, and even in terms that they themselves would have rejected, but this deformation has usually taken on the form of naturalization. Following a classical precedent, one has deemed natural structures or typical forms whose history is hardly natural but, rather, quite to the contrary, complex and heterogeneous. These forms have been treated as natural, and let us bear in mind the entire semantic scale of this difficult word, whose span is so far-ranging and open-ended that it extends as far as the expression natural language, by which term everyone agrees tacitly to oppose natural language only to a formal or artificial language, without thereby implying that this natural language is a simple physical or biological production. Jennett insists at length on this naturalization of genres. The history of genre theory is strewn with these fascinating outlines that inform and deform reality, a reality often heterogeneous to the literary field, and that claim to discover a natural system wherein they construct a factitious symmetry heavily reinforced by fake windows. P. 408, italics added. In its most efficacious and legitimate aspect, this critical reading of the history, and, of genre theory is based on an opposition between nature and history, and, more generally, as the allusion to an artificial construct indicates, wherein they construct a factitious symmetry. On an opposition between nature and what can be called the series of all its others. Such an opposition seems to go without saying. Placed within this critical perspective, it is never questioned. Even if it has been tucked away discreetly in some passage that has escaped my attention, this barely visible suspicion clearly had no effect on the general organization of the problematic. This does not diminish the relevance or fecundity of a reading such as Jennett's. But a place remains open for some preliminary questions concerning his presuppositions, for some questions concerning the boundaries where it begins to take hold or take place. The form of these boundaries will contain me and rein me in. These general propositions, whose number is always open and interminable for whatever critical interpretation, will not be dealt with here. What, however, seems to me to require more urgent attention is the relationship of nature to history, of nature to its others, precisely when genre is on the line. Let us consider the most general concept of genre, from the minimal trait or predicate delineating it permanently through the modulations of its types and the regimens of its history. It rends and defends itself by mustering all its energy against a simple opposition that arises from nature and from history, as from nature and the vast lineage of its others, techne, nomos, thesis, then spirit, society, freedom, history, etc. Between physis and its others, Geno certainly locates one of the privileged scenes of the process and, no doubt, sheds the greatest obscurity on it. One need not mobilize etymology to this end, and could just as well equate genos with birth, and birth in turn with the generous force of engenderment or generation physis, in fact as with race, familial membership, classificatory genealogy, or class, age class, generation, or social class. It comes as no surprise that, in nature and art, genre, a concept that is essentially classificatory and genealogico-taxonomic, itself engenders so many classificatory vertigines when it goes about classifying itself and situating the classificatory principle or instrument within a set. As with the class itself, the principle of genre is unclassifiable. It tolls the knell of the knell, glass, in other words, of classicum, of what permits one to call out, calere, orders, and to order the manifold within a nomenclature. Genos thus indicates the place, the now or never of the most necessary meditation on the fold, which is no more historical than natural in the classical sense of these two words, and which turns fine over to itself across others that perhaps no longer relate to it according to that epoch-making logic which was decisori, critical, oppositional, even dialectical, but rather according to the trait of an entirely different contract. De jure, this meditation acts as an absolute prerequisite without which any historical perspectivizing will always be difficult to legitimate. For example, the Romantic era, this powerful figure indicted by Jennett, since it attempted to reinterpret the system of modes as a system of genres, is no longer a simple era and can no longer be inscribed as a moment or a stage placeable within the trajectory of a history whose concept we could be certain of. Romanticism, if something of the sort can be thus identified, is also the general repetition of all the folds that in themselves gather, couple, divide physis as well as genos through the genre, and through all the genres of genre, through the mixing of genre that is more than a genre, through the excess of genre in relation to itself, as to its abounding movement and its general assemblage which coincides, 2. With its dissolution. 1. Such a moment is no longer a simple moment in the history and theory of literary genres. To treat it thus would in effect implicate one as tributary, whence the strange logic of something that has in itself constituted a certain romantic motif, namely, the teleological ordering of history. Romanticism simultaneously obeys naturalizing and historicizing logic, and it can be shown easily enough that we have not yet been delivered from the romantic heritage, even though we might wish it so, and assuming that such a deliverance would be of compelling interest to us as long as we persist in drawing attention to historical concerns and the truth of historical production in order to militate against abuses or confusions of naturalization. The debate, it could be argued, remains itself a part or effect of Romanticism. A second motive detains me at the threshold or on the edge of a possible problematic of genre, as history and theory of history and of genre theory another genre, in fact. For the moment, I find it impossible to decide, impossible for reasons that I do not take to be accidental, and this, precisely, is what matters to me. I find it impossible to decide whether the possibly exemplary text which I intend to put to the test does or does not lend itself to the distinction drawn between mode and genre. Now, as you may recall, Jennett demonstrates the stringent necessity of this distinction, and he rests his case on the confusion of modes and genres, p. 417. This implies a serious charge against Romanticism, even though the Romantic reinterpretation of the system of modes as a system of genres is neither de facto nor de jure the epilogue to this long history, p. 415. This confusion, according to Jennett, has aided and abetted the naturalization of genres by projecting onto them the privilege of naturalness, which was legitimately that of three modes. p. 421. Suddenly, this naturalization makes these arch-genres into ideal or natural types which they neither are nor can be. There are no arch-genres that can totally escape historicity while preserving a generic definition. There are modes, for example, the recit. There are genres, for example, the novel. The relation of genres to modes is complex and perhaps not, as Aristotle suggests, one of simple inclusion. If I am inclined to poise myself on this side of Jennett's argument, it is not only because of his ready acceptance of the distinction between nature and history, but also because of its implications with regard to mode and to the distinction between mode and genre. Jennett's definition of mode contains the singular and interesting characteristic: it remains, in contradistinction to genre, purely formal. Reference to a content has no pertinence. This is not the case with genre. The generic criterion and the modal criterion, Jennett says, are absolutely heterogeneous. Each genre defined itself essentially by a specification of content which was not prescribed by the definition of mode. p. 417. I do not believe that this recourse to the opposition of form and content, this distinction between mode and genre, need be contested, and my purpose is not to challenge isolated aspects of Jennett's argument. One might just question the presuppositions for the legitimacy of such an argument. One might also question the extent to which his argument can help us read a given text when it behaves in a given way with regard to mode and genre, especially when the text does not seem to be written sensibly within their limits but rather about the very subject of those limits and with the aim of disrupting their order. The limits, for instance, of that mode which would be, according to Jennett, the recit. There are modes, for example, the recit of the, possibly, exemplary text which I shall address shortly. I shall not hasten to add that it is a recit, and you will soon understand why. In this text, the recit is not only a mode, and a mode put into practice or put to the test because it is deemed impossible, it is also the name of a theme. It is the non-thematizable thematic content of something of a textual form that assumes a point of view with respect to the genre, even though it perhaps does not come under the heading of any genre and perhaps no longer even under the heading of literature, if it indeed wears itself out around genreless modalizations, and would confirm one of Jennett's propositions. Genres are, properly speaking, literary or aesthetic categories. Modes are categories that pertain to linguistics or, more precisely, to an Anthropology of Verbal Expression, p. 418. In a very singular manner, the very short text which I will discuss presently makes the recit and the impossibility of the recit its theme, its impossible theme or content at once inaccessible, interminable, and inexhaustible, and it makes the word recit, under the aegis of a certain form, its titleless title, the mentionless mention of its genre. This text, as I shall try to demonstrate, seems to be made, among other things, to make light of all the tranquil categories of genre theory and history in order to upset their taxonomic certainties, the distribution of their classes, and the presumed stability of their classical nomenclatures. It is a text destined, at the same time, to summon up these classes by conducting their proceeding, by proceeding from the proceeding to the law of genre. For if the juridical code has frequently thrust itself upon me in order to hear this case, it has done so to call as witness a possible, exemplary text, and because I am convinced fundamental rights are bound up in all of this, the law itself is at stake. These are the two principal reasons why I shall keep to the liminal edge of the history and of genre theory. Here now, very quickly, is the law of abounding, of excess, the law of participation without membership, of contamination, etc., which I mentioned earlier. It will seem meager to you, and even of staggering abstractness. It does not particularly concern either genres, or types, or modes, or any form in the strict sense of its concept. I therefore do not know under what title the field or object submitted to this law should be placed. It is perhaps the limitless field of general textuality. I can take each word of the series, genre, type, mode, form, and decide that it will hold for all the others, all genres of genres, types, modes, forms, all types of types, genres, modes, forms, all forms of forms, etc. The trait common to these classes of classes is precisely the identifiable recurrence of a common trait by which one recognizes, or should recognize, a membership in a class. There should be a trait upon which one could rely in order to decide that a given textual event, a given work, corresponds to a given class, genre, type, mode, form, etc. And there should be a code enabling one to decide questions of class membership on the basis of this trait. For example, a very humble axiom, but, by the same token, hardly contestable if a genre exists, let us say the novel, since no one seems to contest its generic quality, then a code should provide an identifiable trait and one which is identical to itself, authorizing us to determine, to adjudicate whether a given text belongs to this genre or perhaps to that genre. Likewise, outside of literature or art, if one is bent on classifying, one should consult a set of identifiable and codifiable traits to determine whether this or that, such a thing or such an event belongs to the set or that class. This may seem trivial. Such a distinctive trait qua mark is however always a priori remarkable. It is always possible that a set I have compelling reasons for calling this a text, whether it be written or oral remarks on this distinctive trait within itself. This can occur in texts that do not, at a given moment, assert themselves to be literary or poetic. A defense speech or newspaper editorial can indicate by means of a mark, even if it is not explicitly designated as such, voila. I belong, as anyone may remark, to the type of text called a defense speech or an article of the genre newspaper editorial. The possibility is always there. This does not constitute a text ipso facto as literature, even though such a possibility, always left open and therefore eternally remarkable, situates perhaps in every text the possibility of its becoming literature. But this does not interest me at the moment. What interests me is that this remark ever possible for every text, for every corpus of traces is absolutely necessary for and constitutive of what we call art, poetry, or literature. It underwrites the eruption of techne, which is never long in coming. I submit this axiomatic question for your consideration: can one identify a work of art, of whatever sort, but especially a work of discursive art, if it does not bear the mark of a genre, if it does not signal or mention it or make it remarkable in any way. Let me clarify 2 points on this subject. First, it is possible to have several genres, an intermixing of genres or a total genre, the genre or the poetic or literary genre as genre of genres. Second, this remark can take on a great number of forms and can itself pertain to highly diverse types. It need not be a designation or mention of the type found beneath the title of certain books, novel, recit, drama. The remark of belonging need not pass through the consciousness of the author or the reader, although it often does so. It can also refute this consciousness or render the explicit mention mendacious, false, inadequate, or ironic according to all sorts of overdetermined figures. Finally, this remarking trait need be neither a theme nor a thematic component of the work, although of course this instance of belonging to one or several genres, not to mention all the traits that mark this belonging, often have been treated as theme, even before the advent of what we call modernism. If I am not mistaken in saying that such a trait is remarkable, that is, noticeable, in every aesthetic, poetic, or literary corpus, then consider this paradox, consider the irony, which is irreducible to a consciousness or an attitude. This supplementary and distinctive trait, a mark of belonging or inclusion, does not properly pertain to any genre or class. The remark of belonging does not belong. It belongs without belonging, and the without, or the suffix less, which relates belonging to non-belonging, appears only in the timeless time of the blink of an eye, Augenblick. The eyelid closes, but barely, an instant among instants, and what it closes is verily the eye, the view, the light of day. But without such respite, nothing would come to light. To formulate it in the scantiest manner, the simplest but most apodictic, I submit for your consideration the following hypothesis: a text cannot belong to no genre, it cannot be without or less a genre. Every text participates in one or several genres, there is no genreless text, there is always a genre and genres, yet such participation never amounts to belonging. And not because of an abundant overflowing or a free, anarchic, and unclassifiable productivity, but because of the trait of participation itself, because of the effect of the code and of the generic mark. Making genre its mark, a text demarcates itself. If remarks of belonging belong without belonging, participate without belonging, then genre designations cannot be simply part of the corpus. Let us take the designation novel as an example. This should be marked in one way or another, even if it does not appear, as it often does in French and German texts, in the explicit form of a subtitled designation, and even if it proves deceptive or ironic. This designation is not novelistic, it does not, in whole or in part, take part in the corpus whose denomination it nonetheless imparts. Nor is it simply extraneous to the corpus. But this singular topos places within and without the work, along its boundary, an inclusion and exclusion with regard to genre in general, as to an identifiable class in general. It gathers together the corpus and, at the same time, in the same blinking of an eye, keeps it from closing, from identifying itself with itself. This axiom of non-closure or non-fulfillment enfolds within itself the condition for the possibility and the impossibility of taxonomy. This inclusion and this exclusion do not remain exterior to one another, they do not exclude each other. But neither are they immanent or identical to each other. They are neither one nor two. They form what I shall call the genre clause, a clause stating at once the juridical utterance, the precedent-making designation and the law text, but also the closure, the closing that excludes itself from what it includes. One could also speak of a floodgate écluse of genre. The clause or floodgate of genre déclasses what it allows to be classed. It tolls the knell of genealogy or of genericity, which it however also brings forth to the light of day. Putting to death the very thing that it engenders, it cuts a strange figure, a formless form, it remains nearly invisible, it neither sees the day nor brings itself to light. Without it, neither genre nor literature come to light, but as soon as there is this blinking of an eye, this clause, or this floodgate of genre, at the very moment that a genre or a literature is broached, at that very moment, degenerescence has begun, the end begins. The end begins, this is a citation. Maybe a citation. I might have taken it from the text, which seems to me to bring itself forth as an example of this unfigurable figure of collusion. What I shall try to convey to you now will not be called by its generic or modal name. I shall not say this drama, this epic, this novel, this novella, or this recit, certainly not this recit. All of these generic or modal names would be equally valid or equally invalid for something which is not even quite a book, but which was published in 1973 in the editorial form of a small volume of 32 pages. It bears the title La Folie du Jour, approximately, The Madness of the Day. The author's name, Maurice Blanquat. In order to speak about it, I shall call this thing La Folie du Jour, its given name which it bears legally and which gives us the right, as of its publication date, to identify and classify it in our copyright records at the Bibliothèque Nationale. One could fashion a non-finite number of readings from La Folie du Jour. I have attempted a few myself, and shall do so again elsewhere, from another point of view. The topos of view, sight, blindness, point of view is, moreover, inscribed and traversed in La Folie du Jour according to a sort of permanent revolution that engenders and virtually brings to the light of day points of view, twists, versions, and reversions of which the sum remains necessarily uncountable and the account, impossible. The deductions, rationalizations, and warnings that I must inevitably propose will arise, then, from an act of unjustifiable violence. A brutal and mercilessly depleting selectivity will obtrude upon me, upon us, in the name of a law that La Folie du Jour has, in its turn, already reviewed, and with the foresight that a certain kind of police brutality is perhaps an inevitable accomplice to our concern for professional competence. What will I ask of La Folie du Jour? To answer, to testify, to say what it has to say with respect to the law of mode or the law of genre and, more precisely, with respect to the law of the recit, which, as we have just been reminded, is a mode and not a genre. On the cover, below the title, we find no mention of genre. In this most peculiar place that belongs neither to the title nor to the subtitle, nor even simply to the corpus of the work, the author did not affix, although he has often done so elsewhere, the designation recit or novel, maybe, but only maybe, by erroneously subsuming both of them, Jennett would say, under the unique category of the genre. About this designation which figures elsewhere and which appears to be absent here, I shall say only two things. One, on the one hand, it commits one to nothing. Neither reader nor critic nor author are bound to believe that the text preceded by this designation conforms readily to the strict, normal, normed, or normative definition of the genre, to the law of the genre or of the mode. Confusion, irony, the shift in conventions toward a new definition, in what name should it be prohibited, the search for a supplementary effect, any of these things could prompt one to entitle as novel or recit what in truth or according to yesterday's truth would be neither one nor the other. All the more so if the words recit, novel, cineroman, complete dramatic works or, for all I know, literature are no longer in the place which conventionally mentions genre, but, as has happened and will happen again, shortly, they are found to be holding the position and function of the title itself, of the work's given name. Blanquat has often had occasion to modify the genre designation from one version of his work to the next or from one edition to the next. Since I am unable to cover the entire spectrum of this problem, I shall simply cite the example of the recit designation effaced between one version and the next of death sentence, trans. Lydia Davis, Berrytown, NY, 1978, at the same time as a certain epilogue is removed from the end of a double recit, which, in a manner of speaking, constitutes this book. This effacement of recit, leaving a trace that, inscribed and filed away, remains as an effect of supplementary relief which is not easily accounted for in all of its facets. I cannot arrest the course of my lecture here, no more than I can pause to consider the very scrupulous and minutely differentiated distribution of the designations recit and novel from one narrative work to the next, no more than I can question whether Blanquat distinguished the genre and mode designations, no more than I can discuss Blanquat's entire discourse on the difference between the narratorial voice and the narrative voice, which is, to be sure, something other than a mode. I would point out only one thing: at the very moment the first version of death sentence appears, bearing mention as it does of recit, the first version of La Folie du Jour is published with another title about which I shall momentarily speak. La Folie du Jour, then, makes no mention of genre or mode. But the word recit appears at least 4 times in the last 2 pages in order to name the theme of La Folie du Jour, its sense or its story, its content or part of its content in any case, its decisive proceedings and stakes. It is a recit without a theme and without a cause entering from the outside, yet it is without interiority. It is the recit of an impossible recit whose production occasions what happens or, rather, what remains, but which does not relate it, nor relate to it as to an outside reference, even if everything remains foreign to it and out of bounds. It is even less feasible for me to relate to you the story of La Folie du Jour, which is staked precisely on the possibility and the impossibility of relating a story. Nonetheless, in order to create the greatest possible clarity, in the name of daylight itself, that is to say, as will become clear, in the name of the law, I shall take the calculated risk of flattening out the unfolding or coiling up of this text, its permanent revolution whose rounds are made to recoil from any kind of flattening. And this is why the one who says I, and the one after all who speaks to us, who recites for us, this one who says I tells his inquisitors that he cannot manage to constitute himself as narrator, in the sense of the term that is not necessarily literary, and tells them that he cannot manage to identify with himself sufficiently or to remember himself well enough to gather the story and recit that are demanded of him, which the representatives of society and the law require of him. The one who says I, who does not manage to say I, seems to relate what has happened to him, or, rather, what has nearly happened to him after presenting himself in a mode that defies all norms of self-presentation. He nearly lost his sight, his facility for viewing, following a traumatic event, probably an assault. I say probably because La Folie du Jour wholly upsets, in a discreet but terribly efficient manner, all the certainties upon which so much of discourse is constructed, the value of an event, first of all, of reality, of fiction, of appearance and so on, all this being carried away by the disseminal and mad polysemy of day, of the word day, which, once again, I cannot dwell upon here. Having nearly lost his sight, having been taken in by a kind of medico-social institution, he now resides under the watchful eye of doctors, handed over to the authority of these specialists who are representatives of the law as well, legist doctors who demand that he testify and in his own interest, or so it seems at first, about what happened to him, so that remedial justice may be dispensed. His faithful recit, but let me borrow for the sake of simplicity, and because it conforms fairly well to this context, the English word account, hence, his faithful account of events should render justice unto the law. The law demands a narrative account. Pronounced 4 times in the last 3 pages of La Folie du Jour, the word account does not seem to designate a literary genre but rather a certain type or mode of discourse. That is, in effect, the appearance of it. Everything seems to happen as if the account, the question of, or rather the demand for the account, the response and the non-response to the demand, found itself staged and figured as one of the themes, objects, stakes in a more bountiful text, La Folie du Jour, whose genre would be of another order and would in any case overstep the boundaries of the account with all its generality and all its genericity. The account itself would of course not cover this generic generality of the literary corpus named La Folie du Jour. Now we might already feel inclined to consider this appearance suspect, and we might be jolted from our certainties by an allusion that I will make. The one who says I, who is not by force of necessity a narrator, nor necessarily always the same, notes that the representatives of the law, those who demand of him an account in the name of the law, consider and treat him, in his personal and civil identity, not only as an educated man, and an educated man, they often tell him, ought to be able to speak and recount, as a competent subject. he ought to be able to know how to piece together a story by saying I and exactly how things happened to him. They regard him not only as an educated man, but also as a writer. He is writer and reader, a creature of libraries, the reader of this account. This is not sufficient cause, but it is, in any case, a first clue and one whose impact incites us to think that the required account does not simply remain in a relationship that is extraneous to literature or even to a literary genre. Lest we not be content with this suspicion, let us weigh the possibility of the inclusion of a modal structure within a vaster, more general corpus, whether literary or not and whether or not related to the genre. Such an inclusion raises questions concerning edge, borderline, boundary, and abounding which do not arise without a fold. What sort of a fold? According to which fold and which figure of enfoldment? Here are the three final paragraphs. They are of unequal length, with the last of these comprising approximately one line. They demanded, "Tell us exactly how things happened." An account. I began, "I am neither learned nor ignorant. I have known some joy." This is saying too little. I related the story in its entirety, to which they listened, it seems, with great interest at least initially. But the end was a surprise for them all. After that beginning, they said, "You should proceed to the facts." How so? The account was over. I should have realized that I was incapable of composing an account of these events. I had lost the sense of the story. This happens in a good many illnesses. But this explanation only made them more demanding. Then I noticed, for the first time, that they were two and that this infringement on their traditional method, even though it can be explained away by the fact that one of them was an eye doctor, the other a specialist in mental illnesses, increasingly gave our conversation the character of an authoritarian interrogation, overseen and controlled by a strict set of rules. To be sure, neither of them was the chief of police. But being two, due to that, they were three, and this third one remained firmly convinced, I am sure, that a writer, a man who speaks and reasons with distinction, is always capable of recounting the facts which he remembers. An account? No, no account, nevermore. In the first of the three paragraphs that I have just cited, he claims that something is to begin after the word account punctuated by a question mark. An account, herein implied. They want an account. Is it then an account that they want? I began. This something is nothing other than the first line on the first page of La Folie du Jour. These are the same words, in the same order, but this is not a citation in the strict sense, for, stripped of quotation marks, these words commence or recommence a quasi-account that will engender anew the entire sequence comprising this new point of departure. In this way, the first words, I am neither learned nor ignorant, that come after the word account and its question mark, that broach the beginning of the account extorted by the law's representatives, these first words mark a collapse that is unthinkable, irrepresentable, unsituable within a linear order of succession, within a spatial or temporal sequentiality, within an objectifiable topology or chronology. One sees, without seeing, one reads the crumbling of an upper boundary or of the initial edge in La Folie du Jour, uncoiled according to the normal order, the one regulated by common law, editorial convention, positive law, the regime of competency in our logo-alphabetical culture, etc. Suddenly, this upper or initial boundary, which is commonly called the first line of a book, is forming a pocket inside the corpus. It is taking the form of an invagination through which the trait of the first line, the borderline, splits while remaining the same and traverses yet also bounds the corpus. The account which he claims is beginning at the end and, by legal requisition, is none other than the one that has begun from the beginning of La Folie du Jour, and in which, therefore, he gets around to saying that he begins, etc. And it is without beginning or end, without content and without edge. There is only content without edge, without boundary or frame, and there is only edge without content. The inclusion, or occlusion, inocclusive invagination, is interminable. It is an analysis of the account that can only turn in circles in an unarrestable, inenarrable, and insatiably recurring manner, but one terrible for those who, in the name of the law, require that order reign in the account, for those who want to know, with all the required competence, exactly how this happens. For if I or he continued to tell what he has told, he would end up endlessly returning to this point and beginning again to begin, that is to say, to begin with an end that precedes the beginning. And from the viewpoint of objective space and time, the point at which he stops is absolutely unascertainable. I have told them the entire story, for there is no entire story except for the one that interrupts itself in this way. A lower edge of invagination will, if one can say so, respond to this first invagination of the upper edge by intersecting it. The final line resumes the question posed before the I began, an account, and bespeaks a resolution or promises it, tells of the commitment made no longer to give an account. As if he had already given one. And yet, yes, yes and no, an account has taken place. Hence the last word, an account? No, no account, nevermore. It has been impossible to decide whether the recounted event and the event of the account itself ever took place. Impossible to decide whether there was an account, for the one who barely manages to say I and to constitute himself as narrator recounts that he has not been able to recount but what, exactly? Well, everything, including the demand for an account. And if an assured and guaranteed decision is impossible, this is because there is nothing more to be done than to commit oneself, to perform, to wager, to allow chance its chance to make a decision that is essentially edgeless, bordering perhaps only on madness. Yet another impossible decision follows, one which involves the promise no, no account, nevermore. Is this promise a part of or apart from the account? Legally speaking, it is party to la folie du jour, but not necessarily to the account or to the simulacrum of the account. Its trait splits again into an internal and external edge. It repeats without citing the question apparently posed above, an account, of which it can be said that, in this permanent revolution of order, it follows, doubles, or reiterates it in advance. Thus another lip or invaginating loop takes shape here. This time the lower edge creates a pocket in order to come back into the corpus and to rise again on this side of the upper or initial line's line of invagination. This would form a double chiasmatic invagination of edges. A. I am neither learned nor ignorant. B. An account? I began. A. I am neither learned nor ignorant. B. An account? No, no account, nevermore. I began. It is thus impossible to decide whether an event, account, account of event, or event of accounting took place. Impossible to settle upon the simple border lines of this corpus, of this ellipse unremittingly repealing itself within its own expansion. When we fall back on the poetic consequences enfolded within this dilemma, we find that it becomes difficult indeed to speak here with conviction about an account as a determined mode included within a more general corpus or one simply related, in its determination, to other modes or, quite simply, to something other than itself. All is narrative account and nothing is, the account's outgate remains within the account in a non-inclusive mode, and this structure is itself related so remotely to a dialectical structure that it even inscribes dialectics in the account's ellipse. All is account, nothing is, and we shall not know whether the relationship between these two propositions, the strange conjunction of the account and the accountless, belongs to the account itself. What indeed happens when the edge pronounces a sentence? Faced with this type of difficulty, the consequences or implications of which cannot be deployed here, one might be tempted to take recourse in the law or the rights which govern published texts. One might be tempted to argue as follows: all these insoluble problems of delimitation are raised on the inside of a book classified as a work of literature or literary fiction. Pursuant to these juridical norms, this book has a beginning and an end that leave no opening for indecision. This book has a determinable beginning and end, a title, an author, a publisher. Its distinctive denomination is la folie du jour. At this place, where I am pointing, on this page, right here, you can see its first word, here, its final period, perfectly situable in objective space. And all the sophisticated transgressions, all the infinitesimal subversions that may captivate you are not possible except within this enclosure, for which these transgressions and subversions moreover maintain an essential need in order to take place. Furthermore, on the inside of this normed space, the word account does not name a literary operation or genre, but a current mode of discourse, and it does so regardless of the formidable problems of structure, edge, set theory, the part and whole, etc., that it raises in this literary corpus. That is all well and good. But in its very relevance, this objection cannot be sustained. For example, it cannot save the modal determination of the account except by referring to extra-literary and even extra-linguistic juridical norms. The objection makes an appeal to the law and calls to mind the fact that the subversion of la folie du jour needs the law in order to take place. Whereby the objection reproduces and accomplishes its staging within la folie du jour, the account, mandated and prescribed by law, but also, as we shall see, commanding, requiring, and producing law in turn. In short, the whole critical scene of competence in which we are engaged is party to and part of la folie du jour. In whole and in part, the whole is a part. The whole does nothing but begin. I could have begun with what resembles the absolute beginning, with the juridico-historical order of this publication. What has been lightly termed the first version of La Folie du Jour was not a book. Published in the journal Empédocle, May 2, 1949, it bore another title, indeed, several other titles. On the journal's cover, here it is, one reads: Maurice Blancot. Unrecit. An account. Later, the question mark disappears twice. First, when the title is reproduced within the journal in the table of contents. Maurice Blancot. Unrecit. An account. Then below the first line. Unrecit. An account. Par. By Maurice Blancot. M.B. Could you tell whether these titles, written earlier and filed away in the archives, make up a single title, titles of the same text, titles of the account, which of course figures as an impracticable mode in the book, or the title of a genre? Even if the latter were to cause some confusion, it would be of the sort that releases questions already implemented and enacted by La Folie du Jour. This enactment enables in turn the denaturalization and deconstitution of the opposition's nature/history and mode/genre. Now let us turn to some of these questions. First, to what could the words an account refer in their manifold occurrences and diverse punctuations? And precisely how does reference function here? In one case, the question mark can also serve as a supplementary remark indicating the necessity of all these questions as the insolvent character of indecision. Is this an account? Is it an account that I entitle? Asks the title in entitling. Is it an account that they want? What entitles them? Is it an account as discursive mode or as literary operation, or perhaps even as literary genre whose theme would be mode or genre? Likewise, the title could excerpt, as does a metonymy, a fragment of the account without an account, to wit, the words an account with and without a question mark, but such an iterative accepting is not citational. For the title, guaranteed and protected by law but also making law, retains a referential structure which differs radically from the one underlying other occurrences of the same words in the text. Whatever the issue, title, reference, or mode and genre, the case before us always involves the law and, in particular, the relations formed around and to law. All the questions which we have just addressed can be traced to an enormous matrix that generates the non-thematizable thematic power of a simulated account. It is this inexhaustible writing which recounts without telling, and which speaks without recounting. Account of an accountless account, an account without edge or boundary, account all of whose visible space is but some border of itself without self, consisting of the framing edge without content, without modal or generic boundaries. Such is the law of this textual event, of this text that also speaks the law, its own and that of the other as reader of this text, which, speaking the law, also imposes itself as a law text, as the text of the law. What, then, is the law of the genre of this singular text? It is law, it is the figure of the law which will also be the invisible center, the themeless theme of la folie du jour or, as I am now entitled to say, of an account. This law, however, as law of genre, is not exclusively binding on the genre qua category of art and literature. But, paradoxically, and just as impossibly, the law of genre also has a controlling influence and is binding on that which draws the genre into engendering, generations, genealogy, and degenerescence. You have already witnessed its approach often enough, with all the figures of this degenerescent self-engendering of an account, with this figure of the law which, like the day that it is, challenges the opposition between the law of nature and the law of symbolic history. The remarks that have just been made on the double chiasmatic invagination of edges should suffice to exclude any notion linking all these complications to pure form or one suggesting that they could be formalized outside the content. The question of the literary genre is not a formal one, it covers the motif of the law in general, of generation in the natural and symbolic senses, of birth in the natural and symbolic senses, of the generation difference, sexual difference between the feminine and masculine genres/gender, of the hymen between the two, of a relationless relation between the two, of an identity and difference between the feminine and masculine. The word hymen tells us several things. It not only points toward a paradoxical logic that is inscribed without however being formalized under this name, it should, in the first place, serve to remind the Anglo-American reader that, in French, the semantic scale of genre is much larger and more expansive than in English, and thus always includes within its reach the gender. Additionally, and with respect to the hymen, let us not forget everything that Philippe Lacoue-Labart and Jean-Luc Nancy tell us in El Absolu Littéraire, especially on p. 276, about the relationship between genre, gattung, and marriage, as well as about the intricate bonds of serial connections begotten by gattieren, to mix, to classify, gatten, to couple, gat/gatten, husband/wife, and so forth. Once articulated within the precinct of Blancot's entire discourse on the neuter, the most elliptical question would inevitably have to assume this form: what about a neutral genre/gender? Or one whose neutrality would not be negative, neither nor dialectical, but affirmative, and doubly affirmative, or. Here again, due to time limitations but also to more essential reasons concerning the structure of the text, I shall have to excerpt some abstract fragments. This will not occur without a supplement of violence and pain. As first word and surely most impossible word of la folie du jour, I presents itself as self, moi, me, a man. Grammatical law leaves no doubt about this subject. The first sentence, phrased in French in the masculine, je suis ni savant ni ignorant and not je suis ni savant ni ignoranti, says, with regard to knowledge, nothing but a double negation, neither nor. Thus, no glint of self-presentation. But the double negation gives passage to a double affirmation, yes, yes, that enters into alignment or alliance with itself. Forging an alliance or marriage bond, hymen, with itself, this boundless double affirmation utters a measureless, excessive, immense yes, both to life and to death. I am neither learned nor ignorant. I have known some joy. This is saying too little. I am living, and this life gives me the greatest pleasure. And death? When I die, perhaps soon, I shall know an immense pleasure. I am not speaking of the foretaste of death, which is bland and often disagreeable. Suffering is debilitating. But this is the remarkable truth of which I am sure: I feel a boundless pleasure in living and shall be boundlessly content to die. Now, 7 paragraphs further along, the chance and probability of such an affirmation, one that is double and therefore boundless, limitless, is granted to woman. It returns to woman. Rather, not to woman or even to the feminine, to the female genre/gender, or to the generality of the feminine genre, but and this is why I spoke of chance and probability usually to women. It is usually women who say yes, yes. To life, to death. This usually avoids treating the feminine as a general and generic force, it makes an opening for the event, the performance, the uncertain contingencies, the encounter. And it is indeed from the contingent experience of the encounter that I will speak here. In the passage that I am about to cite, the expression men occurs twice. The second occurrence names the sexual genre, the sexual difference, honor, vir, but sexual difference does not occur between a species and a genre. In the first occurrence, men comes into play in an indecisive manner in order to name either the genre of human beings, the genre humane, named species in the text, or sexual difference. Men would like to escape death, bizarre species that they are. And some cry out, die, die, because they would like to escape life. What a life! I'll kill myself, I'll surrender. This is pitiful and strange, it is in error. But I have encountered beings who never told life to be quiet or death to go away, usually women, beautiful creatures. As for men, terror besieges them. Italics added. What has thus far transpired in these 7 paragraphs? Usually women, beautiful creatures, relates I. As it happens, encounter, chance, affirmation of chance do not always manage to happen. There is no natural or symbolic law, universal law, or law of a genre/gender here. Only usually women, of apposition, beautiful creatures. Through its highly calculated logic, the comma of apposition leaves open the possibility of thinking that these women are not beautiful and then, on the other hand, as it happens, capable of saying yes, yes to life to death, of not saying be quiet, go away to life to death. The comma of apposition lets us think that they are beautiful, women and beauties, these creatures, insofar as they affirm both life and death. Beauty, the feminine beauty of these beings, would be bound up with this double affirmation. Now I myself, who am neither learned nor ignorant, I feel a boundless pleasure in living and shall be boundlessly content to die. In this random claim that links affirmation usually to women, beautiful ones, it is then more than probable that, as long as I say yes, yes, I am a woman and beautiful. I am a woman, and beautiful. Grammatical sex, or anatomical as well, in any case, sex submitted to the law of objectivity, the masculine genre is thus affected by the affirmation through a random drift that could always render it other. A sort of secret coupling would take place here, forming an odd marriage, hymen, an odd couple, for none of this can be regulated by objective, natural, or civil law. The usually is a mark of this secret and odd hymen, of this coupling that is also perhaps a mixing of genres. The genres pass into each other. And we will not be barred from thinking that this mixing of genres, viewed in light of the madness of sexual difference, may bear some relation to the mixing of literary genres. I, then, can keep alive the chance of being a female or of changing sex. His transsexuality permits him, in a more than metaphorical and transferential way, to engender. He can give birth, and many other signs which I cannot mention here bear this out, among other things the fact that on several occasions he brings something forth to the light of day. In the rhetoric of La Folie du Jour, the idiomatic expression to bring forth to the light of day, donner le jour, is one of the players in an exceedingly powerful polysemic and disseminal game that I shall not attempt to reproduce here. I only retain its standard and dominant meaning which the spirit of linguistics gives it. Donner le jour is to give birth, a verb whose subject is usually maternal, that is to say, generally female. At the center, closely hugging an invisible center, a primal scene could have alerted us, if we had had the time, to the point of view of La Folie du Jour and to a primal scene. This is also called a short scene. I can bring forth to light, can give birth. To what? Well, precisely to law, or more exactly, to begin with, to the representatives of law, to those who wield authority, and let us also understand by this the authority of the author, the rights of authorship simply by virtue of possessing an overseer's right, the right to see, the right to have everything in sight. This panoptic and this synopsis demand nothing else, but nothing less. Now herein lies the essential paradox: from where and from whom do they derive this power, this right to sight that permits them to have me at their disposal? Well, from me, rather, from the subject who is subjected to them. It is the I of the narrative voice, the I stripped of itself, the one that does not take place. It is he who brings them to light, who engenders these lawmen in giving them insight into what regards them and what should not regard them. I liked the doctors well enough. I did not feel belittled by their doubts. The bother was that their authority grew with every hour. One isn't initially aware of it, but these men are kings. Showing me my rooms, they said, everything here belongs to us. They threw themselves upon the parings of my mind, this is ours. They interpellated my story, speak. And it placed itself at their service. In haste, I stripped myself of myself. I distributed my blood, my privacy among them, I offered them the universe, I brought them forth to the light of day. Under their unblinking gaze, I became a water drop, an ink blot. I was shrinking into them, I was held entirely in their view, and when, finally, I no longer had anything but my perfect nullity present and no longer had anything to see, they, too, ceased to see me. Most annoyed, they rose, shouting, "Well, where are you? Where are you hiding? Hiding is prohibited, it is a misdeed, etc." Law, day. One believes it generally possible to oppose law to affirmation, and particularly to unlimited affirmation, to the immensity of yes, yes. Law, we often figure it as an instance of the interdictory limit, of the binding obligation, as the negativity of a boundary not to be crossed. Now the mightiest and most divided trait of la folie du jour, or of an account, is the one relating birth to law, its genealogy, engenderment, generation, or genre. And here I ask you once more to be especially aware of gender, the one joining the very genre of the law to the process of the double affirmation. The excessiveness of yes, yes is no stranger to the genesis of law, nor to Genesis, as could be easily shown, for it also concerns an account of Genesis in the light of 7 days p. 20. The double affirmation is not foreign to the genre, genius, or spirit of the law. No affirmation, and certainly no double affirmation without the law sighting the light of day and the daylight becoming law. Such is the madness of the day, such is an account in its remarkable truth, in its truthless truth. Now the feminine, or generally affirmative gender/genre, is also the genre of this figure of law, not of its representatives, but of the law herself, who, throughout an account, forms a couple with me, with the I of the narrative voice. The law is in the feminine. She is not a woman, it is only a figure, a silhouette, and not a representative of the law, but she, la loi, is in the feminine, declined in the feminine, but not only as a grammatical gender/genre in my language. Elsewhere Blanquot brought this genre into play for speech la parole and for thought la pensée. No, she is described as a female element, which does not signify a female person. And the affirmative I, the narrative voice, who has brought forth the representatives of the law to the light of day, claims to find the law seductive, sexually seductive. The law appeals to him, the truth is that she appealed to me. In this milieu overpopulated with men, she was the only female element. One time she had me touch her knee, a bizarre impression. I declared to her, I am not the kind of man who contents himself with a knee. Her response, that would be revolting. She pleases him and he would not like to content himself with the knee that she had him touch. This contact with the knee, genou, as my student and friend Pierre-François Berger brought to my notice, recalls the inflectional contiguity of the I and the we, the je and the nous, of an I/we couple of whom we shall speak again in a moment. The law's female element has thus always appealed to me, I, he, we. The law is appealing, the law appealed to me. In order to tempt her, I called softly to the law, approach, so I can see you face to face. I wanted to take her aside for a moment. Impudent appeal, what would I have done had she responded? He is perhaps subjected to law, but he neither attempts to escape her, nor does he shrink before her. He wishes to seduce the law to whom he gives birth. There is a hint of incest in this, and especially this is one of the most striking and singular traits of the scene. He inspires fear in the law. He not only troubles the representatives of the lawmen who are the legist doctors and the psi- who demand of him, but are unable to obtain, an organized account, a testimony oriented by a sense of history or his story, ordained and ordered by reason, and by the unity of an I think, or of an originally synthetic apperception accompanying all representations. That the I here does not always accompany itself is by no means borne lightly by the lawmen. In fact, he alarms thus the lawmen, he radically persecutes them, and, in his manner, he conceals from them without altercation the truth they demand and without which they are nothing. But he not only alarms the lawmen, he alarms the law. One would be tempted to say the law herself, if she did not remain here a silhouette and an effect of the account. And what is more, this law whom the I frightens is none other than me, than the I, effect of his desire, child of his affirmation, of the genre I clasped in a specular couple with me. They are inseparable, je/nous and genu, je/toi and je/toit, and so she tells him, once more, as truth, the truth is that we can no longer be separated. I shall follow you everywhere, I shall dwell under your roof toit, we shall have the same sleep. We see the law, whose silhouette stands behind her representatives, frightened by me, by him, she is inclined toward and declined by je/nous, I/we, in front of me, in front of him, her knees marking perhaps the articulation of a gait, the flexion of the couple and sexual difference, but also the continuity without contact of the hymen and the mixing of genres. Behind their backs, I perceived the silhouette of the law. Not the familiar law, who is strict and not terribly agreeable, this one was different. Far from falling prey to her menace, I was the one who seemed to frighten her. According to her, my glance was lightning and my hands, grounds on which to perish. Moreover, she ridiculously attributed to me all kinds of power, she declared herself perpetually to be kneeling before me. But she let me demand nothing, and when she granted me the right to be in all places, that meant that I hadn't a place anywhere. Elsewhere Blancat designates the non-place and the atopical or hypertopical mobility of the narrative voice in this way. When she placed me above the authorities, that meant, you are authorized to do nothing. What game is the law, a law of this genre, playing? What is she playing up to when she has her knee touched? For if la folie du jour plays down the law, plays at law, plays with law, it is also because the law herself plays. The law, in its female element, is a silhouette that plays. At what? At being born, at being born like anybody and nobody. She plays upon her generation and displays her genre, she plays out her nature and her history, and she makes a plaything of an account. In mock playing herself she takes into account the account, she recites, and her birth is accountable to the account, the recit, one could even say to her, to la voix, the narrative voice, him, her, I, we, the neuter genre that subjects and merges itself while giving birth to her, who lets himself be captivated by the law and escapes her, whom she escapes and whom she loves. She lets herself be put in motion, she lets herself be cited by him when, in the midst of her game, she says, pursuing an idiom that her disseminal polysemy conveys to the abyss, I see day. Here is one of her games. He has just recalled that she once had, him, touch her knee. She showed me a section of the space between the top of the window and the ceiling, you are there, she said. I looked at this point with intensity. Are you there? I looked at it with all my power. Well. I felt the scars of my glaze leap, my side became a wound, my head, a gap, a gutted bull. Suddenly she cried out, oh! I see day. Oh God, etc. I protested that this game tired me enormously, but she was insatiable for my glory. For the law to see the day is her madness, is what she loves madly like the glory, the emblazed illustration, the day of the writer, of the author who says I, and who brings forth law to the light of day. He says that she is insaturable, insatiable for his glory, he, who is, 2, author of the law to which he submits himself, he, who engenders her, he, her mother who no longer knows how to say I or to keep memory intact. I am the mother of law, behold my daughter's madness. It is also the madness of the day, for day, the word day in its disseminal abyss, is law, the law of the law. My daughter's madness is to want to be born like anybody, whereas she remained a silhouette, a shadow, a profile, her face never in view. He had said to her, to the law, in order to tempt her, approach, so I can see you face to face. Such would be the remarkable truth that clears an opening for the madness of day and that appeals, like law, like madness, to the one who says I or I/we. Let us be attentive to the syntax of truth. She, the law, says, the truth is that we can no longer be separated. I shall follow you everywhere, I shall live under your roof. He, the truth is that she appealed to me. She, law, but also, and this is always the principal theme of these sentences, she, la vérité, truth. One cannot conceive truth without the madness of the law. I have let myself be commanded by the law of our encounter, by the convention of our subject, notably the genre, the law of genre. This law, articulated as an I/we which is more or less autonomous in its movements, assigned us places and limits. Even though I have launched an appeal against this law, it was she who turned my appeal into a confirmation of her own glory. But she also desires ours insatiably. Submitting myself to the subject of our colloquium, as well as to its law, I sifted an account, la folie du jour. I isolated a type, if not a genre, of reading from an infinite series of trajectories or possible courses. I have pointed out the generative principle of these courses, beginnings and new beginnings in every sense, but from a certain point of view. Elsewhere, in accordance with other subjects, other colloquia and lectures, other I/we drawn together in one place, other trajectories could have, and have, come to light. Nonetheless, it would be folly to draw any sort of general conclusion here. I could not say what exactly has happened in this scene, nor in my discourse or my account. What was perhaps seen, in the blink of time's eye, is a madness of law and, therefore, of order, reason, sense, and meaning, of day, but often, said I was dying without saying a thing. In time, I became convinced that I was seeing the madness of day face to face, such was the truth, light became mad, clarity took leave of her senses, she assailed me unreasonably, without a set of rules, without a goal. This discovery was like jaws clutching at my life. I am woman, and beautiful, my daughter, the law, is mad about me. I speculate on my daughter. My daughter is mad about me, this is law. The law is mad, she is mad about me. And across the madness of this day, I keep this in sight. There, this will have been my self-portrait of the genre. The law is mad. The law is mad, is madness, but madness is not the predicate of law. There is no madness without the law, madness cannot be conceived before its relation to law. Madness is law, the law is madness. There is a general trait here, the madness of the law mad for me, the day madly in love with me, the silhouette of my daughter mad about me, her mother, etc. But la folie du jour, an accountless account, carrying and miscarrying its titles, is not at all exemplary of this general trait. Not at all, not wholly. This is not an example of a general or generic whole. The whole, which begins by finishing and never finishes beginning apart from itself, the whole that stays at the edgeless boundary of itself, the whole greater and less than a whole and nothing, an account, will not have been exemplary. Rather, with regard to the whole, it will have been wholly counter-exemplary. The genre has always in all genres been able to play the role of order's principle, resemblance, analogy, identity and difference, taxonomic classification, organization and genealogical tree, order of reason, order of reasons, sense of sense, truth of truth, natural light and sense of history. Now, The test of an account? Brought to light the madness of genre. Madness has given birth to and thrown light on the genre in the most dazzling, most blinding sense of the word. And in the writing of an account, in literature, satirically practicing all genres, imbibing them but never allowing herself to be saturated with a catalogue of genres, she, Madness, has started spinning Peterson's genre disc like a demented sun. And she does not only do so in literature, for in concealing the boundaries that sunder mode and genre, she has also inundated and divided the borders between literature and its others. There, that is the whole of it. It is only what I, so they say, here kneeling at the edge of literature, can see. In sum, the law. The law summoning, what I can cite and what I can say that I cite in the sight of a recitation where I/we is. Introduction. Par. M. 2. The Linguistic Circle of Geneva. Translated by Alan Bass. Linguists are becoming more and more interested in the genealogy of linguistics. And in reconstituting the history or prehistory of their science, they are discovering numerous ancestors, sometimes with a certain astonished recognition. Interest in the origin of linguistics is awakened when the problems of the origin of language cease to be proscribed, as they had been from the end of the 19th century, and when a certain geneticism or a certain generativism comes back into its own. One could show that this is not a chance encounter. This historical activity is no longer elaborated solely at the margins of scientific practice, and its results are already being felt. In particular, we are no longer at the stage of the prejudice according to which linguistics as a science was born of a single epistemological break, a concept, called Bachelardian, much used or abused today, and of a break occurring in our immediate vicinity. We no longer think, as does Maurice Grammont, that everything prior to the 19th century, which is not yet linguistics, can be expedited in several lines. One Noam Chomsky, in an article announcing his Cartesian linguistics, which presents in its major lines the concept of generative grammar, states, "My aim here is not to justify the interest of this investigation, nor to describe summarily its procedure, but instead to underline that by a curious detour it takes us back to a tradition of ancient thought, rather than constituting a new departure or a radical innovation in the domain of linguistics and psychology." 2. If we were to set ourselves down in the space of this curious detour, we could not help encountering the linguistics of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. We would have to ask ourselves, then, in what ways Rousseau's reflections on the sign, on language, on the origin of languages, on the relations between speech and writing, and so on announce. But what does announce mean here, what we are so often tempted to consider as the very modernity of linguistic science, that is, modernity as linguistic science, since so many other human sciences refer to linguistics as their titular model. And we are all the more encouraged to practice this detour in that Chomsky's major references, in Cartesian linguistics, are to the logic and general and reasoned grammar of Port Royal, works that Rousseau knew well and held in high esteem. 3. For example, on several occasions Rousseau cites Duclos' commentary on the general and reasoned grammar. The essay on the origin of languages even closes with one of these citations. Thus Rousseau acknowledges his debt. There is only one allusion to Rousseau himself in Cartesian linguistics, in a note which on the one hand compares him to Wilhelm von Humboldt and on the other, while referring only to the most general propositions of the second discourse, presents him as strictly Cartesian, at least as concerns the concepts of animality and humanity. Although one might, in a certain sense, speak of Rousseau's fundamental Cartesianism in this regard, it seems that a more important and original place must be reserved for him in such a history of philosophy and linguistics. It is in this sense, under the heading of a very preliminary schema, that I venture the following propositions. One is authorized to speak of a linguistics of Rousseau only on two conditions and in two senses. One on the condition and in the sense of a systematic formulation, one that defines the project of a theoretical science of language, in its method, its object, and its rigorously proper field. This might be accomplished by means of a gesture that for convenience's sake could be called an epistemological break, there being no assurance that the stated intention to break has such an effect, nor that the so-called break is ever a unique datum in a work or an author. This first condition and first sense should always be implied by what we will entitle the opening of the field, it being understood that such an opening also amounts to a delimitation of the field. 2. On the condition and in the sense of what Chomsky calls the constants of linguistic theory, in that the system of fundamental concepts, the exigencies and norms that govern the linguistics called modern, such as it is entitled and represented in its scientificity as in its modernity, is already at work, and discernible as such, in Rousseau's enterprise, in its very text, which, moreover, would not only be, and doubtless would not at all be, to interpret this text as the happy anticipation of a thinker who is to have predicted and preformed modern linguistics. On the contrary, is this not a question of a very general ground of possibilities, a ground on which might be raised all kinds of subordinate cross-sections and secondary periodizations? Is it not a question of both Rousseau's project and modern linguistics belonging in common to a determined and finite system of conceptual possibilities, to a common language, to a reserve of oppositions of signs, signifiers/concepts, which first of all is none other than the most ancient fund of Western metaphysics? The latter is articulated, in its diverse epochs, according to schemas of implication that are not as easily mastered as is sometimes believed, whence the illusions of the break, the mirages of the new, the confusion or crushing of layers, the artifice of extract ions and cross-sections, the archaeological lure. The closure of concepts, such would be the title that we might propose for this second condition and this second sense. These two conditions seem to be fulfilled, and in these two senses it seems that one may legitimately speak of a linguistics of Rousseau. Here we can delineate it only through several indices. The opening of the field. Rousseau states and wants, or in any case states that he wants, a break with every supernatural explication of the origin and functioning of language. If the theological hypothesis is not simply set aside, it never intervenes in its own name, de jure, in Rousseau's explication and description. This rupture is signified in at least two texts and at 2 points, in the second discourse and in the essay on the origin of languages. Referring to Condillac, to whom he recognizes he owes a great deal, Rousseau clearly expresses his disagreement as concerns the procedure followed in the essay on the origin of human knowledge. Condillac, in effect, seems to take a constituted society, created by God, as given at the very moment when he asks the question of language, the question of the genesis and system of language, of the relations between natural and instituted signs, and so on. Now Rousseau wants to account for the very emergence of convention, that is, in his own words, to account simultaneously for society and language on the basis of a pure state of nature. So he must put between parentheses everything that Condillac takes as given, and in effect this is what he allegedly does. The concept of nature, therefore, bears the burden of scientificity here, as much in the requirement of a natural, non-supernatural, explanation as in the ultimate reference to a purely, pre-social, prehistoric, pre-linguistic, etc., natural state. The field of the analysis, the genealogical regression, and the explanation of functioning are all opened as such in the demand for naturality. We do not mean that Rousseau himself opened this field and this demand. We simply wish to recognize the signs that show him caught in this opening whose history and system remain to be constituted. The difficulty of the task and the theoretical or methodological innovations called for are such that to point out signs can only attribute, assign, and situate these signs as touchstones. Before even asking whether naturality and originality are not still theological functions in Rousseau's discourse and in general in every discourse, let us make specific the criticism addressed to Condillac. It could be shown, but this is not my aim here, that Condillac's procedure is not so far removed in its principles from Rousseau's, and that the theological reference easily accommodates a concern for natural explanation. Adam and Eve did not owe to experience the exercise of the operations of their soul, and, emerging from the hands of God, by means of this extraordinary help, they were capable of reflection and of communicating their thoughts to each other. But I suppose that, Some time after the deluge, 2 children, one of each sex, had been lost in the general desolation, before knowing the use of any sign. I am authorized to do so because of the fact I have reported. Who knows if a people does not exist somewhere that owes its origin only to such an event? Permit me to make this supposition. The question is to know how this growing nation fashioned for itself a language. Point 4. Further on, at the end of a note, if I suppose 2 children in the necessity of imagining even the very first signs of language, it is because I have believed that it is not sufficient for a philosopher to say that a thing has been accomplished by extraordinary means, but that it was his duty to explain how it could have been done by natural means. 5. I underline the conditional tense, which supports the entire scientificity of the argument. Thus, Condillac renounces neither a natural explanation nor the conjunction of the questions of the origin of languages and the origin of societies. Theological certitude is accommodated to a natural explanation according to a very classical framework in which the concepts of nature, experience, creation, and fall are strictly inseparable. The most remarkable example of such a system is doubtless that of Nicolas Malebranche, which I am recalling here only because of its well-known influence on Rousseau. Here the event of the flood, whose analogue will be found in Rousseau, liberates the functioning of the natural explanation. This does not prevent Rousseau from taking his leave from Condillac precisely at the point at which he reproaches Condillac for taking as given that which is to be explained, that is, a kind of already established society among the inventors of language. Rousseau reproaches Condillac less for rejecting every model of natural explanation that would be untrue than for not radicalizing his concept of nature. Condillac would not have descended to a pure state of nature to analyze the emergence of language. Permit me for a moment to consider all the confusions of the origin of languages. I could content myself with citing or repeating here all of the Abbé de Condillac's investigations into this matter, which fully confirm my feeling, and which, perhaps, gave me my first ideas. But given the manner in which this philosopher resolves the difficulties he creates for himself on the origin of institutionalized signs, that is, a kind of already established society among the inventors of language, I believe that in referring to his reflections I must add to them my own. Point 6. Thus Condillac seems to have committed what Rousseau a little further on calls the fault of those who, reasoning on the state of nature, transport into it ideas taken from society. The properly scientific concern, therefore, is indicated by the decision to refer only to purely natural causes. Such is the motif on which the essay on the origin of languages opens. From its very first paragraph, in order to tell, it is necessary to go back to some principle that belongs to the locality itself and antedates its customs, for speech, being the first social institution, owes its form to natural causes alone. 7. Now, without even entering into the content of the natural genealogy of language that Rousseau proposes, let us note that the so-called epistemological break paradoxically corresponds to a kind of break in the field of natural causality. If speech, the first social institution, owes its form to natural causes alone, then the latter, themselves acting as a force of break with nature, naturally inaugurate an order radically heterogeneous to the natural order. Point 8. The two apparently contradictory conditions for the constitution of a scientific field and object, here language, would thus be fulfilled: a natural, a continuously natural, causality and a break designating the irreducible autonomy and originality of a domain. The question of the origin is in itself suspended in that it no longer calls for a continuous, real, and natural description, being but the index of an internal structural description. Certainly all this is neither without difficulty nor without a certain apparent incoherence, for which Rousseau often has been reproached. And it has been that much easier to make this reproach because Rousseau himself on several occasions seems to renounce the natural explanation and to admit a kind of violent catastrophic interruption into the concatenation of natural causality, an arbitrary interruption, an interruption of the arbitrary, the decision which permits only the arbitrary and the conventional to be instituted. One comes back to the necessity of this question wherever the conceptuality organized around the opposition nature/arbitrary is accredited. Before defining the necessity of both the break and the at least apparent failure, Before underlining the scientific and heuristic motivation that accommodates its opposite here, let us briefly recall its well-known points of apparition. 1. After attempting in the second discourse, by means of a fiction, a derivation of languages on the basis of a primitive dispersion in the state of pure nature, on the basis of the biological nucleus uniting mother and child, Rousseau has to step back and suppose this first difficulty overcome. Notice again that the child having all his needs to explain, and consequently more things to say to the mother than the mother to the child, it is he who must bear the burden of invention, and that the language he employs must in great part be his own handiwork, which multiplies languages by as many individuals as there are to speak them, to which the wandering and vagabond life, which leaves no idiom the time to become consistent, contributes further still, for to say that the mother dictates to the child words which he will have to use to ask her for such and such a thing well demonstrates how already formed languages are taught, but teaches us nothing about how they are formed. Let us suppose this first difficulty overcome. For a moment let us step across the immense space there had to be between the pure state of nature and the need for languages, and supposing them necessary, let us seek out how they might have begun to be established. A new difficulty, worse still than the preceding one, for if men had need of speech in order to learn to think, they had even greater need of knowing how to think in order to find the art of speech. P. 147, my italics. 2. And later, when he has taken as given, by means of a supposition, both the immense space there had to be between the pure state of nature and the need for languages and the solution of the circle that demands speech before thought and thought before speech, Rousseau must yet again, a third time, recoil before a third difficulty. He must even feign giving up on a natural explanation in order to refer back to the hypothesis of divine institution. It is true that in the interval between the supposition and the apparent resignation he will have proposed an entire theory of language, a functional, systematic, and structural theory, whose elaboration is occasioned by the pretext of a genetic question, a fictitious problematic of the origin. Rousseau's formulation of his apparent resignation, at the point of the third difficulty in the discourse, as for myself, frightened by the mounting difficulties, and convinced of the almost demonstrable impossibility that languages could have been born and established by purely human means, I leave to whoever would like to undertake it the discussion of this difficult problem, which was more necessary, an already bound society, for the institution of languages, or already invented languages. For the establishment of society p. 151, is to be juxtaposed with the following formulation from the essay, in which Rousseau, confronted by the necessity of acknowledging an unforeseen and inexplicable eruption at the origin of languages, transition from the inarticulate cry to articulation and convention, cites Father Lamy's theological hypothesis without criticizing it, although without assuming it, simply in order to illustrate the difficulty of natural explanation, in all tongues. The liveliest exclamations are inarticulate. Cries and groans are simple sounds. Mutes, which is to say the deaf, can make only inarticulate sounds. Father Lamy thinks that if God had not taught men to speak, they would never have learned by themselves, p. 14.9. The three difficulties have the same form, the circle in which tradition, or transmission, and language, thought and language, society and language each precede the other, postulate and produce each other reciprocally. But these apparent, and apparently avowed, confusions have a reverse side for which in a way they pay the price. The circle, as a vicious circle, a logical circle, by the same token constitutes the rigorously limited, closed, and original autonomy of a field. If there is no entry into the circle, if it is closed, if one is always already set down within it, if it has always already begun to carry us along in its movement, no matter where it is entered, it is because the circle forms a perfectly underivable figure and does so by means of a continuous causality, something other than itself. It has been posited decisively by an absolute, and absolutely eruptive, initiative, making it simultaneously open and closed. Society, language, convention, history, and so on, together with all the possibilities that go along with them, form a system, an organized totality which, in its originality, can be the object of a theory. Beyond its negative and sterilizing effects, beyond the question which it seems incapable of answering logically, the logical circle positively delimits an epistemological circle, a field whose objects will be specific. The condition for the study of this field as such is that the genetic and factual derivation be interrupted. Ideal genealogy or structural description, such is Rousseau's project. Let us cite the discourse once more. Let us begin by setting aside all the facts, for they do not touch upon the question. The investigations one may enter into on this subject must not be taken as historical truths, but only as hypothetical and conditional reasoning, more apt to enlighten the nature of things than to show their veritable origin, and similar to the investigations made every day by our physicians concerning the formation of the world, pages 132 to 33. 3. This is what accounts for the absolutely unforeseeable intervention, in the essay, of the slight movement of a finger which produces the birth of society and languages. Since the system of the state of nature could not depart from itself, could not itself depart from itself, see the discourse, p. 162, could not spontaneously interrupt itself, some perfectly exterior causality had to come to provoke arbitrarily this departure, which is none other, precisely, than the possibility of the arbitrary. But this arbitrary and exterior causality will also have to act along natural or quasi-natural lines. The causality of the break will have to be both natural and exterior to the state of pure nature, and most notably to the state of nature, the state of the earth that corresponds to the state of nature. Only a terrestrial revolution or, rather, the catastrophe of terrestrial revolution, could furnish the model for this causality. This is the center of the essay. Supposing eternal spring on the earth, supposing plenty of water, livestock, and pasture, and supposing that men, as they leave the hands of nature, were once spread out in the midst of all that, I cannot imagine how they would ever be induced to give up their primitive liberty, abandoning the isolated pastoral life so fitted to their natural indolence, to impose upon themselves unnecessarily the labors and the inevitable misery of a social mode of life. He who willed man to be social, by the touch of a finger shifted the globe's axis into line with the axis of the universe. I see such a slight movement changing the face of the earth and deciding the vocation of mankind. In the distance I hear the joyous cries of a naive multitude, I see the building of castles and cities, I see men leaving their homes, gathering to devour each other, and turning the rest of the world into a hideous desert, fitting monument to social union and the usefulness of the arts. pp. 38 to 3910. This fiction has the advantage of sketching out a model that explicates nature's departure from itself. This departure is simultaneously absolutely natural and absolutely artificial, it must simultaneously respect and violate natural legality. Nature itself inverts itself, which it can only do on the basis of a point absolutely exterior to itself, that is, on the basis of a force simultaneously void and infinite. By the same token, this model respects the heterogeneity of the two orders or the two moments, nature and society, non-language and language, etc., and coordinates the continuous with the discontinuous according to what we have analyzed elsewhere under the rubric of supplementarity. Point 11 For the absolute eruption, the unforeseen revolution which made possible language, institutions, articulation, the arbitrary, and so on, however, has done nothing but develop the virtualities already present in the state of pure nature. As is said in the discourse, perfectibility, the social virtues, and the other faculties that natural man had received in abundance, could never have been developed by themselves. They needed for this the fortuitous concourse of several foreign causes which could never be born, and without which he would have remained eternally in his primitive condition, p. 162. The notion of virtuality, therefore, assures a cohering and joining function between the two discontinuous orders, as between the two temporalities imperceptible progression and definitive break which scan the passage from nature to society. Point 12 But despite the concepts of pure nature and of virtuality, and even if the original movement of the finger can still supplement the theological hypothesis, even if divine providence is called upon elsewhere, it remains that Rousseau, at a certain surface of his discourse, can by all rights allege to do without any supernatural explanation and, putting all history and all factual chronology between parentheses, can propose a structural order of the origin and function of language. In doing so, even while respecting the original order of language and society, he correlates this order, and systematically maintains this correlation, with the order of nature, primarily with the geological or geographical order of this nature. Thereby the typology of languages in the essay will conform to a general topology, and local difference will be taken into account in the origin of languages, see Chapter 8. Corresponding to the opposition south/north is the opposition of languages of passion to languages of need, which are distinguished by the predominance granted to accentuation in the one and articulation in the other, to the vowel in one and to the consonant in the other, to metaphor in one and to exactness and correctness in the other. The latter the languages of the north lend themselves more easily to writing, the former naturally reject it. Thus we have a series of correlations. At the pole of the origin, at the point of greatest proximity to the birth of language, there is the chain origin life south summer heat passion accentuation vowel metaphor song, and so on. At the other pole, to the extent that one departs from the origin, decadence illness death north winter cold reason articulation consonant correctness prose writing. But by a strange motion, the more one departs from the origin, the more one tends to come back to what precedes it, to a nature which has not yet awakened to speech and to everything that is born along with speech. And between the two polar series are regulated relations of supplementarity, the second series is added to the first in order to be substituted for it, but in supplementing a lack in the first series, also to add something new, an addition, an accident, an excess that should not have overtaken the first series. In doing this, the second series will hollow out a new lack or will enlarge the original lack, which will call for a new supplement, and so forth. The same logic is at work in the historic and systematic classification of writings, corresponding to the three states of man in society: savage, barbaric, or policed peoples, are three types of writings: pictographic, ideographic, phonetic. Point 13. But although writing has a regular relation to the state of language, another way of comparing languages and determining their relative antiquity is to consider their script. Its system forms an independent totality in its internal organization and in its principle. The art of writing does not at all depend upon that of speaking. It derives from needs of a different kind which develop earlier or later according to circumstances entirely independent of the duration of the people, pages 16, 19. Reduced to their most impoverished, most general, most principal framework, such would be the motifs of an opening of the linguistic field. Did Rousseau himself and himself alone execute this opening, or is he already taken up and included in it? The question has not yet been elaborated fully enough, the terms are still too naive, the alternative is still too restricted for me to be tempted to offer an answer. No problematic, no methodology today seems to me to be capable of pitting itself effectively against the difficulties effectively announced in these questions. Thus, without great risk and still in the form of a touchstone, I would say that despite the massive borrowings, despite the complicated geography of sources, despite the passive situation in a milieu, what can be discerned empirically under the rubric of the work of Jean-Jacques Rousseau yields a reading of a relatively original and relatively systematic effort to delimit the field of a linguistic science. Today the poverty of these propositions will be more easily accepted, perhaps, if one thinks of the imprudent, that is, foolish, statements from which they protect us, at least provisionally. Of course, it is not a matter of comparing the content of the linguistic knowledge discovered in a given field with the content of modern linguistic knowledge. But the disproportion that would make such a comparison derisory is a disproportion of content. It is massively reduced when theoretical intentions, lineaments, and fundamental concepts are in question. To the closure of concepts. It is tempting now to invert the procedure of verification and to bring to light, on the basis of certain exemplary projects in modern linguistics, the thread which leads back to Rousseau. Here I can only single out Saussurian linguistics and semiology, taking my justification both from the fact that this is the base of all the modern theories and from the self-evidence or number of the analogies it holds in store. 1. Rousseau and Saussure grant an ethical and metaphysical privilege to the voice. Both posit the inferiority and exteriority of writing in relation to the internal system of language, Saussure, and this gesture, whose consequences extend over the entirety of their discourses, is expressed in formulations whose literal resemblance is occasionally surprising. Thus, Saussure, language and writing are two distinct systems of signs, the second exists for the sole purpose of representing the first. Rousseau, languages are made to be spoken, writing serves only as a supplement of speech. Writing is only the representation of speech. Saussure, whoever says that a certain letter must be pronounced a certain way is mistaking the written image of a sound for the sound itself. To attribute this oddity bizarrerie to an exceptional pronunciation is also misleading. Rousseau, writing is only the representation of speech, it is odd bizarre that more care is taken to determine the image than the object. 14. And one could continue to proliferate citations in order to show that both fear the effects of writing on speech and thus condemn these effects from a moral point of view. All of Rousseau's invectives against a writing which alters and enervates language, obstructing liberty and life, especially in the essay, chaps 5 and 20, find their echo in Saussure's warnings. The linguistic object is not both the written and the spoken forms of words, the spoken forms alone constitute the object. Writing obscures language, it is not a guise for language but a disguise, pages 23 to 24, 30. The bond between writing and language is fictitious, superficial, and yet writing acquires primary importance, and thus the natural sequence is reversed, p. 25. Writing is therefore a trap, and its actions are vicious and tyrannical, today we would say despotic, its misdeeds are monstrosities, teratological cases that linguistics should put into a special compartment for observation, p. 32. Finally, both Rousseau and Saussure consider non-phonetic writing, for example, a universal characteristic of the Leibnizian type as evil itself. 15. 2. Both Rousseau and Saussure make linguistics a part of general semiology, the latter itself being only a branch of the social psychology which grows out of general psychology and general anthropology. Saussure, a science that studies the life of signs within society is conceivable, it should be a part of social psychology and consequently of general psychology, I shall call it semiology, from the Greek semeion, sign. Semiology should show what constitutes signs, what laws govern them. Since the science does not yet exist, no one can say what it would be, but it has a right to existence, a place staked out in advance. Linguistics is only a part of the general science of semiology, the laws discovered by semiology will be applicable to linguistics, and the latter will circumscribe a well-defined area within the mass of anthropological facts. To determine the exact place of semiology is the task of the psychologist, p. 16. From the very first chapter of the essay on the origin of languages, on the various means of communicating our thoughts, Rousseau also proposes a general theory of signs ordered according to the regions of sensibility that furnish the various signifying substances. This general semiology is part of a general sociology and anthropology. Speech is the first social institution and thus can be studied only by studying the origin and general structure of society, from within a general theory of the forms and substances of signification. This theory is inseparable from a psychology of the passions. For the first invention of speech is due not to need but passion, p. 11. As soon as one man was recognized by another as a sentient, thinking being similar to himself, the desire or need to communicate his feelings and thoughts made him seek the means to do so. Such means can be derived only from the senses, the only instruments through which one man can act upon another. Hence the institution of sensate signs for the expression of thought. The inventors of language did not proceed rationally in this way, rather their instinct suggested the consequence to them. Generally, the means by which we can act on the senses of others are restricted to two, that is, movement and voice. The action of movement is immediate through touching, or mediate through gesture. The first can function only within arm's length, while the other extends as far as the visual ray. Thus vision and hearing are the only passive organs of language among distinct individuals. pp. 5-6. There follows a confrontation of the language of gesture and the language of voice. Although both are natural, they are unequally dependent upon convention. From this point of view, Rousseau certainly can vaunt the merits of mute signs, which are more natural and more immediately eloquent. But in linking society to passion and convention, he grants a privilege to speech within the general system of signs and consequently to linguistics within semiology. This is the third point of a possible comparison of principles or program. 3. The privilege of speech is linked, in particular, in Saussure as in Rousseau, to the institutionalized, conventional, arbitrary character of the sign. The verbal sign is more arbitrary, Rousseau and Saussure think, than other signs. Saussure, signs that are wholly arbitrary realize better than the others the ideal of the semiological process. That is why language, the most complex and universal of all systems of expression, is also the most characteristic. In this sense, linguistics can become the master pattern for all branches of semiology, although language is only one particular semiological system. p. 67. Rousseau, although the language of gesture and spoken language are equally natural, still the first is easier and depends less upon conventions. Essay, p. 6. And on the other hand, for Rousseau, only linguistics is an anthropological, social, and psychological science because conventional language is characteristic of man alone and because the origin of speech is in passion and not need. It seems then that need dictated the first gestures, while the passion stimulated the first words, pages 10, 11. This explains the fact that language is originally metaphorical, see chapter 3. The originality of the linguistic field has to do with the break from natural need, a break which simultaneously initiates passion, convention, and speech. For the same reason, and as Saussure will do later, Rousseau rejects any pertinence of the physiological point of view in the explication of language. The physiology of the phonic organs is not an intrinsic part of the discipline of linguistics. With the same organs, with no assignable physiological or anatomic difference, men speak and animals do not. Saussure, the question of the vocal apparatus obviously takes a secondary place in the problem of speech, p. 10. Rousseau, conventional language is characteristic of man alone. That is why man makes progress, whether for good or ill, and animals do not. That single distinction would seem to be far-reaching. It is said to be explicable by organic differences. I would be curious to witness this explanation, p. 10. There are other analogous texts, due to the topicality and sharpness of the debate over this question at the time when Rousseau was editing the Dictionnaire de Musique, most notably, CSV. Voice, and Dodart's Critique, cited by Duclos, SV. Declamation of the Ancients. 5. If animals do not speak, it is because they do not articulate. The possibility of human language, its emergence from animal calls, what makes possible the functioning of conventional language, is therefore articulation. The word and the concept of articulation play a central role in the essay, despite the dream of a natural language, a language of unarticulated song, modeled after the pneuma. In the course in general linguistics, immediately after noting that the question of the vocal apparatus obviously takes a secondary place in the problem of speech, Saussure continues. One definition of articulated speech might confirm that conclusion. In Latin, articulus means a member, part, or subdivision of a sequence. Applied to speech, articulation designates either the subdivision of a spoken chain into syllables or the subdivision of the chain of meanings into significant units. Gegliedert Sprach is used in the second sense in German. Using the second definition, we can say that what is natural to mankind is not oral speech but the faculty of constructing a language, i.e. a system of distinct signs corresponding to distinct ideas. p. 10. One could push the inventory of analogies a long way, far beyond the programmatic and principal generalities. Since their interweaving is systematic, one may say a priori that no locus of the two discourses absolutely escapes it. For example, it suffices to accredit absolutely, here and there, the opposition's nature/convention, nature/arbitrary, animal/human, or the concepts of sign, signifier/signified, or of representation, representer/represented, for the totality of the discourse to be affected systematically. The effects of such an opposition, which we know goes back further than Plato, can occasion an infinite analysis from which no element of the text escapes. By all rights, this analysis is assumed by any question, however legitimate and necessary, concerning the specificity of the effects of the same opposition in different texts. But the classical criteria of these differences, language, period, author, title and unity of the work, etc., are even more derivative, and today have become profoundly problematical. Within the system of the same fundamental conceptuality, fundamental, for example, at the point at which the opposition of physis to its others nomos, techne, which opened the entire series of oppositions nature/law, nature/convention, nature/art, nature/society, nature/freedom, nature/history, nature/mind, nature/culture, and so on, has governed, throughout the history of its modifications, the entire thinking and language of the philosophy of science up to the 20th century, the play of structural implications, and the mobility and complication of sedimentary layers are complex enough, and unlinear enough, for the same constraint to occasion surprising transformations, partial exchanges, subtle discrepancies, turnings backward, and so forth. Thus, for example, one may legitimately criticize certain elements of the Saussurean project only to rediscover pre-Saussurean motifs, or even criticize Saussure on the basis of Saussure or even on the basis of Rousseau. This does not prevent everything from holding together in a certain way within Saussure's discourse and in the kinship that links him to Rousseau. Put simply, this unity of the totality must be differentiated otherwise than is usually done, if this play is to be accounted for. It is only on this condition, for example, that one is able to explain the presence in Rousseau's text of motifs that are indispensable to the linguists who, despite their debt to Saussure in this regard, are no less critical of his phonologism and psychologism, example Louis Hjelmsleff, or of his taxonomism, Chomsky. 16 It is by attending to the subtlety of these displacements that one may detect the conceptual premises of glossomatics and of the theory of generative grammar in the second discourse and in the essay on the origin of languages. One very quickly can see at work, beneath other names, the combined oppositions of the notions of substance and form, of content and expressions, and each of the two former applied alternately, as in glossomatics, to each of the two latter. And how can we not give credit to Rousseau for everything accredited to Cartesian linguistics? Did not he who began with the Port Royal logic associate, from the very beginning, the theme of the creativity of language with the theme of a structural genesis of general grammatically? 17. Once more, I am not concerned with comparing the content of doctrines, the wealth of positive knowledge. I am concerned, rather, with discerning the repetition or permanence, at a profound level of discourse, of certain fundamental schemes and of certain directive concepts. And then, on this basis, of formulating questions. Questions, doubtless, about the possibility of given anticipations, that some might ingenuously judge astonishing. But questions too about a certain closure of concepts, about the metaphysics in linguistics, or, if you will, about the linguistics in metaphysics. 3 Racism's Last Word. Translated by Peggy Kamoff. Translator's note: Racism's Last Word is a translation of Le Dernier Mot du Racisme, which was written for the catalogue of the exhibition Art Contre/Against Apartheid. The exhibition was assembled by the Association of Artists of the World Against Apartheid, headed by Antonio Sara and Ernest Pignon Ernest, in cooperation with the United Nations Special Committee Against Apartheid. 85 of the world's most celebrated artists contributed paintings and sculpture to the exhibition, which opened in Paris in November 1983. In addition, a number of writers and scholars were invited to contribute texts for the catalogue. Le dernier mot du racisme serves in particular to introduce the project of the itinerant exhibition, which the organizers described briefly in their preface to the catalogue. The collection offered here will form the basis of a future museum against apartheid. But first, these works will be presented in a traveling exhibition to be received by museums and other cultural facilities throughout the world. The day will come and our efforts are joined to those of the international community aiming to hasten that day's arrival when the museum thus constituted will be presented as a gift to the first free and democratic government of South Africa to be elected by universal suffrage. Until then, the Association of Artists of the World Against Apartheid will assume, through the appropriate legal, institutional and financial structures, the trusteeship of the works. A somewhat modified version of Racism's Last Word was originally published in the bilingual catalogue of the exhibition. Apartheid may that remain the name from now on, the unique appellation for the ultimate racism in the world, the last of many. May it thus remain, but may a day come when it will only be for the memory of man. A memory in advance, that, perhaps, is the time given for this exhibition. At once urgent and untimely, it exposes itself and takes a chance with time, it wagers and affirms beyond the wager. Without counting on any present moment, it offers only a foresight in painting, very close to silence, and the rear-view vision of a future for which apartheid will be the name of something finally abolished. Confined and abandoned then to the silence of memory, the name will resonate all by itself, reduced to the state of a term in disuse. The thing it names today will no longer be. But hasn't apartheid always been the archival record of the unamiable? The exhibition, therefore, is not a presentation. Nothing is delivered here in the present, nothing that would be presentable only, in tomorrow's rear-view mirror, the late, ultimate racism, the last of many. 1. The last, or le dernier as one sometimes says in French in order to signify the worst. What one is doing in that case is situating the extreme of baseness, just as, in English, one might say the lowest of the. It is to the lowest degree, the last of a series, but also that which comes along at the end of a history, or in the last analysis, to carry out the law of some process and reveal the thing's truth, here finishing off the essence of evil, the worst, the essence at its very worst as if there were something like a racism par excellence, the most racist of racisms. The last as one says also of the most recent, the last to date of all the world's racisms, the oldest and the youngest. For one must not forget that, although racial segregation didn't wait for the name apartheid to come along, that name became order's watchword and won its title in the political code of South Africa only at the end of the Second World War. At a time when all racisms on the face of the earth were condemned, it was in the world's face that the National Party dared to campaign for the separate development of each race in the geographic zone assigned to it. Since then, no tongue has ever translated this name as if all the languages of the world were defending themselves, shutting their mouths against a sinister incorporation of the thing by means of the word, as if all tongues were refusing to give an equivalent, refusing to let themselves be contaminated through the contagious hospitality of the word for word. Here, then, is an immediate response to the obsessiveness of this racism, to the compulsive terror which, above all, forbids contact. The white must not let itself be touched by black, be it even at the remove of language or symbol. Blacks do not have the right to touch the flag of the Republic. In 1964, South Africa's Ministry of Public Works sought to assure the cleanliness of national emblems by means of a regulation stipulating that it is forbidden for non-Europeans to handle them. Apartheid, by itself the word occupies the terrain like a concentration camp. System of partition, barbed wire, crowds of mapped-out solitudes. Within the limits of this untranslatable idiom, a violent arrest of the mark, the glaring harshness of abstract essence, Hyde, seems to speculate in another regime of abstraction, that of confined separation. The word concentrates separation, raises it to another power and sets separation itself apart, a partitionality, something like that. By isolating being apart in some sort of essence or hypostasis, the word corrupts it into a quasi-ontological segregation. At every point, like all racisms, it tends to pass segregation off as natural and as the very law of the origin. Such is the monstrosity of this political idiom. Surely, an idiom should never incline toward racism. It often does, however, and this is not altogether fortuitous. There's no racism without a language. The point is not that acts of racial violence are only words, but rather that they have to have a word. Even though it offers the excuse of blood, color, birth, or, rather, because it uses this naturalist and sometimes creationist discourse, racism always betrays the perversion of a man, the talking animal. It institutes, declares, writes, inscribes, prescribes. A system of marks, it outlines space in order to assign forced residence or to close off borders. It does not discern, it discriminates. The last, finally, since this last born of many racisms is also the only one surviving in the world, at least the only one still parading itself in a political constitution. It remains the only one on the scene that dares to say its name and to present itself for what it is, a legal defiance taken on by homo politicus, a juridical racism and a state racism. Such is the ultimate imposture of a so-called state of law which doesn't hesitate to base itself on a would-be original hierarchy of natural right or divine right. The two are never mutually exclusive. This name apart will have, therefore, a unique, sinister renown. Apartheid is famous, in sum, for manifesting the lowest extreme of racism, its end, and the narrow-minded self-sufficiency of its intention, its eschatology, the death rattle of what is already an interminable agony, something like the setting in the West of racism, but also, and this will have to be specified below, racism as a Western thing. 2. In order to respond to the singularity, or, better yet, to fling back an answer, the singularity right here of another event takes its measure. Artists from all over the world are preparing to launch a new satellite, a vehicle whose dimensions can hardly be determined except as a satellite of humanity. Actually, it measures itself against apartheid only so as to remain in no measure comparable with that system, its power, its fantastic riches, its excessive armament, the worldwide network of its openly declared or shamefaced accomplices. This unarmed exhibition will have a force that is altogether other, just as its trajectory will be without example. Its movement does not yet belong to any given time or space that might be measured today. Its flight rushes headlong, it commemorates in anticipation not its own event but the one that it calls forth. Its flight, in sum, is as much that of a planet as of a satellite. A planet, as the name indicates, is first of all a body sent wandering on a migration which, in this case, has no certain end. In all the world's cities whose momentary guest it will be, the exhibition will not, so to speak, take place, not yet, not its place. It will remain in exile in the site of its proper residence, its place of destination to come and to create. For such is here the creation and the work of which it is fitting to speak, South Africa beyond apartheid, South Africa in memory of apartheid. While this might be the cape to be rounded, everything will have begun with exile. Born in exile, the exhibition already bears witness against the forced assignment to natural territory, the geography of birth. And if it never reaches its destination, having been condemned to an endless flight or immobilized far from an unshakable South Africa, it will not only keep the archival record of a failure or a despair but continue to say something that can be heard today, in the present. This new satellite of humanity, then, will move from place to place, it too, like a mobile and stable habitat, mobile and stable, a place of observation, information, and witness. A satellite is a guard, it keeps watch and gives warning, do not forget apartheid, save humanity from this evil, an evil that cannot be summed up in the principial and abstract iniquity of a system. It is also daily suffering, oppression, poverty, violence, torture inflicted by an arrogant white minority, 16% of the population, controlling 60 to 65% of the national revenue, on the mass of the black population. The information that Amnesty International compiled on political imprisonment in South Africa and on the whole of the judicial and penal reality is appalling. 1. Yet, what can be done so that this witness satellite, in the truth it exposes, is not taken over and controlled, thus becoming another technical device, the antenna of some new politico-military strategy, a useful machinery for the exploitation of new resources, or the calculation in view of more comprehensive interests? In order better to ask this question, which awaits an answer only from the future that remains inconceivable, let us return to immediate appearances. Here is an exhibition, as one continues to say in the old language of the West, works of art, signed creations, in the present case pictures or paintings, sculptures. In this collective and international exhibition, and there's nothing new about that either, pictorial, sculptural idioms will be crossing, but they will be attempting to speak the other's language without renouncing their own. And in order to effect this translation, their common reference henceforth makes an appeal to a language that cannot be found, a language at once very old, older than Europe, but for that very reason to be invented once more. 3. Why mention the European age in this fashion? Why this reminder of such a trivial fact that all these words are part of the old language of the West? Because it seems to me that the aforementioned exhibition exposes and commemorates, indicts and contradicts the whole of a Western history. That a certain white community of European descent imposes apartheid on 4/5 of South Africa's population and maintains, up until 1980, the official lie of a white migration that preceded black migration is not the only reason that apartheid was a European creation. Nor for any other such reason, the name of apartheid has managed to become a sinister swelling on the body of the world only in that place where Homo politicus Europaeus first put his signature on its tattoo. The primary reason, however, is that here it is a question of state racism. While all racisms have their basis in culture and in institutions, not all of them give rise to state-controlled structures. The judicial simulacrum and the political theater of the state racism have no meaning and would have had no chance outside a European discourse on the concept of race. That discourse belongs to a whole system of phantasms, to a certain representation of nature, life, history, religion, and law, to the very culture which succeeded in giving rise to the state takeover. No doubt there is also here, and it bears repeating, a contradiction internal to the West and to the assertion of its rights. No doubt apartheid was instituted and maintained against the British Commonwealth, following a long adventure that began with England's abolition of slavery in 1834, at which time the impoverished Boers undertook the long trek toward the Orange Free State and the Transvaal. But this contradiction only confirms the Occidental essence of the historical process in its incoherences, its compromises, and its stabilization. Since the Second World War, at least if one accepts the givens of a certain kind of calculation, the stability of the Pretoria regime has been prerequisite to the political, economic, and strategic equilibrium of Europe. The survival of Western Europe depends on it. Whether one is talking about gold or what are called strategic ores, it is known to be the case that at least 3/4 of the world's share of them is divided between the USSR and South Africa. Direct or even indirect Soviet control of South Africa would provoke, or so think certain Western heads of state, a catastrophe beyond all comparison with the malediction, or the bad image, of apartheid. And then there's the necessity of controlling the route around the Cape, and then there's also the need for resources or jobs that can be provided by the exportation of arms and technological infrastructures. Nuclear power plants, for example, even though Pretoria rejects international control and has not signed any nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Apartheid constitutes, therefore, the first delivery of arms, the first product of European exportation. Some might say that this is a diversion and a perversion, and no doubt it is. Yet somehow the thing had to be possible and, what is more, durable. Symbolic condemnations, even when they have been official, have never disrupted diplomatic, economic, or cultural exchanges, the deliveries of arms, and geopolitical solidarity. Since 1973, Apartheid has been declared a crime against humanity by the General Assembly of the United Nations. Nevertheless, many member countries, including some of the most powerful, are not doing all that's required, that's the least one can say, to put the Pretoria regime in a difficult situation or to force it to abolish apartheid. This contradiction is sharpest no doubt in today's France, which has provided more support for this exhibition than anywhere else. Supplementary contradictions for the whole of Europe, certain Eastern European countries, Czechoslovakia and the USSR, for example, maintain their economic trade with South Africa, in phosphoric acids, arms, machinery, gold. As for the pressures applied to Pretoria to achieve the relaxation of certain forms of apartheid, in particular those that are called petty and that forbid, for instance, access to public buildings, one must admit that these pressures are not always inspired by respect for human rights. The fact is, apartheid also increases non-productive expenditures. For example, each homeland must have its own policing and administrative machinery. Segregation hurts the market economy, limits free enterprise by limiting domestic consumption and the mobility and training of labor. In a time of unprecedented economic crisis, South Africa has to reckon, both internally and externally, with the forces of a liberal current according to which apartheid is notoriously inefficient from the point of view of economic rationality. This too will have to remain in memory. If one day apartheid is abolished, its demise will not be credited only to the account of moral standards, because moral standards should not count or keep accounts, to be sure, but also because, on the scale, which is that of a worldwide computer, the law of the marketplace will have imposed another standard of calculation. 4. The theologico-political discourse of apartheid has difficulty keeping up sometimes, but it illustrates the same economy, the same intra-European contradiction. It is not enough to invent the prohibition and to enrich every day the most repressive legal apparatus in the world. In a breathless frenzy of obsessive juridical activity, 200 laws and amendments were enacted in 20 years, Prohibition of Mixed Marriage Act, 1949, Immorality Amendment Act against Interracial Sexual Relations, Group Areas Act, Population Registration Act, 1950, Reservation of Separate Amenities, Segregation in Movie Houses, Post Offices, Swimming Pools, on Beaches, and so forth, Motor Carrier Transportation Amendment Act, Extension of University Education Act, Separate Universities, 1955, segregation in athletic competition has already been widely publicized. This law is also founded in a theology and these acts in Scripture. Since political power originates in God, it remains indivisible. To accord individual rights to immature social communities and to those who openly rebel against God, that is, the communists, would be a revolt against God. This Calvinist reading of Scripture condemns democracy, that universalism which seeks the root of humanity in a set of worldwide sovereign relations that includes humanity in a whole. It points out that Scripture and history each demonstrate that God requires Christian states. 3. The Charter of the Institute for National Christian Education, 1948, sets out the only regulations possible for a South African government. It prescribes an education in the light of God's Word, on the basis of the applicable principles of Scripture. For each people and each nation is attached to its own native soil which has been allotted to it by the Creator. God wanted nations and peoples to be separate, and He gave separately to each nation and to each people its particular vocation, its task and its gifts. Christian doctrine and philosophy should be practiced. But we desire even more than this. The secular sciences should be taught from the Christian national perspective on life. Consequently, it is important that teaching personnel be made up of scholars with Christian national convictions. Unless the professor is Christian, he poses a danger to everyone. This guardianship imposes on the Afrikaner the duty of assuring that the colored peoples are educated in accordance with Christian national principles. We believe that the well-being and happiness of the colored man resides in his recognition of the fact that he belongs to a separate racial group. It happens that this political theology inspires its militants with an original form of anti-Semitism, thus the National Party excluded Jews up until 1951. This is because the Hebrewistic mythology of the Boer people, coming out of its nomadic origins and the long trek, excludes any other chosen people. None of which prevents, see above, all sorts of worthwhile exchanges with Israel. But let us never simplify matters. Among all the domestic contradictions thus exported, maintained, and capitalized upon by Europe, there remains one which is not just any one among others. Apartheid is upheld, to be sure, but also condemned in the name of Christ. There are many signs of this obvious fact. The white resistance movement in South Africa deserves our praise. The Christian Institute, founded after the slaughter in Sharpeville in 1961, considers apartheid incompatible with the evangelical message, and it publicly supports the banned black political movements. But it should be added that it is the same Christian Institute which was, in turn, banned in 1977, not the Institute for National, Christian Education. All of this, of course, is going on under a regime whose formal structures are those of a Western democracy, in the British style, with universal suffrage, except for the 72% of blacks foreign to the Republic and citizens of Bantustans that are being pushed democratically into the trap of formal independence, a relative freedom of the press, the guarantee of individual rights and of the judicial system. 5. What is South Africa? We have perhaps isolated whatever it is that has been concentrated in that enigma, but the outline of such analyses has neither dissolved nor dissipated it in the least. Precisely because of this concentration of world history, what resists analysis also calls for another mode of thinking. If we could forget about the suffering, the humiliation, the torture, and the deaths, we might be tempted to look at this region of the world as a giant tableau or painting, the screen for some geopolitical computer. Europe, in the enigmatic process of its globalization and of its paradoxical disappearance, seems to project onto this screen, point by point, the silhouette of its internal war, the bottom line of its profits and losses, the double-bind logic of its national and multinational interests. Their dialectical evaluation provides only a provisional stasis in a precarious equilibrium, one whose price today is apartheid. All states and all societies are still willing to pay this price, first of all by making someone else pay. At stake, advises the computer, are world peace, the general economy, the marketplace for European labor, and so on. Without minimizing the alleged reasons of state, we must nevertheless say very loudly and in a single breath, if that's the way it is, then the declarations of the Western states denouncing apartheid from the height of international platforms and elsewhere are dialectics of denegation. With great fanfare, they are trying to make the world forget the 1973 verdict crime against humanity. If this verdict continues to have no effect, it is because the customary discourse on man, humanism, and human rights, has encountered its effective and as yet unthought limit, the limit of the whole system in which it acquires meaning. Amnesty International, as long as apartheid lasts, there can be no structure conforming to the generally recognized norms of human rights and able to guarantee their application for. Beyond the global computer, the dialectic of strategic or economic calculations, beyond state-controlled, national, or international tribunals, beyond the juridico-political or theologico-political discourse, which any more serves only to maintain good conscience or denegation, it will have to be, it is necessary to appeal unconditionally to the future of another law and another force lying beyond the totality of this present. This, it seems to me, is what this exhibition affirms or summons forth, what it signs with a single stroke. Here also is what it must give one to read and to think, and thus to do, and to give yet again, beyond the present of the institutions supporting it or of the foundation that, in turn, it will itself become. Will it succeed? Will it make of this very thing a work? Nothing can be guaranteed here, by definition. But if one day the exhibition wins, yes, wins its place in South Africa, it will keep the memory of what will never have been, at the moment of these projected, painted, assembled works, the presentation of some present. Even the future perfect can no longer translate the tense, the time of what is being written in this way, and what is doubtless no longer part of the everyday current, of the cursory sense of history. Isn't this true of any work? Of that truth which is so difficult to put into words? Perhaps. The exemplary history of Guernica, name of the town, name of a hell, name of the work, is not without analogy to the history of this exhibition. To be sure, it may even have inspired the idea for the exhibition. Guernica denounces civilized barbarism, and from out of the painting's exile, in its dead silence, one hears the cry of moaning or accusation. Brought forward by the painting, the cry joins with the children's screams and the bomber's din, until the last day of dictatorship, when the work is repatriated to a place in which it has never dwelled. To be sure, still it was the work, if one may say so, of a single individual, and also Picasso was addressing not only but also and first of all his own country. As for the lawful rule recently re-established in Spain, it, like that of so many countries, continues to participate in the system which presently assures, as we have been saying, the survival of apartheid. Things are not the same with this exhibition. Here the single work is multiple, it crosses all national, cultural, and political frontiers. It neither commemorates nor represents an event. Rather, it casts a continuous gaze, paintings are always gazing, at what I propose to name a continent. One may do whatever one wishes with all the senses of that word. Beyond a continent whose limits they point to, the limits surrounding it or crossing through it, the paintings gaze and call out in silence. And their silence is just. A discourse would once again compel us to reckon with the present state of force and law. It would draw up contracts, dialecticize itself, let itself be reappropriated again. This silence calls out unconditionally, it keeps watch on that which is not, on that which is not yet, and on the chance of still remembering some faithful day. For but, beyond. Open letter to Anne McClintock and Rob Nixon. Translated by Peggy Kamoff. Dear Anne McClintock and Rob Nixon. We have never met, but, after reading your response, I have a sense of something familiar, as if our paths had often crossed at colloquia or in some other academic place. So I hope you will not mind my addressing you directly, in order to tell you without delay how grateful I am to you, and to avoid speaking of you in the third person. Whenever I take part in a debate or, which is not often, in a polemic, I make it a point to quote extensively from the text I am discussing, even though this is not standard practice. Since I am going to be doing that here, by addressing you directly I will save the space, and I'm thinking also of critical inquiry's hospitality, otherwise needed for lengthy formulas such as, Anne McClintock and Rob Nixon go so far as to write. The authors of No Names Apart claim that my interlocutors have not understood that. And so forth. Yes, that's right, I am grateful. You have brought useful details to the attention of ill-informed readers. Many who want to fight apartheid in South Africa still know little of the history of the state racism. No doubt you will agree with me on this point, the better informed, the more lucid, and, I dare say, the more competent the fight, the better it will be able to adjust its strategies. I am also grateful to the editors of Critical Inquiry. By publishing your article and inviting me to respond to it, they have chosen to continue the debate that I began here in a modest way. Despite the duly celebrated liberalism and pluralism which open the pages of this excellent journal to the most diverse and opposed intellectual currents, it has in the main been devoted until now to theoretical research such as goes on for the most part in especially academic environments. Now, here is a case where this journal has organized and given free rein to a discussion on a violently political issue, one which has the appearance at least of being barely academic. I am very pleased with this development and even congratulate myself for having been the occasion for it. But I must add, to the credit of certain American colleagues and students, that apartheid is becoming a serious issue on several campuses. See postscript below, and I regret that the same is not the case elsewhere, in other countries. Given this, academic journals have the obligation to speak about it, it is even in their best interest. Initially, my short text was not intended for critical inquiry, and in a moment I will come back to this criterion of context which your reading entirely neglects. Nevertheless, I agreed to its republication in critical inquiry with this in mind, to engage a reflection or provoke a discussion about apartheid in a very visible and justly renowned place where, in general, people talk about other things. Reading you, I very quickly realized that you had no serious objections to make to me, as I will try to demonstrate in a moment. So I began to have the following suspicion: what if you had only pretended to find something to reproach me with in order to prolong the experience over several issues of this distinguished journal? That way, the three of us could fill the space of another 20 or so pages. My suspicion arose since you obviously agree with me on this one point, at least, apartheid, the more it's talked about, the better. But who will do the talking? And how? These are the questions. Because talking about it is not enough. On such a grave subject, one must be serious and not say just anything. Well, you, alas, are not always as serious as the tone of your paper might lead one to think. In your impatient desire to dispense a history lesson, you sometimes say just anything. The effect you want to produce is quite determined, but in order to arrive at it, you are willing to put forward any kind of counter-truth, especially when, in your haste to object, you project into my text whatever will make your job easier. This is a very familiar scenario, as I will try to demonstrate as briefly as possible. 1. As you ought to have realized, I knew well before you did that an 8-page text accompanying an art exhibit couldn't be a historical or anthropological treatise. By reason of its context and its dimensions, which I was not free to choose, by reason also of its style, it could only be an appeal to others and to other kinds of action. You're quite right when you say such calls to action will remain of limited strategic worth, p. 154. I had no illusions in this regard and I didn't need to be reminded of it by anyone. What I, on the other hand, must recall to your attention, and I will remind you of it more than once, is that the text of an appeal obeys certain rules. It has its grammar, its rhetoric, its pragmatics. I'll come back to this point in a moment, to wit, as you did not take these rules into account, you quite simply did not read my text, in the most elementary and quasi-grammatical sense of what is called reading. As for the original context of racism's last word, the catalogue of an exhibit, I regret that you didn't read the careful note placed in introduction to Peggy Camouf's excellent translation. It's true, of course, that if you had taken it into account, you would not have written anything, this debate would not have taken place, and that would have been too bad. On limited strategic worth, we're in total agreement, alas. Yet you know, these things are always more complicated, more difficult to evaluate, more overdetermined than people think. My very modest contribution is part of a complex ensemble which I have neither the time nor the space to reconstitute. And even if I could, its limits are by definition not fixed and are in the process of shifting at the very moment I am writing to you. These overdeterminations should be of interest to historians, politologists, or activists who are eager to go beyond abstraction and partial perspectives, who, like you, are concerned not to dissociate words and history. If I had done nothing more than provoke the present debate in a place of high academic visibility, induce the article which I am now about to discuss, and get the attention of a certain number of influential and competent readers, the interest of such calls to action will remain of limited strategic worth, no doubt about that, but it would be far from nil. As for its limits, they are no more restricted than those of a response, yours, which not only supposes the appeal to which it responds in its own fashion but also, without appealing to any action, is content to chronicle the word apartheid, while advising that, rather than making history, we all ought to become more like historians. I quote from your conclusion: instead, you say, one would have to regard with an historical eye the uneven traffic between political interests and an array of cultural discourses, p. 154. By the way, that's also what I did, as I will remind you in a moment, but without stopping there. In this domain, as in all domains, no one strategy is sufficient. There is, by definition, no ideal and absolute strategy. We have to multiply the approaches and conjugate efforts. My appeal had to be launched according to a certain mode and in a determined context. You take no account of them. Isn't this a serious mistake on the part of those who constantly invoke the relations between words and history? If you had paid attention to the context and the mode of my text, you would not have fallen into the enormous blunder that led you to take a prescriptive utterance for a descriptive, theoretical and constative one. You write, for example, and I warned you that I was going to cite you often because he views apartheid as a unique appellation. Derrida has little to say about the politically persuasive function that successive racist lexicons have served in South Africa, p. 141. But I never considered, or viewed, apartheid as a unique appellation. I wrote something altogether different, and it is even the first sentence of my text: apartheid que le reste le nom désormais, le unique appellation au monde pour le dernier de racismes. Tu ille de mermais que vient un jour. Which Peggy Kamoff translates in the most rigorous fashion: apartheid may that remain. May it thus remain, but may a day come. p. 291. This translation is faithful because it respects something you either could not or would not do, the grammatical, rhetorical, and pragmatic specificity of the utterance. The latter is not an historian's assertion concerning the lexicon of the South African racists or the past vicissitudes of the word apartheid. It is an appeal, a call to condemn, to stigmatize, to combat, to keep in memory. It is not a reasoned dictionary of the use of the word apartheid or its pseudonyms in the discourse of the South African leaders. One may think such an appeal is just too pathetic, one may judge its strategic force limited, but does one have the right to treat it as one would an historian's observation? To do so would be proof either that one didn't know how to read, by which I mean how to distinguish a subjunctive, with the value of an imperative, from an indicative, or else that one was ready to shortchange the ethics, to say nothing of the politics, of reading or discussion. What is more, although it is not limited by the form of descriptive observation, my appeal in no way contradicts the historian's truth. Whatever may have been the vicissitudes of the word apartheid and especially of the desperate efforts of the Pretoria regime's propagandists and officials to rid themselves of it, to rid themselves of the word, and not the thing, of their word and not their thing, no one can deny that apartheid designates today in the eyes of the whole world, beyond all possible equivocation or pseudonymy, the last state racism on the entire planet. I wanted therefore simply to formulate a wish: may this word become and remain, subjunctive, optative or jussive mode. The unique appellation destined to maintain the memory of and stigmatize the state racism. It was not a thesis on the genealogy of a word but an appeal, a call to action, as you put it, and first of all an ethical appeal, as indicated by that which, in both ethics and politics, passes by way of memory and promising, and thus by way of language and denomination. Besides, and here I am speaking as a historian, that is, in the indicative, whatever efforts the ideologues and official representatives of South Africa may have made to efface this embarrassing word from their discourse, whatever efforts you may make to keep track of their efforts, the failure is not in doubt and historians can attest to it. The word apartheid remains and, as I hope or expect, it will remain the unique appellation of this monstrous, unique, and unambiguous thing. You say Derrida is repelled by the word, p. 141. No, what I find repulsive is the thing that history has now linked to the word, which is why I propose keeping the word so that the history will not be forgotten. Don't separate word and history. That's what you say to those who apparently have not learned this lesson. It is the South African racists, the National Party, the Verwoerds and the Voorsters who ended up being afraid of the word, their word, to whom it began to appear too repulsive because it had become so overseas. It's you, and not me, who also seem to be frightened by this word because you propose that we take seriously all the substitutes and pseudonyms, the periphrases and metonymies that the official discourse in Pretoria keeps coming up with, the tireless ruse of propaganda, the indefatigable but vain rhetoric of dissimulation. To counter it, I think the best strategy is to keep the word, the unique appellation that the South African racists and certain of their allies would like to make people forget. No doubt one should also pay attention to the rhetorical contortions of the ideologues and official politicians of apartheid. But should we, because they wish it, abandon the word apartheid and no longer consider it to be the most accurate word with which to designate this political reality, yesterday's and today's? I could limit myself to this remark about grammar or pragmatics. In your haste, you took or pretended to take a subjunctive to be an indicative, adjussive, or optative utterance to be an assertion, an appeal to be a thesis. At the same time, you took no account of what was nevertheless realistic in my appeal. You missed the way. Even in my syntax, the performative was articulated with the constative. Forgive me for using this language. In sum, I asked for a promise, let this unique appellation remain, which means that it already is this unique appellation. Who can deny it? The official ideologues of South Africa can negate it, but they cannot deny that they are now alone in no longer using this word. And if I ask that we keep the word, it is only for the future, for memory, in men's and women's memory, for when the thing will have disappeared. Thus, my appeal is indeed an appeal because it calls for something which is not yet, but it is still strategically realistic because it refers to a massively present reality, one which no historian could seriously put in question. It is a call to struggle but also to memory. I never separate promising from memory. Here, then, is a first point. I could stop at this: you confuse two verbal modes. Whether or not they are fighting against apartheid, whether or not they are activists, historians must be attentive to rhetoric, to the type and status of utterances, at the very least to their grammar. No good strategy otherwise. Yet, I don't regret your reading error, however elementary it might be. As everything in your paper follows from this misreading which begins with the first sentence, what am I saying? With the first two words, apartheid may, just a moment's lucidity would have prevented your bringing out these documents on South African policy. Critical inquiry would not have opened its pages to this debate, and that would have been too bad. So I could stop there, but to prolong the conversation, I will point out still some other mistakes, just the most serious and spectacular ones. 2. Another question of reading, still just as elementary and directly linked to the preceding one. You write, the essay's opening analysis of the word apartheid is, then, symptomatic of a severance of word from history. When Derrida asks, hasn't apartheid always been the archival record of the unamiable, the answer is a straightforward no. Despite its notoriety and currency overseas, the term apartheid has not always been the watchword of the nationalist regime, p. 141. Once again you mistake the most evident meaning of my question. It did not concern the use of the word by the nationalist regime but its use value in the world, its notoriety and currency overseas, as you so rightly put it. The word always in my text referred to this notoriety and there is little matter here for disagreement. But I never said that apartheid had always been the literal watchword within the nationalist regime. And I find the way you manage to slip the always out of my sentence. But hasn't apartheid always been the archival record of the unamiable, and into yours, the term apartheid has not always been the watchword of the nationalist regime, to be less than honest. To be honest, you would have had to quote the whole sentence in which I myself speak of the watchword as such. I do so precisely in order to say that this watchword has a complex history, with its dates and places of emergence and disappearance. I knew this before reading you and I emphasized it despite the brevity of my text. Here, then, is my sentence. If you don't mind, I will quote myself whenever you have not done so or whenever you manipulate the quotations. For one must not forget that, although racial segregation didn't wait for the name apartheid to come along, the name became order's watchword and won its title in the political code of South Africa only at the end of the Second World War. At a time when all racisms on the face of the earth were condemned, it was in the world's face that the National Party dared to campaign for the separate development of each race in the geographic zone assigned to it. pp 291-92. This sentence, among others, gives a clear enough indication, I hope, of the historical concern with which I approached the question in general, and the question of the name apartheid in particular. And while we're on the subject of this word, I would like to understand the meaning of a certain but in a passage I am going to cite at length. Its logic totally escapes me. You write. The word apartheid was coined by General Jan Smuts at the Savoy Hotel, London on May 27, 1917. I knew it was in London, but I thought it was at the Lord Russell Hotel. Are you sure about the Savoy? Check it. This is one point of history on which you would have taught me something but had barely any currency until it rose to prominence as the rallying cry of the Nationalist Party's victorious electoral campaign of 1948. This is exactly to what I was recalling, incorrigible historian that I am, in the sentence I just cited above. You might have mentioned that. Derrida has reflected on the word's sinister renown, but my emphasis, JD, as far back as the mid-50s the South Africans themselves began to recognize that the term apartheid had become sufficiently stigmatized to be ostentatiously retired. p. 141. So what? In English in the text. Why this but? Has the word apartheid effaced its sinister renown because the South Africans wanted to retire it from circulation and precisely because of its sinister renown? It so happens that in spite of their efforts to retire this sufficiently stigmatized term, the renown has not been effaced, it has gotten more and more sinister. This is history, this is the relation between words and history. It's the thing and the concept they should have retired, and not just the word, if they had wanted to put an end to the sinister renown. So why this but? What objection is it making? Should I have said nothing about the sinister renown because the South African nationalists deemed it advisable to clean up their lexicon? The unfortunate thing is that your entire text is organized around the incredible logic, if one can call it that, of this but. It is even oriented by the stupefying politics of this but. You are asking that we regulate our vocabulary by the lexical strategies of the South African regime. 4. Immediately after the passage just cited, you go on to write. The developing history of South African racial policy and propaganda highlights the inaccuracy of Derrida's claim that South African racism is the only one on the scene that dares to say its name and present itself for what it is. For in striving both to win greater legitimacy for itself and to justify ideologically the nationalist Bantustan policy, South African racism has long since ceased to pronounce its own name, apartheid, the term Derrida misleadingly calls the order's watchword, MOTD ordre, was dismissed many years back from the lexical ranks of the regime. pp 141-42. What do you want? That everyone stop considering that apartheid is and remains, as far as I know, still today the watchword, the rallying cry, the concept and the reality of the South African regime. And even that everyone stop saying it, on the pretext that the South African racists deem it more prudent to utter it no more, this word which you yourselves recognize to be the proper name of this racism, the word it has given itself, its own name, South African racism you clearly say, has long since ceased to pronounce its own name, apartheid. p. 142. Come on, you're not being very serious, either as historians or as political strategists. Where would we be, where would all those struggling against apartheid be if they had considered that apartheid ceased to be the watchword of the South African regime on the day that, as you put it so well, the Nationalist Party radically rephrased its ideology? p. 142. Because that happened in 1950, it would have been necessary to stop talking about apartheid from then on. Thanks all the same for your strategic advice and your reminder of historical reality. You speak of a quarantine from the historical process, but it's you, coming on the heels of the nationalist regime, who want to put the word apartheid in quarantine. I, on the other hand, insist that we continue to use the word, so that we may remember it, in spite of all the verbal denegations and lexical stratagems of the South African racists. I, on the contrary, insist that we remember this, whether or not the term is pronounced by South African officials. Apartheid remains the effective watchword of power in South Africa. Still today. If you think, on the other hand, that it's necessary to take account of the diplomatic prudence or the lexical ruses of this power to the point of no longer speaking of apartheid as a watchword, well, then you're going to have to ask the whole world to go along with you and not just me. Historical reality, dear comrades, is that in spite of all the lexicological contortions you point out, those in power in South Africa have not managed to convince the world, and first of all because, still today, they have refused to change the real, effective, fundamental meaning of their watchword, apartheid. A watchword is not just a name. This too history teaches us, as you should know since you're so concerned with history. A watchword is also a concept and a reality. The relation among the reality, the concept, and the word is always more complex than you seem to suppose. The South Africans in power wanted to keep the concept and the reality while effacing the word, an evil word, their word. They have managed to do so in their official discourse, that's all. Everywhere else in the world, and first of all among black South Africans, people have continued to think that the word was indissolubly and legitimately welded to the concept and to the reality. And if you're going to struggle against this historical concept and this historical reality, well, then you've got to call a thing by its name. What would have happened if throughout the world, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, or in the Americas, people had sworn off speaking of racism, anti-Semitism, or slavery on the pretext that the offenders never spoke of these things or did not use those words, better yet no longer used those words? In the best hypothesis, and assuming one didn't want to accuse it of simple complicity with the adversary, such a strategy would have been both childish and disastrous. So I stand by what I said. One must be attentive, and I was, to the word, to the watchword, and to their history. One must be attentive to what links words to concepts and to realities, but also to what can dissociate them. Now, if even as it kept the concept and the reality, the power in South Africa has tried to get rid of the word, nobody has been fooled. The concept and the reality persist, under other names, and South African racism, I repeat, is the only one on the scene that dares to say its name and present itself for what it is, which is to say a state racism, the only one in the world today which does not hide its face. When I wrote that it dares to say its name, I wanted to recall simply this: apartheid may have disappeared since 1950 from official speech or from the dispensaries of propaganda as if by magic, but this changes nothing in the facts are stubborn, you know, that the system of apartheid is not only practiced but inscribed in the Constitution and in an impressive judicial apparatus. In other words, it is declared, assumed, publicly approved. To speak one's name, in politics, as history has shown over and over, is not simply to make use of a substantive but to present oneself as such, for what one is, in complex discourses, the texts of the law or of socio-economic, even police and physical practices. In politics, as history should have taught you, a watchword is not limited to a lexicon. You confuse words and history. Or rather, you make poor distinctions between them. What would have happened if I had followed your strategic advice? I would not have called for a fight against the state racism named apartheid, so named at the outset by its inventors. Instead, I would have cautiously murmured as you do, "Careful, don't say apartheid anymore, you no longer have the right to use this word in order to name the watchword of South African racism, because those who instituted the word, the concept, and the thing have not pronounced the word since 1950. Or maybe this: don't say apartheid anymore, but know that since 1948 there have been 3 phases of racial policy in South Africa. Only the first of these, 1948 to 58, would have been an ideological, doctrinaire, and negative phase. The second, 1958 to 66, is the one that mellowed into the homeland phase of separate development, internal decolonization. The third, since 1966, would correspond to the unobtrusive dismantling of apartheid, the movement away from discrimination, the elimination of color as a determinant and the introduction of democratic pluralism. Should I have said all that each time in place of the word apartheid? All that, which is to say what? Well, what you say by citing F. A. van Jaarsveld, an apologist for the nationalist regime, for the periodizing changes in the official discourse and for the regime's justificatory ideology, p. 142. Should I have been content to reproduce this official discourse? It is, in fact, the only one you cite at any length, the point of view of blacks being less represented in your text than that of apartheid's partisans, even if you must admit that their ruse has failed politically, p. 147. I'm still trying to imagine what I should have written if I had been carefully following your strategic advice. Perhaps I should have said, you know, apartheid is no longer the right word, even racism is no longer the right word, because ever since the development of the Bantustan policy, the problem in South Africa is basically not one of race, but of nationalism, which is a worldwide problem. There is white nationalism, and there are several black nationalisms, p. 144. Unfortunately, if I had done that, I would have been quoting Verwoerd or Vorster, or else at best I would have written a paper on the ideological strategies of state racism in South Africa. But I would not have said the essential thing, to wit, apartheid, as a state racism and under the name initially chosen by the Nationalist Party, then in control in South Africa, has been and remains the effective and official practice, still today, in spite of all the denegations and certain softening touches to the facade, which, by the way, I also mentioned. And apartheid must be fought as such. Once again, it's a question of context and of pragmatics. I wrote a brief text for an exhibit entitled Art Against Apartheid and not a paper on Verwoerd's and Vorster's rhetoric, whatever interest there may be in knowing the resources of this discourse. And despite the constraints on the length of my text, I also spoke of the secondary transformations of apartheid, p. 295, of the discourse, the culture, what I call the official lie, the judicial simulacrum, and the political theater, p. 294, that organize the racist and nationalist ideology in South Africa, see in particular parts 3 and 4. If you think apartheid has effectively given way to one nationalism among others, then you ought to have said so. If you don't think that's the case, well, then I don't see what objection you can have with me. 3. In spite of the brevity of my text, I never made do with what you call such favored monoliths of post-structuralism as logocentrism and Western metaphysics, not to mention bulky homogeneities such as the Occidental essence of the historical process and a European discourse on the concept of race, p. 154. To be sure, I said, and I'll say it again, that the history of apartheid, its discourse and its reality, the totality of its text, would have been impossible, unthinkable without the European concept and the European history of the state, without the European discourse on race, its scientific pseudo-concept and its religious roots, its modernity and its archaism, without Judeo-Christian ideology, and so forth. Do you think the contrary? If so, I'd like to see the demonstration. That said, you would have shown a little more honesty if you had noted that, far from relying on monoliths or bulky homogeneities, I constantly emphasized heterogeneity, contradictions, tensions, and uneven development. Contradiction is the most frequently occurring word in my text. You force me to quote myself again. I spoke of a contradiction internal to the West and to the assertion of its rights, p. 294. I even wrote that one is right to insist on these contradictions, and it bears repeating p. 294, and that one must never simplify, but let us never simplify matters, p. 297. Is that what you call monolithism? In spite of the brevity of my text, I multiplied the examples of contradiction in the theologico-political discourse, of the strategic contradiction of the West, of economic contradiction, see pages 296, 295. Is that a sign of monolithic thinking and a preference for homogeneity? This will surely have been the first time I have met with such a reproach, and I fear you deserve it more than I do. 4. To what level of bad faith must one stoop in order to palm off on me the credo of unbridled capitalism by implying that, in my view, it would suffice to let the law of the marketplace work to put an end to apartheid? You have the nerve, for example, to write the following: the revisionists argue, against Derrida, that far from hurting the market economy, racial policy is an historical product. Designed primarily to facilitate rapid capital accumulation, and has historically been used thus by all classes with access to state power in South Africa, p. 148. On the contrary, I have always thought that there was some truth in stating the obvious in this revisionist view. If, however, I also said that, despite the apparent contradiction, apartheid also increases non-productive expenditures, for example, each homeland must have its own policing and administrative machinery, segregation hurts the market economy, limits free enterprise by limiting domestic consumption and the mobility and training of labor, p. 295, I did so because it's true, and especially as a reminder that, if apartheid is abolished one day, it will not be for purely moral reasons. You force me to quote myself again, the passage immediately following the sentence you have just read. In a time of unprecedented economic crisis, South Africa has to reckon, both internally and externally, with the forces of a liberal current according to which apartheid is notoriously inefficient from the point of view of economic rationality. I'm not speaking here, this is a quote. This too will have to remain in memory: if one day apartheid is abolished, its demise will not be credited only to the account of moral standards, because moral standards should not count or keep accounts, to be sure, but also because, on the scale which is that of a worldwide computer, the law of the marketplace will have imposed another standard of calculation. pp. 295-96. After you had read that, it is quite simply indecent to make me out to be pleading for capitalism or suggesting that laws of the marketplace ought to be allowed free rein because all by themselves they would take care of apartheid. You have the nerve nonetheless to do just that. Your argument at this point reaches such a degree of bad faith that I even wondered whether I ought to continue our dialogue in these conditions and respond to critical inquiry's generous invitation. You actually go so far as to speak of Derrida's optimistic vision of apartheid brought to its knees by a liberalizing capitalism. And you continue, indeed, if Derrida takes to its logical conclusion his argument that apartheid may be abolished by the imposition of the law of the market, he will find himself in the position of advocating accelerated international investment in order to hasten the collapse of the regime. p. 153. To be sure, I defy you to find the least hint in my text of such an optimistic vision, even supposing that it is optimistic. Had I such a vision, I would not have written anything against apartheid. I would have thought, laissez faire le capital. That said, here again things are complex, heterogeneous, and contradictory, whether you like it or not. Apartheid can at the same time serve the interests of capitalist accumulation and get in the way of capitalist development. One has to distinguish here among different phases and various capitalisms or different, even contradictory sectors of capitalism. No more than logocentrism and the West, capitalism is not a monolith or a bulky homogeneity. Have you ever heard of the contradictions of capitalism? Is it really that difficult for you to imagine how apartheid might serve capitalism in certain conditions and impede free enterprise at some other moment, in other conditions? You see, I fear you have a simple, homogeneistic, and mechanistic vision of history and politics. 5. One last point with which perhaps I should have begun. It's about your first paragraph, that little word beyond which you underline, beyond the text, and what you call my method. Once again, it's best that I quote you: if, then, Derrida seeks not merely to prise open certain covered metaphysical assumptions but also to point to something beyond the text, in this case the abolition of a regime, then the strategic value of his method has to be considered seriously, p. 140. I am not sure I clearly understand the extent of what you mean by my method. If you mean my method in this text against apartheid, in the appeal that I launch and in my treatment of the word apartheid, I have just answered you and told you what I think of your methods. But if you are suggesting that my method in this specific case reveals all that my method in general and elsewhere could learn from your lessons, well, in that case, there are one or two more things I will have to add. I am led to think that you mean to contest, beyond the precise context of apartheid, the strategic value of my method in general by the allusions or insinuations tied to the word text. Beyond the text is no doubt, and I'll come back to this in a moment, a clever, oh so clever nod in the direction of something I once said. There is nothing beyond the text, by the use of the word post-structuralism, which I myself have never used but which is commonly applied to me, or by words such as logocentrism, Western metaphysics, and so forth. A serious response here would take hundreds and hundreds of pages, and we mustn't abuse critical inquiry's hospitality. Know, however, that these pages are already written. If you wish to continue our correspondence privately, I will give you some exact references. But one thing at least I can tell you now, an hour's reading, beginning on any page of any one of the texts I have published over the last 20 years, should suffice for you to realize that text, as I use the word, is not the book. No more than writing or trace, it is not limited to the paper which you cover with your graphism. It is precisely for strategic reasons, set forth at length elsewhere, that I found it necessary to recast the concept of text by generalizing it almost without limit, in any case without present or perceptible limit, without any limit that is. That's why there is nothing beyond the text. That's why South Africa and apartheid are, like you and me, part of this general text, which is not to say that it can be read the way one reads a book. That's why the text is always a field of forces, heterogeneous, differential, open, and so on. That's why deconstructive readings and writings are concerned not only with library books, with discourses, with conceptual and semantic contents. They are not simply analyses of discourse such as, for example, the one you propose. They are also effective or active, as one says, interventions, in particular political and institutional interventions that transform contexts without limiting themselves to theoretical or constitutive utterances, even though they must also produce such utterances. That's why I do not go beyond the text, in this new sense of the word text, by fighting and calling for a fight against apartheid, for example. I say for example because it also happens that I become involved with institutional and academic politics or get myself imprisoned in Czechoslovakia for giving seminars prohibited by the authorities. Too bad if all this strikes you as strange or intolerable behavior on the part of someone whom you, like others, would like to believe remains enclosed in some prison house of language. Not only, then, do I not go beyond the text, in this new sense of the word text, no more than anyone else can go beyond it, not even the most easy to recognize activists, but the strategic re-evaluation of the concept of text allows me to bring together in a more consistent fashion, in the most consistent fashion possible, theoretico-philosophical necessities with the practical, political, and other necessities of what is called deconstruction. The latter, by the way, has never presented itself as a method, for essential reasons that I explain elsewhere. Once again, if you care to write to me, I'll send you the references. This letter is too long. In order to hasten its conclusion, I will give you my opinion in 2 words. 1. Your response is typical. It reflects an incomprehension or misreading that is widespread, and spread about, moreover, for very determined ends, on the left and the right, among those who think they represent militantism and a progressivist commitment as well as among neoconservatives. It is in the interest of one side and the other to represent deconstruction as a turning inward and an enclosure by the limits of language, whereas in fact deconstruction begins by deconstructing logocentrism, the linguistics of the word, and this very enclosure itself. On one side and the other, people get impatient when they see that deconstructive practices are also and first of all political and institutional practices. They get impatient when they see that these practices are perhaps more radical and certainly less stereotyped than others, less easy to decipher, less in keeping with well-used models whose wear and tear ends up by letting one see the abstraction, the conventionalism, the academyism, and everything that separates, as you would say, words and history. In a word, verbalism. On one side and the other, on one hand and on the other hand, but you see now how the two hands join and maintain each other cum les deux mains échanant, maintenant, there is an interest in believing, in pretending to believe, or simply in making others believe that the text which concerns deconstructionists, this is the first time I use this word and I do so, as others have done, to go quickly, can be found neatly in its place on some library shelves. That being the case, in order to act, in the area of real politics, in history, these poor deconstructionists should go beyond the text, into the field, to the front. As you do, I suppose. Well, it so happens that the text which various deconstructions are speaking of today is not at all the paper or the paperback with which you would like to identify it. If there is nothing beyond the text, in this new sense, then that leaves room for the most open kinds of political, but not just political, practice and pragmatics. It even makes them more necessary than ever. But that is no reason on the contrary to give up reading the books and writings still to be found in libraries. It is no reason to read quickly or badly or to stop learning how to read otherwise other texts, especially if one wants to better adjust one's political strategies. It is thus no reason to continue to spread the most uneducated interpretations and the crudest prejudices about deconstruction, the text, or logocentrism. It is no reason to go on manipulating them as you do, to keep rolling them along in a primitive fashion, after having erected them into monolithic menhirs. So, you share the impatience of those who would like texts to remain in the libraries, who would like text to signify book. And you want this order maintained. Let all those who concern themselves with texts understood in this latter sense, the deconstructionists, remain in their compartments, better yet in their departments. Let no deconstructionists concern themselves with politics since, as we all know, don't we, deconstruction, difference, writing, and all that are, in the best of cases, politically neutral, ahistorical. Those people are not to concern themselves with politics because we always believed that they never did, that they left such things to the qualified, conscious, and organized activists whom we clearly are according to that good old tradition in English in the text which anyone can easily recognize. Otherwise, you seem to be saying, what would be left for us to do? Let the theoreticians of literature concern themselves with literature, philosophers with philosophy, historians with history, Africanists with Africa, and we, the activists, with politics. There, that's the best strategy. When a deconstructionist, as one says, concerns himself with apartheid, even if he is on the good side, his strategy is all wrong. He's getting mixed up with things that are none of his business because he's going beyond the text. He exceeds the limits of his competence, leaves his own territory. The strategic value of his method has to be considered seriously. In short, you are for the division of labor and the disciplined respect of disciplines. Each must stick to his role and stay within the field of his competence, none may transgress the limits of his territory. Oh, you wouldn't go so far as to wish that some sort of apartheid remain or become the law of the land in the academy. Besides, you obviously don't like this word. You are among those who don't like this word and do not want it to remain the unique appellation. No, in the homelands of academic culture or of political action, you would favor instead reserved domains, the separate development of each community in the zone assigned to it. Not me. Cordially. Jacques Derrida. February 6, 1986. Postscript, April 1986. I am rereading the translation of this letter while in the United States, at several universities, Yale, Harvard, Columbia, which have seen an intensification of demonstrations against apartheid, the divestiture movement, shanty towns, student arrests, and so on. I want to reiterate my admiration and solidarity. Such courageous demonstrations on campuses are also signs of strategic lucidity, because the problem of apartheid is surely an American problem, as are so many others. In a first sense, this means that its evolution will depend from now on in large measure on American pressure. These signs of lucidity are carried by an energy and perseverance which cannot be explained simply by the economy of necessarily ambiguous motivations. Some might be tempted in effect to seek there the mechanism and dynamic of bad conscience. The latter is always quicker to arise among intellectuals and at the university, especially in universities obliged to manage their capital. For here again, and in a second sense, apartheid would be an American problem. According to this insufficient but necessary hypothesis, apartheid might have to be put at some remove, expulsed, objectified, held at a distance, prevented from returning, as a ghost returns, parted with, treated, and cured over there, in South Africa. Apartheid might bear too great a resemblance to a segregation whose image continues at the very least to haunt American society. No doubt, this segregation has become more urban, industrial, socio-economic, the frightening percentage of young black unemployed, for example, less immediately racial in its phenomenon. But this might recall much more, by some of its features, the South African hell. 5. Like the sound of the sea deep within a shell, Paul de Man's War. Translated by Peggy Kamoff. Unable to respond to the questions, to all the questions, I will ask myself instead whether responding is possible and what that would mean in such a situation. And I will risk in turn several questions prior to the definition of a responsibility. But is it not an act to assume in theory the concept of a responsibility? Is that not already to take a responsibility? One's own as well as the responsibility to which one believes one ought to summon others. The title names a war. Which war? Do not think only of the war that broke out several months ago around some articles signed by a certain Paul de Man, in Belgium between 1940 and 1942. Later you will understand why it is important to situate the beginning of things public, that is the publications, early in 1940 at the latest, during the war but before the occupation of Belgium by the Nazis, and not in December 1940, the date of the first article that appeared in L'Histoire, the major Brussels newspaper that was then controlled, more or less strictly, by the occupiers. For several months, in the United States, the phenomena of this war around Paul de Man have been limited to newspaper articles. War, a public act, is by rights something declared. So we will not count in the category of war the private phenomena meetings, discussions, correspondences, or telephonic conclaves however intense they may have been in recent days, and already well beyond the American academic milieu. To my knowledge, at the moment I write, this war presents itself as such, it is declared in newspapers, and nowhere else, on the subject of arguments made in newspapers, and nowhere else, in the course of the last World War, during 2 years almost a half-century ago. That is why my title alludes to the passage from Motherland quoted by de Man in L'Histoire in 1941. I will come back to it, but the double edge of its irony already seems cruel. When I open the newspapers and journals of today, I hear the indifference of the future rolling over them, just as one hears the sound of the sea when one holds certain seashells up to the ear. The future will not have been indifferent, not for long, just barely a half-century, to what de Man wrote one day in the newspapers and journals of today. One may draw from this many contradictory lessons. But in the several months to follow, the very young journalist that he will have been during less than 2 years will be read more intensely than the theoretician, the thinker, the writer, the professor, the author of great books that he was during 40 years. Is this unfair? Yes, no. But what about later? Here is a prediction and a hope. Without ever forgetting the journalist, people will relearn how to read all of the work, which is to say so many others as well, toward that which opens itself up there. People will learn to reread the books, and once again the newspapers, and once again toward that which opens itself up there. To do so, one will need in the first place, and more than ever in the future, the lessons of Paul de Man. Elsewhere, having more time and more space, one will also analyze from every angle the significance of the press in the modernity of a history like this one. In the course of a war like this one, the one and the other would be impossible and inconceivable without journalism. Yet, whatever one may think of the ignorance, the simplism, the sensationalist flurry full of hatred which certain American newspapers displayed in this case, we will not engage in any negative evaluation of the press in general. Such an evaluation belongs to a code that one must always mistrust. It is not far removed from what we are going to talk about. What is more, I think it is only normal that the American press does not remain silent about the emotion aroused by, I quote, the pro-Nazi articles or the anti-Semitic articles published in a pro-Nazi newspaper by a Yale scholar, a revered professor, Sterling Professor of Humanities who died in 1983 while chairman of Yale's Comparative Literature Department. Incidentally, what would have happened if Paul de Man had not been a great American professor, or if, as a professor, he had not been at Yale? And what if one also did a history of Yale, or of the great Eastern universities, a history of certain of their past, just barely, very recently, ideologico-institutional practices having to do with certain themes that we are going to talk about, after having had to set aside the question what is the press in the culture and politics of this century? I will also have to postpone this other question, what is Yale, for example, in American culture? If newspapers have the duty to inform and the right to interpret, would it not have been better if they had done so with caution, rigor, honesty? There was little of that. And the press' most serious lapses from its elementary duties cannot be imputed to the newspapers or to the professional journalists themselves, but to certain academics. The fact is there, at the point at which I take the risk of writing on this subject, I have the sense of being the first, thus so far the only one to do so, still too quickly to be sure, but without journalistic haste, which is to say without the excuses it sometimes gives the journalist but should never give the academic. It is a formidable privilege, one not designed to alleviate the feeling of my responsibility. For this deadly war, and fear, hatred, which is to say sometimes love, also dream of killing the dead in order to get at the living, has already recruited some combatants, while others are sharpening their weapons in preparation for it. In the evaluations of journalists or of certain professors, one can make out strategies or stratagems, movements of attack or defense, sometimes the two at once. Although this war no doubt began in the newspapers, it will be carried on for a long time elsewhere, in the most diverse forms. There will be many of us who will have to take their responsibilities and who, at the same time, will have to say, in the face of what is happening to us today, what responding and taking a responsibility can mean. For what is happening with these revelations, I am quoting the word from a newspaper, is happening to us. It is happening to all those for whom this event ought to have a meaning, even if that meaning is difficult to decipher and even if, for many, the person and the work of de Man still remain not well known. Let those in this latter category be reassured or still more troubled, even for his admirers and his friends, especially for them, if I may be allowed to testify to this, the work and the person of Paul de Man were enigmatic. Perhaps they are becoming more enigmatic than ever. Do you believe friendship or admiration ought to reduce everything about this enigma? I believe just the opposite. Why do I now underscore that expression, what is happening? Because for me this belongs to the order of the absolutely unforeseeable, which is always the condition of any event. Even when it seems to go back to a buried past, what comes about always comes from the future. And it is especially about the future that I will be talking. Something happens only on the condition that one is not expecting it. Here of course I am speaking the language of consciousness. But there would also be no event identifiable as such if some repetition did not come along to cushion the surprise by preparing its effect on the basis of some experience of the unconscious. If the word unconscious has any meaning, then it stems from this necessity. With or without a recognition of the unconscious, today this is happening to us. I name thereby, in utter darkness, many people. But it is also the darkness of a blinding light, us, we are still the living and the survivors, however uncertain and incomprehensible such a phrase may remain. The said war, then, could only take place, if that is what certain people want, among us. For we must never forget this cold and pitiless light, Paul de Man himself is dead. If there are some who want to organize a trial in order to judge him, de Man, they must remember that he, de Man, is dead and will not answer in the present. This thing will always be difficult to think, and perhaps it will become more and more difficult. He, himself, he is dead, and yet, through the specters of memory and of the text, he lives among us, and, as one says in French, il nous regarde, he looks at us, but also he is our concern. We have concerns regarding him more than ever without his being here. He speaks to us among us. He makes us or allows us to speak of us, to speak to us. He speaks to us, il nous parle. The equivocally of the French expression, because it is barely translatable, translates well the murkiness of the question. What do we mean, what do us and among us mean in this case? However obscure this may remain, we have to register it. We still have responsibilities toward him, and they are more alive than ever, even as he is dead. That is, we have responsibilities regarding Paul de Man himself, but in us and for us. Yes, it remains difficult to think that he is dead and what that can mean. How are we to know about what or whom one is speaking when there are some who venture to exploit what is happening against others and for ends that no longer concern Paul de Man himself, that in any case will never reach him, while others will still try to protect themselves by pretending to protect Paul de Man against what is happening? Is it possible to assume here one's own responsibility without doing one or the other, without using what happens to us in order to attack or to protect oneself? Without war, therefore. I do not know yet, but I would like to try to get there, to say at least something about it, and, this I do know, no matter what may happen. So we have to répondre for what is happening to us. It will not be a matter only of the responsibility of a writer, a theoretician, a professor, or an intellectual. The act of responding and the definition of what responding means carry our commitment well beyond, no doubt, what may look like a circumscribed example, well beyond the limits of the literary and artistic column that a very young man wrote for a newspaper, almost a half-century ago, for less than 2 years, in very singular private and political circumstances, many of which remain unclear to us, before leaving his country and undertaking, in another country and another language, the story that we know, the only one that we knew something about until a few months ago, that of a great professor whose teaching and influence spread well beyond the United States, a fact that no one denies, whose work as a philosopher and as a theoretician of literature is admired or put to work by many scholars and students throughout the world, discussed or attacked by others, but dismissed by no one, that also of a man whose many friends, colleagues, students recognized what they owe to his lucidity, his rigor, his tireless generosity. We will come back to this. Which war, then? Paul de Man's war, in another sense, is also the Second World War. He began to publish during the war. As far as I know, none of the incriminated articles was written after 1942, that is, well before the end of the war and of the German occupation. The reconstitution and the analysis of what his experience was of that war and that occupation will require patient, careful, minute, and difficult research. Any conclusion that does not rely on such research would be unjust, abusive, and irresponsible, I would even say, given the gravity of these things, indecent. And will it ever be necessary to conclude? Is that what this is about? Is a measure, a fair measure, possible? We will come back to this. Which war, then? Paul de Man's war is finally, in a third sense, the one that this man must have lived and endured in himself. He was this war. And for almost a half-century, this ordeal was a war because it could not remain a merely private torment. It has to have marked his public gestures, his teaching and writing. It remains a secret, a hive of secrets, but no one can seriously imagine, today, that in the course of such a history, this man would not have been torn apart by the tragedies, ruptures, dissociations, disjunctions. Here I am using one of his favorite words and a concept that plays a major role in his thought. How did he undergo or assume on the outside these internal conflicts? How did he live this unlivable discord between worlds, histories, memories, discourses, languages? Do we have the means to testify to this? Who has the right to judge it, to condemn or to absolve? We will come back to this as well. If it is now a matter of responding and of taking responsibilities, then we do so necessarily, as always, in situations we neither choose nor control, by responding to unforeseeable appeals, that is, to appeals from / the other that are addressed to us even before we decide on them. Permit me to say a few words about certain recent appeals to which I thought I ought to respond and without which I would not be writing what you are reading here. Two of them took the allegorical form of the telephone call. One took me by surprise in August, the other in December. So this time I will have to tell. Have I anything to tell, is a question I have often asked myself in English during these last months. Do I have anything to tell that those interested in these things do not already know, those who discovered these early writings, as the newspapers put it, at the same time I did? Do I have anything to analyze in a pertinent fashion, to discern, to distinguish, to tell, in the tangled fabric of this enigma, in order to account for it? I am not sure, I still cannot tell. At least I will have been obliged to recall the first words of the memoirs that I dedicated 4 years ago to the one who was and remains my friend. May I be forgiven these self-centered references, I will not overdo them. I have never known how to tell a story, those were its first words. Point 2. How could I then have imagined that it would be from the friend, from him alone, singularly from him, that would one day come the obligation to tell a story? And that this injunction would come to me from the one who always associated narrative structure with allegory, that discourse of the other that always says something still other than what it says? Memoirs speak especially, and often, of the future, that is, of that which cannot be anticipated and which always marks the memory of the past as experience of the promise. I claim to know what a future should be in general, the unforeseeable itself. But without foreseeing as yet, and precisely for that reason, what it would be, I named in effect a future that it was absolutely impossible for me to see coming. And what a future! And the future of what a past! A future and a past about which I have at least, consciously, this absolute certainty, I never shared them and will never share them with Paul de Man, himself, whether one is talking about what he might have written a long time before I knew him, or about what is happening to us after his death. I have just quoted the first words of a book. I believed I was chancing them in utter darkness. The last words of the same book resonate no less strangely, uncannily for me today. Forgive me once again this last and long quotation. A promise has meaning and gravity only with the death of the other. When the friend is no longer there, the promise is still not tenable, it will not have been made, but as a trace of the future it can still be renewed. You could call this an act of memory or a given word, even an act of faith. I prefer to take the risk of a singular and more equivocal word. I prefer to call this an act, only an act, quite simply an act. An impossible act, therefore the only one worthy of its name, or rather which, in order to be worthy of its name, must be worthy of the name of the other, made in the name of the other. Try and translate, in all of its syntactical equivocity, a symptom such as donner au nom de l'autre or un parole donnée au nom de l'autre. In a single sentence, it could mean in French, or rather in English, to give to the name of the other and to give in the name of the other. Who knows what we are doing when we donnons au nom de l'autre? p. 150. Who knows? Who can tell? Not only did I not know it myself, neither this nor the ordeal the future held in store for my bereaved friendship, for that promise, that friendship always is a promise and a grief which are never over. I also did not know what I was promising. Yet, What was I saying about this non-knowledge? That it is the very thing that makes of the promise to the other a true promise, the only true promise, if there is any, an excessive and unconditional promise, an impossible promise. One can never promise in a halfway fashion, one always has to promise too much, more than one can fulfill. I could not know that one day, the experience of such a wound would have to include responding for Paul de Man, not responding in his place or in his name. That will always be impossible and unjustifiable. The promise of friendship even supposes the respect of this impossibility or the irreplaceable singularity of the other. Nor do I mean judging, and certainly not approving of everything he did, but speaking once again, of him for him, at a moment when his memory or his legacy risk being accused and he is no longer there to speak in his own name. To speak in one's own name, moreover, is that ever possible? Would he have done it, would he have been able to do it if he were alive? What would have happened? Would all this have happened if he were still alive today? What does that mean to be alive today? These are just so many questions that I will also have to leave unanswered, like that of a responsibility which would never be cancelled, but on the contrary provoked by the experience of prosopopoeia, such as de Man seems to understand it. Well, when I received, in December, the telephone call from Critical Inquiry which proposed, singular generosity, that I be the first to speak, when a friendly voice said to me, "It has to be you, we thought that it was up to you to do this before anyone else," I believed I had to accept a warm invitation that also resonated like a summons. Unable not to accept, I nevertheless wondered, why me? Why me first? Why me who, by birth, history, inclination, philosophical, political, or ideological choice, have never had anything but a mistrustful relation to everything that is being incriminated with such haste about these texts? Why me, who did not even know of their existence until a few months ago? Why me, who knew nothing about the dark time spent between 1940 to 42 by the Paul de Man I later read, knew, admired, loved? I will have to try to explain the reasons for which I nevertheless accepted to respond yes to this appeal and thus to take such a responsibility. But my account will begin with an earlier telephone call. In August, Samuel Weber calls me upon his return from Belgium. During a conference, he has met a young Belgian researcher, Ortwin de Greef, who informed him of a disturbing discovery, articles written by Paul de Man under the German occupation, between 1941 and 1942, in two newspapers, the French language L'Histoire and the Flemish language Het Vlaamse Land. This research assistant of the Belgian National Fund for Scientific Research at the Katholieke Universiteit Leuven is preparing a doctoral dissertation on Paul de Man. Sam Weber describes him over the phone, an intelligent young man who admires and knows well the work of Paul de Man. He can also foresee, therefore, what effects will result, especially in the United States, from the publication of his discovery. That is why he talked to Sam Weber about it and also hopes, the latter tells me, to get my advice. But to an extent, under conditions, and in a form that I still today do not know, he has already communicated, by that time, his research and discovery, as well as his desire to make them public, to several persons in the United States, notably at Yale. Likewise, he has already sent to the British journal Textual Practice, along with the translation of 4 Flemish texts published by Paul de Man in 1942,3 an introduction for that, he will subsequently tell me in a letter, is not really to his satisfaction, but he does not have the time to write another text as he is about to begin his military service. All of this gives me the sense that this young man, whom I have yet to meet, is as worried about handling a dangerous and spectacular explosive as he is careful, for this very reason of course, not to let it get out of his hands. Analysis interrupted. After discussing it on the phone, we decide, Sam Weber and myself, to ask Ortwin de Greef to send us, if possible, copies of the articles published in French, which were the more numerous. Then we could advise him from a more informed position. Sam Weber writes to him to this effect on our behalf. A short while later, we receive copies of 25 articles in French, accompanied by a bibliographical notice concerning 92 articles published in L'Histoire between February 1941 and June 1942. In a handwritten note, de Greef adds, plus probably another 20 to 30 in the period July-December 1942. I specify this point for two reasons. 1. First of all, I have still not understood why and how this selection of 25 articles was made from a set of about 125. But I have no reason to suspect the intention of he who wrote the following to me, in a letter accompanying the package, and in order to forestall my anxiety, yesterday I received a letter from Mr. Samuel Weber in which he tells me that you are prepared to give me your opinion on the texts of Paul de Man that I have found. In this envelope, you will find a bibliographical list as well as a not altogether arbitrary selection of these texts. It is difficult, for practical reasons, to send you all the articles now, but if you wish to see them, I will try to find a way. In any case, the present selection can give an impression of the general content of the first writings of Paul de Man as concerns the events of the war. 5. However neutral and honest the principle of this selection, however indispensable it may have seemed for technical reasons I know nothing about, it has perhaps privileged the texts that are politically and ideologically significant. Thus perhaps it has distorted a general configuration that would be better respected by an integral reading. It is for this reason, and I will come to this point later, that we decided to pursue systematically the research which de Greef by that time had to abandon for reasons of military service, and to publish all the accessible articles. 2. For the same reason, at the moment of this writing, I have still been able to read, besides the 25 articles from L'Histoire, only the 4 articles translated from Flemish into English and introduced by the translator. I cannot even evaluate the effects of this limitation on what I may say here, but I do not want to exclude them. The important thing is not only the limitation on my reading at the moment in which I must write, whatever meaning that may have, but the fact that all the sensationalist information delivered in great haste by the newspapers and by those who fed them their information remains marked by the same limitation that was generally undeclared, just as there was no mention made of the as yet very insufficient state of our most elementary knowledge concerning the essentials of this affair. I insist on heavily underscoring this point. To be sure, in the course of the research and debates that will undoubtedly continue, I will perhaps be led to complete or correct the first impressions that I am delivering here as such. I would have waited to do a more systematic job if the press had not pressed us to hurry. What were these impressions after a first reading toward the end of August? As I said to Sam Weber, during the first phone call, and one may easily imagine this, I had first hoped to read less profoundly marked articles. I had hoped that the concessions to the occupier or the ideological contagion, which I already expected, one did not accept to publish in that context without paying the price, that is, without accepting what we know today to be unacceptable, would take minimal and some sort of negative forms, more those of omission or of abstention. This hope disappointed, I had to give in to this first appearance at least. Things seemed serious and complicated. Paul de Man's discourse appeared to me right off to be clearly more engaged than I had hoped, but also more differentiated and no doubt more heterogeneous. The form of the engagement was even rather disconcerting. One could recognize very quickly in the writing, along with the traits of a certain juvenility, those of an extraordinary culture, a culture that was especially literary or artistic, already very international, French and German, especially, but also Anglo-American and Flemish, open to the great politico-philosophical problems that everything then made more dramatic and more pressing, the destiny of Europe, the essence and future of nations, the individual and democracy, war, science and technology, and most particularly the political meanings and importance of literature. Rightly or wrongly, I believed I had to accept what could be in itself contradictory about this double impression. On the one hand, I perceived an intellectual maturity and a cultivation which were uncommon at that age, and thus an exceptional sense of historical, philosophical, political responsibilities. There can be no doubt about this. It forms, rather, the theme, so to speak, of all these texts. To a very great extent, Paul de Man knew what he was doing, as they say, and he constantly posed questions of responsibility, which does not mean that his response to his questions was ever simple. Nonetheless, on the other hand, this impressive precociousness was sometimes paid for, it is not so surprising, by some confusion, perhaps as well as certain haste. Especially when they go together, youth and journalism are not the best protections against such confusion. No doubt flattered to see himself entrusted with the literary and artistic column of a major newspaper, even if he owed this fortune, or misfortune, to his uncle Henry de Man, a young man of 22 did not resist the temptation. All the more so since, as we now know, this former student of the sciences dreamed of nothing but literature. I will also come back to what was no doubt the determining role of that uncommon man, Henry de Man, and to the question of age in this story. I believed I could acknowledge something right away, the relative heterogeneity of these writings, due in part to the often careful articulation of the argument, to the skill, indeed the cunning of the ideologico-political rhetoric, was also to be explained, to an extent that I still cannot measure, by other factors. On the one hand, it was no doubt necessary to take into consideration a personal inability to give to the argument all its coherence, but there was also the structural impossibility that prevented this argument from attaining coherence. I am talking about the fund of coded and stereotyped arguments from which Paul de Man had to draw. On the other hand, how can one avoid taking into account the mobility of a situation that, during this beginning of the occupation, and however brief may be the period we are talking about, must have made things evolve quickly from one day to the next? The diachronic overdetermination of the context demanded that one proceed carefully in the reading of the series of articles. I will later spell out other necessary precautions, but first of all I want to go on with the story. From the first reading, I thought I recognized, alas, what I will call roughly an ideological configuration, discursive schemas, a logic, and a stock of highly marked arguments. By my situation and by training, I had learned from childhood to detect them easily. A strange coincidence, it so happens, on top of it all, that these themes are the subject of seminars I have been giving for 4 years as well as of my last book, on Heidegger and Nazism. 6 My feelings were first of all that of a wound, a stupor, and a sadness that I want neither to dissimulate nor exhibit. They have not altogether gone away since, even if they are joined now by others, which I will talk about as well. To begin, a few words about what I thought I was able to identify at first glance, but a glance that right away gave me to see, as one should always suspect, that a single glance will never suffice, nor even a brief series of glances. And already, when I speak of a painful surprise, I must right away differentiate things. A painful surprise, yes, of course, for 3 reasons at least. 1. Some of these articles or certain phrases in them seem to manifest, in a certain way, an alliance with what has always been for me the very worst. 2. For almost 20 years, I had never had the least reason to suspect my friend could be the author of such articles. I will come back again to this fact. 3. I had read, a short while earlier, the only text that was accessible to me up until then, and that was written and signed by Paul de Man in Belgium during the war. Thomas Keenan, a young researcher and a friend from Yale who was preparing, among other things, a bibliography of de Man, had in fact communicated to me, as soon as he had found it in Belgium, the table of contents and the editorial of an issue from the 4th volume of a Brussels journal in which de Man had published his first writings. He had been a member of the editorial committee, then director of this journal, Les Cahiers du Libre Examen, Revue du Cercle d'études de l'Université Libre de Bruxelles, founded in 1937. Now, what did this editorial say in February 1940, at the point at which de Man had just taken over the editorship, in the middle of the war but right before the defeat? Without equivocation, it took sides against Germany and for democracy, for the victory of the democracies in a war defined as a struggle against barbarity. This journal, moreover, had always presented itself as democratic, anti-clerical, anti-dogmatic, and anti-fascist. 7 Here then are 3 reasons to be surprised by the texts dating from the following year and that I discovered with consternation. But I said that right away I had to complicate and differentiate things, as I will have to do regularly. My surprise did not come all at once. Even as I reassured myself, good, during his Belgian youth that I know nothing about, Paul was, in any case, on the right side during the war. What I had quickly read of this editorial left me with an uneasy feeling and an aftertaste. In passing, but in a clearly thematic fashion, I was able to identify their source. And here we approach the heart of the problems we have to talk about. They are not only Paul de Man's problems, but those of the equivocal structure of all the politico-philosophical discourses at play in this story, the discourses from all sides. Today, yesterday, and tomorrow let the dispensers of justice not forget that. What, then, had already disturbed me in this editorial, in its opting so resolutely for democracy, and in its call for a struggle against barbarity in 1940. 1. First of all, an insistent reference to the West and to Western civilization, a theme or lexicon whose careless manipulation has often slid over into rather undemocratic theses, as we know now from experience, especially when it is a question of a decadence of the said Western civilization. As soon as anyone talks about decadence of Western civilization, I am on my guard. We know that this kind of talk can sometimes, not always, lead to restorations or installations of an authoritarian, even totalitarian order. Now, the decadence of Western civilization was indeed the central theme of the editorial. It spoke vigorously of the necessity of lucidly going beyond a commonplace, not in order to overturn it but to clarify its presuppositions, to render account of it and to take account, with lucidity, thus to answer for it and répondre not only as a theoretician, but in practical, ethical, political terms. But since it has become a commonplace to say that Western civilization is in a state of decadence and that it is crumbling everywhere, it is indispensable to take account of what exactly these values are that are being so directly threatened. And if one wishes to present oneself as champion ready to defend them, this lucidity no longer remains a pointless theoretician's game, but becomes a truly tactical necessity. My emphasis, on which side is the commonplace to be found? 8. 2. I was disturbed as well by a discreetly marked suspicion on the subject of the individual and the idea of the liberation of the individual. We also know the constraints that this suspicion sometimes, not always, exercises whenever the program to which it belongs is not carefully engaged. Presenting the unity of this issue of Les Caillas, the editorial of this resolutely democratic journal in effect said, Western ethical principles seem, for almost all the authors, to come down in the final analysis to the idea of the liberation of the individual, thanks to which we are differentiated from neighboring civilizations. And if we think we are superior to them, we owe the belief to this concept. This was a way once again of problematizing a commonplace at the same time as one seemed to be assuming it. The strategy of this brief editorial is thus already overdetermined, distanced, gravely ironic. It sets out at once positions of value, democracy, individual, Western civilization that must be saved from decadence, and the necessity of not simplifying, of not giving in to Dasein, to orthodox and conformist opinion, to the commonplace, to the feeling of superiority, at least as long as it remains unjustified or unanalyzed. If we think we are superior to them neighboring civilizations, we owe the belief to this concept, that is, to this concept of the individual which must be analyzed, and of which an account must be rendered, an account taken. The author of this editorial, then, has no taste for simplification or received ideas, for commonplaces and easy consensus. Good democratic conscience and the ideology of the liberation of the individual can sometimes give in to such facileness. Nothing permits us to imagine that the editorial was written by anyone other than the journal's editor, that is, by Paul de Man who, as editor, would in any case have to be the first to answer for it. 3. But that was not all. Aware of the manner in which, discreetly but surely, perhaps not yet surely enough, it simplified consensus and good conscience. I clearly saw already that, in order to avoid simplifying dangerously, this calmly insolent editorial ran the risk of other dangers. It called for a new order. This word is perhaps not diabolical in itself. No word means anything by itself, out of all context, and the same word appears sometimes in discourses that many, perhaps, would never think of suspecting today. But it was then, in 1940, known to be too often, too regularly associated with anti-democratic ideologies. An order to come, a new order is not necessarily the extreme right that we know under the name of Ordre Nouveau 9, an expression which, moreover, appears elsewhere, but the resemblance ought to have been cause for more vigilance. On the other hand, the paragraph that I am going to cite refuses, precisely in order not to simplify dangerously, to draw a simple line there where the war was, nonetheless, simplifying it in fact. It is as if it were causing the fronts to proliferate and asking the reader not to forget that war could cross over to the inside onto other fronts. And that finally there were always several wars going on at once. The editorial suggests that decadence is not only on the side of the enemy, and that the expression struggle of the West against barbarity comes down precisely to dangerously simplifying the question. Here then is the passage that left me perplexed and that explains why, a little while later, my surprise may have been painful, as I said a moment ago, but was not an absolute surprise. Up to a certain point, it had been prepared or cushioned, let us say rather it was divided by a kind of internal partition. It has not been explicitly a question of the war in this issue. One senses, however, that its presence guides the thinking of all our contributors, and it is certainly not by chance that two of them have chosen France as a symbol of Western culture. But one could not say, without dangerously simplifying the question, that the present war is a struggle of the West against barbarity. Factors of decadence are to be found in all nations, all individuals, and the victory of the democracies will be a victory of the West only to the extent it succeeds in establishing an order in which a civilization like the one we cherish can live again. My emphasis, 10. We can glimpse a certain logic. It lies in wait for the calculation or the political consequence of political or rather any discourse. It is as if the possibility of its own overturning were ventriloquizing the discourse in advance, as if that possibility installed in it a quasi-internal war, or still more serious, an endless war, that is, both infinite and without boundaries, a war that can never be totally internalized nor externalized. It consists, in effect, of multiple fronts and frontiers. A finite strategy can never formalize them totally, still less master them. Whence the effect produced by the incessant passage of these fronts or frontiers. A paradoxical effect because the very possibility of the passage seems to forbid any advance, it seems aporetic in itself. Now, it is precisely in this place and at this moment, I will even go so far as to say on this condition, that all decisions, if there are any, must be taken, and that responsibilities are taken. Halfway reassured by this editorial in the Cahiers, but my ears still tuned to the uneasy rumblings within me, it is then that I discovered, several months later in 1987, a series of articles also written several months later, after February 1940, in L'Histoire and Het Vlaamse Land, this time, therefore, after the defeat and under the occupation. What had happened in those few months? What was it I thought I could identify on a first reading, through the sadness and consternation I have mentioned? First of all, this massive and irreducible fact, whatever may be the overdetermination of the content or the internal strategy, a literary and artistic column had been regularly supplied between 1940 and 1942. A rather large number of texts had been published in newspapers accepted by the Nazi occupiers. If anyone still had any doubts about this, it sufficed, even before reading Demand's articles, to look at what surrounded them, sometimes framing them immediately on the same page. The subjection of this newspaper 11 cannot have escaped Demand for very long, even if the latter, let us suppose hypothetically, had let himself be blinded for several days or several weeks, even if, let us suppose hypothetically, he had thought he ought to benefit from the authority of a famous and influential uncle, Henry de Man, to whom he was very attached and whom he no doubt admired a lot. 12. And even if, let us also suppose hypothetically, de Man initially took advantage of things so as to see his unquestionable talent exercised and recognized, since the awarding of a prestigious literary and artistic column in a major newspaper cannot leave a young man of 22 indifferent, a young man who has things to say and who is longing to write once again, as he had already been doing in a brilliant way for several years, on all subjects, philosophy, sociology, politics, music, and especially literature. Beyond this grave and undeniable fact, I would like to try to analyze now what I thought I was able to detect at the moment of that first, painful reading. It will be difficult, I prefer to say that right away, and for a number of reasons. The first has to do with the hypothesis of a general law that I believed I was able to form, then verify, at least in a first analysis. Like any law, this law supposes a sort of invariant that in this case takes the form of a recurrent alternation, according to the disjunctive partition of an on the one hand. On the other hand. But one of the difficulties I announced arises from this, the said alternation, that, out of concern for clarity, I will be obliged to harden into an opposition through the rhetoric of an on the one hand, on the other hand, will be only the phenomenon or the form of presentation, the logico-rhetorical scheme of this law, I will even say of the relation to the law in general. It would be necessary to go beyond the form of the schema and interrogate in its possibility that which thus sets limits on a complete binary formalization. No doubt I will only be able to sketch this movement with these examples and within the dimensions of an article. But I insist on showing the examples and on marking this necessity, even as I refer to other work, past or yet to come. Let us say, then, on the one hand. On the other hand, and what is more, on the one hand. On the other hand, on both hands. On both hands, both sides, it would be necessary to pursue further the overdetermining division. On the one hand, the massive, immediate, and dominant effect of all these texts is that of a relatively coherent ideological ensemble which, most often and in a preponderant fashion, conforms to official rhetoric, that of the occupation forces or of the milieu that, in Belgium, had accepted the defeat and, if not state and governmental collaboration as in France, then at least the perspective of a European unity under German hegemony. A rigorous description of the conditions in which is inscribed what I am massively calling here the massive effect would suppose taking into account the extraordinary tangle of the political, religious, and linguistic history of Belgium, at least at that critical turning point of the constitutional monarchy when Henry de Man, after having been a socialist minister, decides, as the government is going into exile, to stay with the king whose advisor he will remain until November 1941, the date at which he in turn leaves Belgium. I cannot undertake this description here, but I believe it will be indispensable, in the future, for any serious interpretation of these texts. But on the other hand, and within this frame, de Man's discourse is constantly split, disjointed, engaged in incessant conflicts. Whether in a calculated or a forced fashion, and no doubt beyond this distinction between calculation and passivity, all the propositions carry within themselves a counter-proposition, sometimes virtual, sometimes very explicit, always readable. This counter-proposition signals what I will call, in a regular and contradictory manner, a double edge and a double bind, the singular artifact of a blade and a knot. As a result, paradoxically, these articles and the attitude that seems to sustain them are not without a certain conformity to the editorial of the Cahiers that wanted to avoid dangerously simplifying. That is why, in the 3 series of examples with which my hypothesis will be put to the test, I will follow precisely the themes put into perspective by the journal editorial: the destiny of the West, Europe and its outside, the nation, democracy and the individual. And literature, if it occupies more than just one place among others in this network, the reason is not only that, as in the Cahiers, de Man had the responsibility, official and statutory, to treat of literature in a privileged way. On the one hand. On the other hand, then, first series of examples. On the one hand, everything takes place as if, the German victory leaving no doubt and no exit, it was more imperative than ever to pose the question of Europe's destiny by analyzing the past, the present, and especially the future. For that reason, de Man approves of those who attempt a critical exposé in order to deduce the responsibilities for the defeat. 13. One must direct one's thinking toward the new problems that have arisen and not give in to clichés. Once again, the critique of the commonplace: it is not by spreading the belief that we are inept cowards that we will plan for a better future. It is not enough to accuse the decayed political climate that provoked the defeat, since that climate was not much better in 1914. When it is a question of the defeat, a certain Belgian nationalism, sometimes more precisely Flemish nationalism, seems just as obvious, even if the discourse on the nation and nationalisms often remains more cautious than the praise of the Belgian army, whose defeat would have been more glorious than that of its allies. 14. De Man judges this reflection on the war, that many others but not everyone, and that is the question, might also think was over, to be just as necessary for France. He is already in a post-war period. 15. He praises the French who, by means of the symptoms of what may be the future, reveal the fruitful meditation of a people attempting to pull themselves together by understanding objectively how the blow that has been struck changes its historical destiny. 16. As in the editorial from the Cahiers, a big question cuts across all the articles, that of the future of Europe and of a European unity that, from now on, since the German victory seems irreversible and of profound importance, can only be accomplished around Germany. Even if the form of his discourse is then more descriptive than prescriptive, even if it seems to call more for a realization and a knowledge than a commitment and an approbation, de Man permits himself no reservations. Could he have done so in this newspaper, when he defines, for example, what might interest the visitors on the occasion of an exhibition on the history of Germany? One recognizes here the concern of someone who never ceased pointing to the necessity of posing the national problem, notably the German problem. And who can reproach him for that? This is the first element that may interest visitors, to have a clearer vision of the very complex history of a people whose importance is fundamental to the destiny of Europe. They will be able to see that the historical evolution of Germany is governed by a fundamental factor, the will to unite the set of regions that have a like racial structure but that adversaries have incessantly endeavored to divide. The periods of weakness always coincide with the territorial parceling up. Each time there has been an attempt to react against a state of inferiority, it has taken the form of seeking to reconquer and assimilate the lost provinces. 17. This paragraph echoes a concern whose traces may be found throughout the whole history and all the writings of Henry de Man. His nephew goes back to the treaties of Westphalia and Versailles, then he adds: there is another reason for which Germany's historical destiny, both past and future, cannot leave us indifferent, and that is because we depend on it directly. None can deny the fundamental importance of Germany for the life of the West as a whole. One must see this obstinacy that resists subjugation as more than a simple proof of national steadfastness. The whole continuity of Western civilization depends on the unity of the people who are its center. 18. Likewise, although he assumes nothing directly to his own account, although his language is almost always that of a chronicler commentator, de Man does not openly criticize those who, like Jacques Chardin, dare to look in the face of the situation born of the German victory and form the hope of finding that the victor has projects and intentions capable of reconstructing a Europe with better social and political conditions. 19. There seems to be no doubt in his eyes that Belgium and Europe are in the process of living a revolution. That is his term. But this word is also borrowed. It is the rallying cry of all those who, notably in France, speak of national revolution in order to name the new Pétainist era. Revolution, which is to say, then, a social and national revolution of the right. It is, moreover, also in reference to France, which, as we shall see, he alternately praises and criticizes, that de Man speaks, as does his uncle during his Marxist and beyond Marxism phase, of a political and social revolution. What is more, he diagnoses a fatality rather than assigning a duty, and we ought always to pay attention to the mode of his utterances. On the subject of Notre Avant-Guerre by Robert Brazil-Lach, I can imagine that, for a cultivated Frenchman, Notre Avant-Guerre still evokes a lost paradise. But he will have to resign himself to completing a political and social revolution before he can hope to regain a similar paradise, one that would have more solid and, consequently, less ephemeral foundations. 20. Thus the present moment is apprehended, in the then dominant code, as that of a revolution, the present revolution. 21. The maze of the present revolution. 22. The current revolution. 23. Or the one to come, for Belgium that has not yet had its revolution. Point 24. This maze, who can seriously see its outcome, the topological design, the essential plan? No one, or almost no one, in the man's eyes, the eyes of someone who, knowing he cannot see in a labyrinth, pricks up his ears. For what must preoccupy the minds of those who wish to orient a reform or a revolution is not a search for the means of adapting themselves to new conditions. In the spiritual domain as much as in the political one, they find themselves confronted with new lines of conduct to be recast, with institutions to be recreated, with programs of organization to be elaborated. And one may remark that strictly none of the essays published in such great number in France and French-speaking Belgium since the war contain so much as a slight concern for tracing the givens of the different problems. SJM. One can see that the man is defining a labyrinthine task, to be sure, but an altogether new one, that of a revolution in thinking. One has to think the revolution and do something other than adapt to new conditions. Does he not feel that he alone, at the time, is up to defining or approaching this task? I have that impression. This labyrinthine task would be both theoretical, abstract, and more than theoretical. It resists its own theorization and the massiveness of the schema I have just outlined. On the other hand, the same article speaks of the need for an abstract theorization of problems that have not yet been elaborated, in particular on the subject of the primordial question of European unity. De Man is politically cautious enough to specify that this theoretical elaboration must not be left to technicians, even if caution can always, this is the double edge, be turned against itself, anti-technicism, demagogic populism, but this is not the dominant accent in the text. Which does not mean that only technicians can participate in the debate. The post-war period brings with it philosophical and psychological problems of a purely abstract nature just as much as it does difficulties having to do with tangible realities. More than that, one may even say that the most important questions are situated on a purely abstract plane. Thus, to take just this example, the primordial question of European unity can only be envisioned from a quasi-theoretical angle. SJM, my emphasis. Why is that? We have just gone from the purely abstract to the quasi-theoretical. That is why, immediately afterward, the spiritual givens of the problem, which are taken to be essential, cannot be treated in a general and theoretical form. In the rather awkward phrase I am going to cite, and where I do not exclude the possibility of a typo having slipped in, since this wartime newspaper contains many such mistakes, it is difficult to know whether language does or does not belong to these spiritual givens. Language is defined as material and direct, an interesting notation that probably also concerns national languages and their diversity, but which no doubt should not be over-interpreted retrospectively in the light of what de Man has since said about materiality. That which unites the European peoples are precisely those factors that escape all materialization, a similar political past, a common philosophical and religious thinking, an economic and social organization that has gone through an analogous evolution in all countries. On the contrary, that which is material and direct, such as language, habits, popular customs, appears as disparate and variable. One may thus see that, in this case, it is a matter of spiritual givens that cannot be treated in a general and theoretical form. SJM 25. What is still more interesting, through the convolution of this remark, is its final aim within the article. The article is about a book by Montherlant. As far as I can judge at this point, the list of books, in particular of French books, reviewed by de Man can seem to speak loudly all by itself: Juvenal, Faberluce, Benoist Meccan, Chardin, Dreux La Rochelle, Janot, and so on. By what it retains as well as by what it excludes, the filter seems to correspond to that of the legitimation machine, thus the censorship machine, of the official Pétainist ideology. Is de Man letting these choices be imposed totally from without? Is he responding on his own to a demand? Does he assume responsibility for it? Up to what point? Does he consider that these books, having just appeared, and being authorized to appear with authorized publishers, an enormous French history that I have to leave aside here, were part of the current events about which it is the chronicler's duty to speak, even if, on the other hand, he has already indicated his interest in so many other authors, from Joyce to Kafka, from Gide to Hemingway, and so forth? As for me, I do not have the means to answer these questions. But what I can say, from reading this article on Montherlant, for example, and taking responsibility for this reading, is that the argument I mentioned a moment ago around theory seems destined, through de Man's clever and not particularly docile strategy, to discredit Montherlant's political discourse at the point at which it proposes a general view. How does this text operate when we look at it closely? It begins by quoting, as if in epigraph and in order to authorize itself, a remark by Montherlant. Then it turns the remark against him with an irony whose pitiless lucidity, alas, too much lucidity, not enough lucidity, blindly lucid, spares no one, not even de Man almost a half-century later. Writing by profession on current affairs, he deals with a current affair in this domain, and he announces the oblivion promised those who devote their literature to current affairs. Do not these lines, that name the worst, become unforgettable from then on? It is frightening to think that de Man might have handled so coldly the double-edged blade, while perhaps expecting the worst. In this collection of essays by Montherlant, there is a phrase that all those who have followed literary publication since August 1940 will approve. It is the passage that says, to the writers who have given too much to current affairs for the last few months, I predict, for that part of their work, the most complete oblivion. When I open the newspapers and journals of today, I hear the indifference of the future rolling over them, just as one hears the sound of the sea when one holds certain seashells up to the ear. One could not have put it any better. And this just and severe sentence applies to all the books and essays in which writers offer us their reflections on war and its consequences, including Solstice de Juin itself, the title of the book by Montherlant de Man is reviewing. It is an odd distortion, belonging to our age, to demand from artists and writers, in particular, directives and judgments on political and historical circumstances. Because writers are capable of expressing commonplaces in an elegant way, they are made into oracles, and one takes their words to be providential messages. And the credit they enjoy in this domain is considerable. Gide's quarrels with communism exercised more influence over people's minds than would have numerous documented and serious works treating the same question. And yet there is no reason whatsoever to grant men of letters such authority in an area of human behavior which, manifestly, lies outside their competence. It is surprising to discover the naivete and nullity of some of their sentences once they have been stripped of the brilliant varnish that a careful style confers on them. A whole side of the question, the economic, social, technical side, is totally alien to them, so that when they venture onto this terrain, in that offhand way that only the ignorant are capable of, one may expect the worst. SJM. After that, one does not have to wait long for a condemnation of the individual and the individualist Montherlant, who likes to give lessons. His meditations are conventional and insipid, uninteresting and ineffective. By practicing the political essay, Montherlant can only echo official declarations and swell the ranks of those who talk to no useful purpose. An analogous gesture, although more discreet, as regards Chardin. After having quoted him, only Germany can organize the continent, and that country provides us with the opportunity of an internal rebuilding that was necessary and that it is up to us to accomplish. De Man adds, After such sentences, one may perhaps debate Chardin's ideas, but one certainly cannot reproach them for a lack of sharpness netted, vfc. A double-edged sentence on sharpness, precisely, and on the cutting edge itself. One may suppose, without being sure, that de Man judges these ideas to be very debatable. Likewise, although de Man often insists, and rightly so, on the riches of German culture, on the complexity of the national problem in Germany, on the fundamental role that it always plays and ought still to play in the destiny of Europe, at no point, to my knowledge, does he name Nazism, a fortiori in order to praise it. In all the texts I have been able to read and about which the least one can say is that they were turned in the direction of politics and current affairs, the word Nazi, Nazi Party appears only once or twice, if I am not mistaken, and then it does so in a neutral or informative mode. What is more, on one occasion it provides another opportunity to criticize a French writer who was then one of the most authorized by collaborationist France, Brasilach, and his lack of political sense. Brasilach's reaction faced with a spectacle like that of the Nazi Party Congress in Nuremberg, when he manifests a certain terror before the strange nature of this demonstration, is that of someone for whom the sudden importance of the political in the life of a people is an inexplicable phenomenon, nab. However overdeterminable this remark may be, it indicates not just a distance but a very critical step back when it comes to writers or ideologues as marked as Montherlant, Chardin, or Brasilach. As for what remains neutral or suspended in his approach, one must, it seems to me, find a supplementary explanation, and here again it will be a question of responsibility. In an article titled Sur les possibilités de la critique, which will greatly interest those who would hasten toward a recognition of prefigurations in these early writings, de Man defines a certain autonomy of literature, but also of literary history. To be sure, there is a responsibility to evaluate the literary object, but it is a specific responsibility. It is not to be confused, he says, with that of a moral and political judgment on the moral or political responsibilities of the writer. Literature is an independent domain having a life, laws, and obligations belonging only to it and which in no way depend on the philosophical or ethical contingencies stirring at its side. The least one can say is that the artistic values governing the world of letters do not merge with those of the truth and the good, and that whoever borrows his criteria from this region of human consciousness will be systematically mistaken in his judgments. One does not have the right to condemn Gide as a novelist because his moral life was debatable. A writer can be attacked for the inadequacies of his style, for sins against the laws of the genre he practices, but never for weaknesses or lacks in his moral personality. The most beautiful pages in the world's literatures are often those that express a failure, a renunciation, a capitulation. And the worst platitudes have been written to exalt the most noble sentiments. All of this is quite obvious, and it would be pointless to repeat it if we did not have to listen to reassert ions of criticism's duty to derive from a set of deductions, joined to a philosophy of broad humanism, or better yet to a moral responsibility linked to the supernatural fidelity of man. 26. This is not the place for a substantive debate about all these formulations and about literature as an independent domain which, moreover, de Man does not remove from history, any more than he ever did. This is very clear in the rest of the same article, which even speaks of a philosophy of literary history that is no less fruitful than the philosophy of history as such. It is also quite obvious that literary criticism, if it is critical, that is, if it is a judgment, an evaluation, an assignment of responsibility, could not be, insofar as it is literary criticism of works, a moral or political criticism of authors. That being the case, what does de Man do here? 1. If the responsibility of the criticized works can be acute in literary terms without that meaning it is a moral or political responsibility, then this is also true for criticism, for criticizing criticism of works. Some will be able to say, out of malevolence in my opinion, that de Man wants to subtract his critical activity from any future moral and political trial, even though some capitulation was readable there. 2. More significant seems to me to be the example of Gide, the accursed author of the period. De Man disputes the validity of any moral and political trial that one might bring against Gide's literary work. He even formulates general principles invalidating such a judgment. He puts forth reasons for a radical resistance to the organization of such verdicts. He does it at a moment when moral and political trials, often carried out in the name of, precisely, humanism, were common and had serious consequences. This seems to me to be a remarkable gesture. For if literature remains neutral in De Man's eyes, or at least independent of morality and politics, it is not neutral. It is even an offensive and courageous gesture to recall this axiom and to resist the moralizing orthodoxy at a moment of great repression during which so many writers are being condemned for their moral or political opinions, present or past. 3. The logic of this argument anticipates, up to a certain point, that of Jean-Paul Hahn, whom De Man was rediscovering during the last years of his life, no doubt in reference to other themes, but it is still not insignificant. Writing after the liberation in De la Pale et du Grain, on the wheat and the chaff, this writer resistant disputed the right of his friends on the National Committee of Writers to conduct, as writers, political trials of other writers known to have collaborated with the enemy. If there were grounds for such a trial, then it was the province of other tribunals competent to judge political acts. There ought to be no literary apuration purge, no writers' tribunals to judge other writers as writers. Nor should there be voluntary policemen, or that supplementary force of gendarmes that Charles Maurras cried out for and that you have invented. 27 My own thinking as regards Paul Hahn's discourse cannot be summed up in a few lines. Yet, it is remarkable in any case that an analogous logic was put to work several years earlier by De Man, and this time in an opposite context, so to speak, when it was a matter of protesting against tribunals and purges on the other side. Thus, once again, do not dangerously simplify the question. In a like manner, finally, although he grants a lot of attention to the role that Germany or German genius has played or ought to play in the destiny of Europe, although he recalls constantly the necessity of understanding thoroughly the history of the German nation in order to understand Hitlerism, although he is vigilantly opposed to the commonplace and the lazy and widespread solution that comes down to supposing an integral dualism between Germany, on the one hand, and Hitlerism on the other. The latter considered to be a strange phenomenon, having no relation to the historical evolution of the German people, but rather born of a momentary aberration and destined to disappear like a morbid symptom that would have merely upset the normal life of the nation for a little while. VFC, although his analysis leads him to judge German hegemony in Europe to be ineluctable, this diagnosis seems rather cold and rather far removed from exhortation. And when, in the same text, he describes the innovations of totalitarian regimes and the obligations or duties taking the place of anarchy, he underscores that the style that will result from this process is far from being definitively consecrated. It may appear crude and somewhat rudimentary because of the rigid and relatively narrow mold that is the war. Then he concludes by noting that enriching these possibilities may run the risk of dangerous temptations. VFC. The week before, in an article that was also, let us never forget, a commentary on Daniel Halévy, De Man recognized, admittedly, that in France immediate collaboration seemed compelling to any objective mind, but he warned against an attitude that would be content to strike out against the nearest guilty parties or to adopt the mystical beliefs from which the victors have drawn their strength and power. 28 Here once again, there is an appeal to historical, even the historians, analysis of the past so as to rediscover the strengths and the patrimony of the nation, but also so as to draw the lesson from events by means of theoretical considerations. 29. 2. On the one hand. On the other hand, second series of examples. On the one hand, the question of nations dominates all these texts. It is approached in all its theoretical aspects, ethnic, historical, political, linguistic, religious, aesthetic, literary. Nothing could be more legitimate, one might say, especially at that moment, and I will add, still today. But this interest is not only theoretical. In certain of its forms, it resembles nationalist commitment, Belgian, sometimes Flemish. and there seems to be evidence of a great respect, in a privileged fashion, with regard to German nationalism. Most utterances of a comparatist style are made to the benefit of Germany and to the detriment of conquered France. This interest for the nation seems to dominate in two ways: it outweighs interest for the state, notably in its democratic form, and still more interest for the individual who constitutes the target of numerous critiques. We have already seen how this interest was resonating in a muffled way in the editorial from the Cahiers. De Man, translator and commentator of A. E. Brinkmann's Geist der Nationen, Italiener Franzosendeutsche, 1938, speaks in this regard of national grandeur. His commentary describes a sober faith, a practical means to defend Western culture against a decomposition from the inside out or a surprise attack by neighboring civilizations. 30 Looked on more or less favorably by the Nazis, Brinkmann's book is concerned especially with the arts. But De Man recalls that it applies to all domains. What is true in the domain of the history of arts holds true for all domains. Europe can only be strong, peaceful, and flourishing if it is governed by a state of mind which is deeply conscious of its national grandeur, but which keeps its eyes open for all experiments and problems that touch our continent. A.M. This Western nationalism must adapt itself to the contemporary revolutions we spoke of earlier. De Man emphasizes that the aims of the book he is reviewing are not only theoretical. They have value as practical engagement. Does he subscribe to them in his name? It seems that he does, but he does not say so. The aim of a work like this is not only to analyze the artistic activity from an aesthetic point of view, or to give an explanation of a practical nature. It originated out of an attempt to ensure the future of Western civilization in all its aspects. As such, it contains a lesson, which is indispensable for all those who, in the contemporary revolutions, try to find a firm guidance according to which they can direct their action and their thoughts. A.M. Comparisons between the German and French cultures, notably as regards their literary manifestations, the one dominated by myth, metaphor, or symbol, the other by psychological analysis, the predilection for moderation, limit, and definition. Thus for the finite, one thinks of many of Nietzsche's statements on this subject, seem often to be made to the benefit of the former. Does De Man assume to his own account what he says in commenting on Seeberg? It seems that he does, but he does not say so. Instead of an artificial and forced denationalization that leads to a considerable impoverishment such as we have seen happen in Flanders and Walloon Belgium as a result of France's force of attraction of free contact among peoples who know themselves to be different and who hold on to this difference, but who esteem each other reciprocally, guarantees political peace and cultural stability. It is no doubt in this domain that France must perform the most serious turnaround, or risk disappearing forever from the political scene. As for the spiritual domain, le domaine de l'esprit, the forces that seem to have taken over the conduct of history are not very much in accordance with France's specific soul. To realize this, it suffices to examine the opposition pointed out by Seeberg between a certain form of French reason that everywhere seeks to fix limits and to establish the right measure, and the sense of grandeur and of the infinite that indeed seems to characterize present tendencies. We are entering a mystical age. Let us not forget that elsewhere De Man speaks of his mistrust as regards the victor's mysticism, a period of faith and belief, along with everything that supposes in the way of suffering, exaltation, and intoxication. PFS. The Flemish nationalism is clearer, notably in Le Destin de la Flandre, whose pretext was the Germano-Flemish Cultural Convention. Paul de Man was born in Antwerp, and his family is Flemish. He recalls several times the Flemish genius and the struggle against French influences that, through the intermediary of the complicitous Belgian state, were spreading rapidly. He supports a solution that would guarantee Flanders a certain autonomy in relation to Walloon Belgium and Germany, whether it is a matter of defense or of national, and first of all linguistic, patrimony, that, of the language before all else, and of that form of freedom that permits creators to work in accordance with their impulses and not as imitators of a neighbor whose spirit is dissimilar. 31 This attention to national language appears throughout these first texts, which also form a short treatise on translation. Literature is often examined from the point of view of the problems of translation by someone who was also a polyglot, a very active translator, especially in his youth, and an original interpreter of Benjamin's The Task of the Translator. Resistance to translation is how one recognizes national roots and the idiomatic character of a literary work. From this point of view, one should read the column devoted to German novels. It begins thus. There exists an excellent means that permits one to discover if a literary work either does or does not send its roots down into the depths of national feelings, it is to see whether it resists translation. When a novel or a poem carries within itself these somewhat mysterious and undefinable virtues that make up the particular genius of a people, the most careful translation will never succeed in rendering the original. 32. This problematic of translation is, moreover, in accordance with the comparatism and the hierarchies, which, by the way, are very unstable, that we were evoking a moment ago. Notably, and in what is all the same the most traditional fashion, between the Germanic spirit and the Latin spirit. If the most conscientious and most faithful translation cannot render the accent of the original work, it is in particular because of the divergence between the rational and constructive French spirit and the German tendency toward the visionary, that does not stop at an objective consideration of the sort de Man does not fail to call for elsewhere, but penetrates regions where the laws of reason no longer hold. Thus, the virtues of clarity and harmony are lost. The novel Leonore Griebel, by Hermann Steyer, is much less finished and less even than the work of Flaubert. But one gains depth. With the Latin, intelligence and rational reasoning prevail; with the Germanic, it is a stirring poetic intuition. 33. Although it has to efface itself before the original text, the translation ought not, therefore, to efface the fact that it is still a translation. One ought to feel that it is a translation. Hence the reproach addressed to Betz, the translator of Rilke, whom de Man already knew and appreciated, when he translated Junger, another of de Man's favorites, too well, to the point of making one forget that the original was written in German, which, especially when he recounts the story of a German invading France, has something amazingly shocking about it. 34. Between Germany and France, between these two cultural blocks, Flemish nationalism should endeavor to save that core that has given humanity admirable products of an independent genius. The political status of Flanders ought to be established in the new Europe in accordance with this destiny. F. Despite obvious affinities, this independent genius cannot be reduced to the German genius, and it is clearly opposed to those ultra-French things that are abstraction and cerebralness. Remember this latter word, it occurs frequently, and in a moment we will see it applied to the Jew, not the Frenchman. Flemish genius manifests itself particularly in realist picturality, which does not mean only painting but colorful plasticity even in literature, and shows less interest in abstract content. This is the principal opposition between French and Flemish art. But the attachment to external forms rather than to cerebral analysis has nothing superficial about it. That is what Hegel says in his own way in the Aesthetics. De Man will later study that text closely, perhaps he already knows it when he writes, in the service of Flemish genius, or any genius as it is traditionally called, this mentality has nothing superficial about it, since the external envelope of beings and objects, when it is seen by the careful eye of genius that discovers all its resources, can reveal their deep meaning. F. But on the other hand, already clearly enveloped, as we have indicated, by the cautious modality, more descriptive than prescriptive, of the utterances, this nationalist demand is complicated, multiplied, inverted in several ways. First of all, because, through the practice of an abyssal logic of exemplarity, the national affirmation in general is caught up in the paradoxical necessity of respecting the idiom in general, thus all idioms, all national differences. Next, because Flemish nationalism must resist both the French influence and the German influence. Finally, because this young Fleming is also writing in French. If he is a nationalist, his language, his training, and his literary preferences make of him as much a nationalist of French culture as a Flemish nationalist. This war and its fronts thus divide all the so-called early writings. Because de Man also praises French individualism, it is more analyst than organizer, and it survives even if it no longer intends to play an organizing role. It remains a precious national character 35, and in the very text that speaks of the necessity for France to open itself to foreign influences and to abandon provincialism, l'esprit de clocher, which are in themselves and out of context excellent recommendations, praise of the Latin spirit compensates for and eloquently overcodes the strategy of motifs that we quoted earlier, like the play of forces that this strategy could serve. But let no one accuse me of dangerously simplifying. It is true that things can be reversed again. A certain extreme right in France can also play the card of Latinity. Always the double edge. De Man has just spoken of the lesson of a long humanist past that guards against any obscurantism, and he then continues, out of a concern, once again, not to conform to the spirit of the day and the general orientation. It is on this last point that one sees the considerable role French genius may still be able to play. It cannot for a moment be a question of wanting to destroy or overlook, on the grounds that they do not conform to the spirit of the day, the virtues of clarity, logic, harmony that the great artistic and philosophic tradition of this country reflects. Maintaining the continuity of the French spirit is an inherent condition of Europe's grandeur. Particularly when the general orientation goes in the direction of profound, obscure, natural forces, the French mission, that consists in moderating excesses, maintaining indispensable links with the past, evening out erratic surges, is recognized to be of the utmost necessity. That is why it would be disastrous and stupid to destroy, by seeking to modify them by force, the constants of the Latin spirit. And it is also why we would be committing an unforgivable mistake if we cut our ties with the manifestations of this culture. PFS. Likewise, there are abundant warnings against narrow nationalism and jealous regionalism. 36 Will one say that these warnings can also serve German hegemony? Yet, in opposition to the latter, de Man defines a concept of an autonomous Flanders that will let itself be neither assimilated nor annexed by Germany, as it was occasionally a question of doing. A moderate discourse, a differentiated position that rejects the anti-Belgian spirit of certain Flemish and sees the allegation of an artificial and forced denationalization of Flanders as a relic and a myth. Once again from the destiny of Flanders. But the revisionist situation born of the present war causes various questions to bounce back again, questions that had been more or less skillfully settled before the conflict. And since the organizing force emanates from Germany, Flanders, for whom that country constitutes an eternal point of support, finds itself placed in a peculiar situation. The memory of activism, when Germany supported the Flemish in their legitimate claims, is still too much alive not to provoke certain stirrings in an analogous direction. Nevertheless, it should be pointed out that on this side as well the danger of assimilation exists, and all the more clearly because affinities link the two races. As a result, the temptation is even stronger for the Flemish to let themselves dissolve into a Germanic community which risks effacing everything that constitutes their profound originality. It is for this reason that Mr. Elias, Burgomaster of Ghent, felt he had to react against those who wanted to extend the idea of the Germanic state to the reabsorption of the Low Countries, Nederlanden, in an artificial German community. F. It is true that the Burgomaster's speech seems compelled to remain within a contradiction, if I have understood it correctly, unless it is signaling towards some confederation that, however, it does not name. As for de Man, he merely quotes him. Many no doubt fear that this would lead to the disappearance of the Flemish as a people and their leveling out as Germans. I have no hesitation about saying that such a conception could lead, in Flanders, to catastrophic results. We can only be worthy members of a Germanic state as long as the state allows us to be worthy Netherlanders. F. 3 on the one hand. On the other hand, third series of examples. I will gather these examples around the article that appeared to me, as to so many others, to be the most unbearable. I mean the article titled Les Juifs dans la littérature actuelle, Jews in present-day literature. 37. Nothing in what I am about to say, Analyzing the article as closely as possible, will heal over the wound I right away felt when, my breath taken away, I perceived in it what the newspapers have most frequently singled out as recognized anti-Semitism, an anti-Semitism more serious than ever in such a situation, an anti-Semitism that would have come close to urging exclusions, even the most sinister deportations. Even if, in the texts already quoted, no pro-Nazism was ever declared, even if the disjunctions, the precautions, the complications seem to protect against any simple allegiance, is not what we have here the most unquestionable manifestation of an anti-Semitism as violent as it is stereotyped? Does not this anti-Semitism take over from, so as to sharpen its coherence, the racique, rather than the racial, as it is frequently called in other texts? For example, the historical, racique, and so forth, components that allow one to determine whether or not a people has a nationality worthy of being respected, f. The sensibility. Intimately linked to the virtues of his race, r.a., that of Hermann Steyer, author of Leonore Griebel that de Man is reviewing here. Does not the lack of vigilance regarding racism induce other articles to speak frequently of human types, according to a familiar code which was not only that of Jünger, whom de Man admired and whom Heidegger criticized on this point in Zur Seinsfrage? Whether or not he assumes it to his own account in the texts of commentaries, this vocabulary never seems to arouse suspicion when de Man speaks, rather pejoratively, of a certain type of French man who was hardy and enterprising, sufficiently gifted to have been able to approach great problems without, however, being able to tolerate the intransigent demands made on true genius, a human type with an affection for friendship, irony, nab, or when he speaks, rather approvingly, of a certain human type or of a personality type formed by great renewals, or the creation of a new set of individual ideals, VFC, or still again, paraphrasing Drew La Rochelle, of the creation of a radically new human type 38 even when he criticizes the individualist, French, conception of this new type, human individual, de Man does not seem to distrust the constant reference to type. Likewise, is not the logic of the Jews in present-day literature. Its praise for the good health and the vitality of a European literature that would keep its intact originality despite any Semitic interference, Jala, coherent with the very frequent valorization of vitality, 39 of the healthy, Nab, of the uncorrupted, R.A., as well as sometimes with the critique of abstraction and cerebralness here associated with Judaism? Is it not coherent with so many warnings against outside influences, R.A.? But let us now look more closely at an article that it will be better to quote in extenso. On the one hand, it indeed seems to confirm the logic that we have just reconstituted. In effect, it describes the traits of what, according to some, are degenerate and decadent, because in Job's Ingewischt cultural phenomena, or yet again in Job novel, he mentions the important role that the Jews have played in the phony and disordered existence of Europe since 1920. He has recourse, following a well-known tradition, to the stereotypical description of the Jewish spirit, cerebralness, capacity for assimilating doctrines while maintaining a certain coldness in the face of them. He notes that Jewish writers have always remained in the second rank and, to speak only of France, the André Mauroises, the Francis de Croisets, the Henry Duvernois, the Henry Bernsteins, Tristan Bernards, Julian Bendas, and so forth, are not among the most important figures. They are especially not those who have had any guiding influence on the literary genres, Jala. And then, in a terrifying conclusion, the allusion to a solution to the Jewish problem. The observation is, moreover, comforting for Western intellectuals. That they have been able to safeguard themselves from Jewish influence in a domain as representative of culture as literature proves their vitality. If our civilization had let itself be invaded by a foreign force, then we would have to give up much hope for its future. By keeping, in spite of Semitic interference in all aspects of European life, an intact originality and character, it has shown that its basic nature is healthy. What is more, one sees that a solution of the Jewish problem that would aim at the creation of a Jewish colony isolated from Europe would not entail, for the literary life of the West, deplorable consequences. The latter would lose, in all, a few personalities of mediocre value and would continue, as in the past, to develop according to its great evolutive laws. Jacques. Will I dare to say on the other hand, in the face of the unpardonable violence and confusion of these sentences? What could possibly attenuate the fault? And whatever may be the reasons or the complications of a text, whatever may be going on in the mind of its author, how can one deny that the effect of these conclusions went in the sense and the direction of the worst? In the dominant context in which they were read in 1941, did not their dominant effect go unquestionably in the direction of the worst? Of what we now know to have been the worst. But one must have the courage to answer injustice with justice. And although one has to condemn these sentences, which I have just done, one ought not do it without examining everything that remains readable in a text one can judge to be disastrous. It is also necessary, when evaluating this act, this text, notice I do not say the life and work of its signatory which will never be reduced to this act, this text, to maintain a certain coldness and to take the trouble of that work of lucid analysis de man associates with this coldness even as he attributes it, in this very text, to the Jews. As these traits are rules of intellectual responsibility rather than natural characteristics reserved to Jews and Frenchmen, does not the work of analysis have to be tirelessly pursued with a certain coldness? Therefore, I will dare to say, this time as before, on the other hand. Yes, on the other hand, and first of all, the whole article is organized as an indictment of vulgar antisemitism. It is, let us not forget, directed against that antisemitism, against its lapidary judgment, against the myth it feeds or feeds on. In the first two paragraphs, which I am going to cite, de Man proceeds unquestionably toward a demystification, not without certain risks, of this vulgarity, of its myth, of an error and a very widespread opinion. Once again, as in the Kayas and as he will always do, he takes on the commonplace. Immediately after this critique, he continues with a but. But the reality is different. This will then lead us to ask ourselves which reality interests him especially, and we will have to talk once again about literature. Here then is the uncompromising critique of vulgar antisemitism and of the contradiction, even of the boomerang effect to which the latter is exposed or which perhaps it already translates. I have just used the word boomerang. I could have said that de Man also designates the double edges of the said vulgar antisemitism. These are the first two paragraphs, in which I hear some mockery. Vulgar antisemitism readily takes pleasure in considering post-war cultural phenomena, after the War of 1418, as degenerate and decadent because they are in Jews. Literature has not escaped this lapidary judgment. It has sufficed to discover a few Jewish writers behind Latinized pseudonyms for all of contemporary production to be considered polluted and harmful. This conception entails rather dangerous consequences. First of all, it condemns a priori a whole literature that in no way deserves this fate. What is more, from the moment one agrees that the literature of our day has some merit, it would be a rather unflattering appreciation of Western writers to reduce them to being mere imitators of a Jewish culture that is foreign to them. The Jews themselves have contributed to spreading this myth. Often, they have glorified themselves as the leaders of literary movements that characterize our age. But the error has, in fact, a deeper cause. At the origin of the thesis of a Jewish takeover is the very widespread belief according to which the modern novel and modern poetry are nothing but a kind of monstrous outgrowth of the World War. Since the Jews have, in fact, played an important role in the phony and disordered existence of Europe since 1920, a novel born in this atmosphere would deserve, up to a certain point, the qualification of injuve. Jacques. Things are very serious. Rather than going too quickly, it would be better to run the risk of paraphrase and redundancy. What does this article say? It is indeed a matter of criticizing vulgar antisemitism. That is the primary, declared, and underscored intention. But to scoff at vulgar antisemitism, is that also to scoff at or mock the vulgarity of antisemitism? This latter syntactic modulation leaves the door open to two interpretations. To condemn vulgar antisemitism may leave one to understand that there is a distinguished antisemitism in whose name the vulgar variety is put down. De Man never says such a thing, even though one may condemn his silence. But the phrase can also mean something else, and this reading can always contaminate the other in a clandestine fashion. To condemn vulgar antisemitism, especially if one makes no mention of the other kind, is to condemn antisemitism itself inasmuch as it is vulgar, always and essentially vulgar. De Man does not say that either. If that is what he thought, a possibility I will never exclude, he could not say so clearly in this context. One will say at this point, his fault was to have accepted the context. Certainly, but what is that, to accept a context? And what would one say if he claimed not to have fully accepted it, and to have preferred to play the role there of the nonconforming smuggler, as so many others did in so many different ways, in France and in Belgium, at this or that moment, inside or outside the resistance? And I repeat, what is that, to fully accept a context? Because this article, in any case, is nonconformist, as Paul de Man, as also his uncle, always was. It is not particularly conformist to denounce antisemitism, an antisemitism, whichever it may be, at that moment, in that place, and to attribute to vulgar antisemitism the recognizable and then widespread vocabulary of all antisemitism, injuve, degenerate, decadent, polluted, harmful. At the very least, it is rather anti-conformist to add in the same breath, in the same sentences, that this is a lapidary judgment, that this antisemitism may have dangerous consequences, that what we have here is a myth, an error, that these judgments turn back against the literature of those who pronounce them and who from then on would give themselves away by talking, finally, only about themselves. Already, in the second paragraph, the argument that would consist in making the Jews corresponsible for this antisemitic myth and this error is right away discredited. It was evoked merely as a rhetorical ploy, but the error has, in fact, a deeper cause. The logic of these first two paragraphs controls everything that follows. It is a matter of condemning antisemitism inasmuch as it is vulgar. I leave this expression all its ambiguity, which is the ambiguity of the article, and of condemning this antisemitism as regards literature, its history, its own laws, its relations to history in general. It is as regards literature that de Man wants to say something and obviously thinks he has something original to say. He especially wants to talk about literature, here as elsewhere, and it is moreover literature that is his domain at the newspaper. This is one of the early articles in L'Histoire, where de Man began writing about 2 months previously. I have yet to find any allusion to the Jewish problem or any declaration of antisemitism in any of the other articles. Left to formulate hypotheses, I can imagine that, for a page devoted to Judaism, he was asked to treat the subject from a literary point of view. What one can read on the same page surrounding this article seems to me to support this hypothesis. One then notices that, if de Man's article is necessarily contaminated by the forms of vulgar antisemitism that frame it, these coincide in a literal fashion, in their vocabulary and logic, with the very thing that de Man accuses, as if his article were denouncing the neighboring articles, pointing to the myth and the errors, the lapidary judgments, and the very widespread belief that can be read just to one side, in another article in the same issue, Freudism and not Freud as the product of a particularly keen Jewish intelligence, well received in the intellectual and artistic milieu of a decadent and injuvie society, as well as the declaration no doubt falsely attributed to Benjamin Franklin, a leopard cannot change its spots. Jews are Asiatics, they are a threat to the country that admits them and they should be excluded from the Constitution. De Man wants especially to propose a thesis on literature that visibly interests him more here than either antisemitism or the Jews. But before getting to that, a few points about vulgarity. It is a word and a major motif in all the articles. An ideology dominated by a disdain for vulgarity can be evaluated in diverse and contradictory ways. We know these programs very well, so I may be spared further development. but one must be aware that de Man rejects all kinds of conformism of the period as so much vulgarity. The word was also a favorite of his uncle. Point 40. Once again the double H. In his view, there can be no salvation for any vulgarity. Read his Propos sur la vulgarité artistique, remarks on artistic vulgarity. Behind the word vulgarity, and on almost every line, it is our age that is condemned, always in a fashion that cuts both ways. What the radio, the cinema, publishing, even the press undertake to unload on us, and then there are fake artists, mechanized formulas that guarantee success with the masses, the falseness of tone. That these are signs of aristocratism and aestheticism is not at all in doubt, especially since de Man says so himself. Still one must be specific. This aristocratism is more aesthetic than social. It is social on the basis of the aesthetic, an aesthetic determined on the basis of literature, even if music and painting play a considerable role. Although it intends French letters in particular, the conclusion of this article is eloquent in its every word. Henri Pourat represents something very pure and very precious within French letters, that regionalism of a noble attachment to the native soil which is the index of an authentic literary aristocracy. 41. If his focus is on literature, what does de Man want to say about it? Why does he reproach vulgar antisemitism its mistake as regards literature? Why does he write but the reality is different? The following 4 paragraphs, which form the center and the thesis of the article, no longer contain the slightest allusion to Jews or to antisemitism. They speak only of literature, of its original historicity, and of the very powerful laws that govern aesthetic evolution. There is a history of art and of literature. It is essential and irreducible, but it maintains its originality. It does not merge with socio-political history either in its rhythms or in its causal determinations. Historicism, and especially vulgar historicism, would consist in mapping one history onto the other, in ignoring the powerful structural constraints, the logics, forms, genres, methods, and especially the temporality proper to literary history, the duration of the waves within its depths that one must know how to listen for over and above the swirls and agitation of the immediate, to listen for the sounds coming from the artistic life there where it is little swayed by the waves of the present. Literary duration enfolds and unfolds itself otherwise, in a way that differs from the phenomena of socio-political history in the brief sequences of their events. It precedes them, sometimes succeeds them, in any case it exceeds them. This notion compromises all the ideologies of literature, even the opinions or the propaganda on the subject of literature whenever they would attempt to enclose themselves in a strictly determined context, current affairs. Whether they are revolutionary or not, on the left or the right, these ideological discourses speak of everything except literature itself. Sometimes, from within literature itself, manifest discourses of certain literary movements, surrealism or futurism, are, precisely in the form of their manifestos, ideological or doxical in this sense. They also mistake the historicity proper to literature, the ample rhythms of its tradition, the discrete convolutions of its evolution, in sum, a vulgar approach to literature. Point 42. There would be much to say in a closely argued discussion around this question, literature, history, and politics. Here I must restrict myself to 3 points. 1. Debatable or not, this interesting and consistent thesis concerns, then, first of all the historicity proper to literature and the arts. Forming the central body of the article which has no relation with any Jewish question whatsoever, it develops as a theoretical demonstration in 3 moments, a. General propositions on art, b. Illustration using the privileged example of the novel, c. Analogous demonstration with the example of poetry. 2. In 1941, under the German occupation, and first of all in the context of this newspaper, the presentation of such a thesis, for precisely the reasons that some today would judge it to be formalist or aestheticist or in any case too concerned about protecting literarity, if not from all history, as we saw that is not the case, then at least from a socio-political history and against ideology, goes rather against the current. One can at least read it as an anti-conformist attack. Its insolence can take aim at and strike all those who were then, in an active and properly punitive fashion, undertaking to judge literature and its history, indeed to administer, control, censor them in function of the dominant ideology of the war or, as de Man puts it, of a profound upheaval in the political and economic world. 3. The examples chosen, Gide, Kafka, Lawrence, Hemingway, Surrealism, Futurism, are troubling in this context. They are visibly invoked as great canonic examples on the basis of which, beyond any possible question, one ought to be able to say what literature is, what writers and literary movements do. We know from many other signs, his articles in the Cahiers for example, that these writers were already important references for de Man. The examples chosen are already curious and insolent because there are no others, because there is no German example, because the French example is Gide, the American Hemingway, the English Lawrence, and because Kafka is Jewish, but especially because they represent everything that Nazism or the right-wing revolutions would have liked to extirpate from history and the great tradition. Now, what does de Man say? That these writers and these movements were already canonical, they belong to tradition, they have orthodox ancestors, whether one likes it or not, whether they recognize it themselves or not. Taking the risk of a certain traditionalism, always the double edge, de Manian genealogy reinscribes all of these accursed ones in the then protective legitimacy of the canon and in the great literary family. It lifts them out of repression's way, and it does so in an exemplary fashion since, he says, the list could be extended indefinitely. I have said why. I will cite this article in extenso. Here are the central paragraphs, where I have underlined the buts, but the reality, in reality. But the reality is different. It seems that aesthetic evolution obeys very powerful laws that continue their action even when humanity is shaken by considerable events. The World War has brought about a profound upheaval in the political and economic world. But artistic life has been swayed relatively little, and the forms that we know at present are the logical and normal successors to what there had been before. This is particularly clear as concerns the novel. Stendhal's definition, according to which the novel is a mirror carried along a highway, contains within it the law that still today rules this literary genre. There was first the obligation to respect reality scrupulously. But by digging deeper, the novel has gotten around to exploring psychological reality. Stendhal's mirror no longer remains immobile the length of the road, it undertakes to search even the most secret corners of the souls of characters. And this domain has shown itself to be so fruitful in surprises and riches that it still constitutes the one and only terrain of investigation of the novelist. Gide, Kafka, Hemingway, Lawrence, the list could be extended indefinitely, all do nothing but attempt to penetrate, according to methods proper to their personality, into the secrets of interior life. Through this characteristic, they show themselves to be, not innovators who have broken with all past traditions, but mere continuers who are only pursuing further the realist aesthetic that is more than a century old. An analogous demonstration could be made in the domain of poetry. The forms that seem to us most revolutionary, such as surrealism or futurism, in reality have orthodox ancestors from which they cannot be detached. Jacques. Now let us look closely at what happens in the last paragraph of this central demonstration, that is in the conclusion of a sort of syllogism. No more than the central body of the article, the paragraphs just quoted, the general scope of the conclusion, I mean conclusion in its general and theoretical form, is not concerned with the Jews. It does not name them in this general formulation. This conclusion concerns and contests an absurd general theorem regarding current literature, an absurdity that is denounced, precisely, as the axiom of antisemitism inasmuch as it is vulgar. And this conclusion announces by means of a therefore. What must be deduced from the preceding demonstration, therefore, one may see that to consider present-day literature as an isolated phenomenon created by the particular mentality of the 20s is absurd. And so we arrive at the last paragraph of the article, the most serious and in fact the only one that can be suspected of antisemitism. There, the return to the question of Jews in present-day literature corresponds to the rhetoric of a supplementary or analogical example. It comes to the aid of a general thesis or antithesis opposed to vulgar anti-Semitism. The demonstration that matters is considered established. De Man adds, likewise, the Jews. Next, and still without wanting to attenuate the violence of this paragraph that for me remains disastrous, let us remark this, even as he reminds us of the limits of Jewish influence, of Semitic interference, even as, however, he seems to turn the discourse over to Western intellectuals by reconstituting their anxieties and then reassuring them. The manner in which he describes the Jewish spirit remains unquestionably positive. Even in its stereotyped, and therefore equivocal form, it is presented as a statement that no one is supposed to be able to question, a classical technique of contraband. For who, at that time, could dispense in public with disputing such praise? Who could publicly subscribe to it? Well, De Man does not dispute it, on the contrary, he assumes it. Even better, he himself underscores a contradiction that cannot go unnoticed and has to leave some trace in the consciousness or the unconscious of the reader. One might have expected that, given the specific characteristics of the Jewish spirit, the latter would have played a more brilliant role in this artistic production. Their cerebralness, their capacity to assimilate doctrines while maintaining a certain coldness in the face of them, would seem to be very precious qualities for the work of lucid analysis that the novel demands. Jala. One can hardly believe one's eyes. Would this mean that what he prefers in the novel, the work of lucid analysis, and in theory, a certain coldness of intelligence, correspond precisely to the qualities of the Jewish spirit? And that the precious qualities of the latter are indispensable to literature and theory? What is coiled up and resonating deep within this sentence? Did one hear that correctly? In any case, De Man does not say the contrary. And he clearly describes what were in his eyes precious qualities. Was he then recognizing the qualities of the enemy or those in which he would have liked to recognize himself? Later, these were the qualities his American enemies always attributed to him. The last lines, the most terrible, begin with another "but in spite of that." They are attacking once again, let us not forget, the anti-Semitic obsession that always needs, that has a compulsive and significant need, to over-evaluate the Jewish influence on literature. Here is the final paragraph. Therefore, one may see that to consider present-day literature as an isolated phenomenon created by the particular mentality of the 20s is absurd. Likewise, the Jews cannot claim to have been its creators, nor even to have exercised a preponderant influence over its development. On any somewhat close examination, this influence appears even to have extraordinarily little importance, since one might have expected that, given the specific characteristics of the Jewish spirit, the latter would have played a more brilliant role in this artistic production. Their cerebralness, their capacity to assimilate doctrines while keeping a certain coldness in the face of them, seem to be very precious qualities for the work of lucid analysis that the novel demands. But in spite of that, Jewish writers have always remained in the second rank and, to speak only of France, the André Mauroises, the Francis de Croisets, the Henry Duvernois, the Henry Bernsteins, Tristan Bernards, Julian Bendas, and so forth, are not among the most important figures. They are especially not those who have had any guiding influence on the literary genres. The observation is, moreover, comforting for Western intellectuals. That they have been able to safeguard themselves from Jewish influence in a domain as representative of culture as literature proves their vitality. If our civilization had let itself be invaded by a foreign force, then we would have to give up much hope for its future. By keeping, in spite of Semitic interference in all aspects of European life, an intact originality and character, that civilization has shown that its basic nature is healthy. What is more, one sees that a solution of the Jewish problem that would aim at the creation of a Jewish colony isolated from Europe would not entail, for the literary life of the West, deplorable consequences. The latter would lose, in all, a few personalities of mediocre value and would continue, as in the past, to develop according to its great evolutive laws. Jacques. Through the indelible wound, one must still analyze and seek to understand. Any concession would betray, besides a complacent indulgence and a lack of rigor, an infinitely culpable thoughtlessness with regard to past, present, or future victims of discourses that at least resembled this one. I have said why I am not speaking here as a judge, witness, prosecutor, or defender in some trial of Paul de Man. One will say, but you are constantly delivering judgments, you are evaluating, you did so just now. Indeed, and therefore I did not say that I would not do so at all. I said that in analyzing, judging, evaluating this or that discourse, this or that effect of these old fragments, I refuse to extend these gestures to a general judgment, with no possibility of appeal, of Paul de Man, of the totality of what he was, thought, wrote, taught, and so forth. I continue thus to ask myself questions. If I persist in wondering how, in what conditions he wrote this, it is because even in the sum total of the articles from that period that I have been able to read, I have found no remark analogous or identical to this one. I did not even find any allusion to the Jews or to some Jewish problem. Or rather, yes, in May 1941, some remarkable and emphatic praise for P. Guy the Dreyfusard. 43. How is one to explain that? Who will ever know how this text was written and published? Who can exclude what happens so often in newspapers, and especially during that period and in those conditions, when editors can always intervene at the last moment? If that was the case, Paul de Man is no longer here to testify to it. But at that point one can say, supposing this to have been the case, there was still a way of protesting which would have been to end his association with the newspaper. Yes, but he would have had to be certain that this rupture was a better idea than his ambiguous and sometimes anti-conformist continuation on the job. He would also have had to evaluate the gravity of the last lines of this article as we are doing today. Now, in order to evaluate them correctly, we must understand what this allusion to a Jewish colony isolated from Europe meant at that moment. I admit that, in the present state of my information, I do not understand it. To which solution, to which hypothesis that was perhaps current at the time was he making allusion? I do not know, perhaps to what was called the Madagascar solution. As of that date, March 4, 1941, the word solution could not be associated with what we now know to have been the project of the final solution, the latter was conceived and put into effect later. At the end of 1942, Paul de Man stops contributing to the newspaper Le Soir. To my knowledge, he publishes nothing else during the war, and he explains this in a letter that I will cite later. The same year, Henry de Man had left Belgium and given up all public responsibility. Last September, then, this first reading and this first series of questions led me to an interpretation that is itself divided by what I have called double bind, disjunction, and especially double edge, each term of this division never coming to rest in a monadic identity. The experience of the double edge can be an ironic ruse on one side, a painful suffering on the other, and finally one and the other at every moment. But in what I have read of these texts, as in what I had learned to know earlier of Paul de Man and which it was difficult for me to abstract, nothing ever authorized me to translate this division into a hypocritical, cynical, or opportunistic duplicity. First of all, because this kind of duplicity was, to a degree and with a clarity that I have rarely encountered in my life, alien to Paul de Man. His irony and his anti-conformist burst of laughter took instead the form of insolent provocation, one which was, precisely, cutting. One feels something of that in these early writings. Second, because cynical opportunism is another form of acquiescence, it is profoundly conformist and comfortable, the opposite of the double edge. Finally, because all of that would have continued after 1942. And this was not the case, the rupture was unquestionably a cut. I have the sense that de Man, in whom a certain analytical coldness always cohabited with passion, fervor, and enthusiasm, must have, like his uncle, obeyed his convictions which were also those of his uncle, complicated, independent, mobile, in a situation that he thought, incorrectly as did many others, offered no other way out after what seemed, up until 1942, like the end of the war. So I will continue my story. For my own part, I was quickly convinced at the end of August that what had just been discovered could not and should not be kept secret. As quickly and as radically as possible, it was necessary to make these texts accessible to everyone. The necessary conditions had to be created so that everyone could read them and interpret them in total freedom. No limit should be set on the discussion. Everyone should be in a position to take his or her responsibilities. For one could imagine in advance the effect that these revelations were going to produce, at least in the American university. One did not have to have second sight to foresee even the whole specter of reactions to come. For the most part, they have been programmed for a long time, and the program is simple enough to leave little room for surprises. I was also conscious of the fact that the serious interpretation of these texts and their context would take a lot of time. All the more reason not to delay. I discuss it, once again in Paris, with Sam Weber. I suggest that we take advantage of a colloquium that is supposed to take place a few weeks later at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa in order to discuss the matter with about 20 colleagues. It is appropriately a colloquium dealing with academic institutions and politics, our academic contract, the conflict of the faculties in America, and bringing together, among others, some former students and colleagues of Paul de Man. Sam Weber agrees, as does Ortwin de Grief, from whom I request authorization to distribute to all these colleagues photocopies of the articles I have just described. Richard Rand, the organizer of the colloquium, also agrees and makes the necessary arrangements. On October 10, all the colloquium's participants having read these texts, we had a discussion that lasted more than 3 hours and touched on both the substance of things and the decisions to be made. I cannot summarize the discussion, all of which was tape recorded. Whatever may have been the remarks of the various people, no one, it seems to me, questioned the necessity of making these texts widely accessible and to do everything to permit a serious, minute, patient, honest study of them, as well as an open discussion. What remained to be decided was the best technical conditions in which to accomplish this. In the weeks that followed, broad exchanges led us to confide to Werner Hamischer, Neil Hertz, and Thomas Keenan the task of completing the collection of articles, of preparing their publication, as well as that of a volume in which as many as possible of those who wished to do so could communicate their reflections, whatever may have been their relation to Paul de Man and his work. A letter of invitation was addressed to this effect to numerous colleagues, known for their competence or for the interest they might have in the problem, and, let me underscore this point, whatever may have been the extent, the form, or the premises of their agreement or their disagreement with the person or the work of de Man. These 2 volumes will appear soon. Even though they constitute merely the beginning of work that will have to be long-term and open to still more people, no one will doubt, I hope, the wish of those who took the initiative for it, to allow everyone to take his or her responsibilities in the clearest possible conditions. Nevertheless, as one could also foresee and as Werner Hamischer has since written to me, those who took this initiative have found themselves faced with a double accusation that is both typical and contradictory, on the one hand, of betraying Paul de Man, and, on the other hand, of protecting him, on the one hand, of exposing him in great haste to the violence of the most expeditious lapidary judgments, even to a symbolic lapidation, and, on the other hand, of wanting to save his work and, at the same time, defend all those for whom, in one way or another, it is important. I can understand this double accusation and the indications it alleges in support. But it seems to me perverse and inevitably unjust. First of all, because one cannot do both of these things at once. You could not succeed in doing both of them even if you tried. Second, because those who launch one or the other of these accusations are themselves, necessarily, doing one or the other by obeying one or the other of these motivations. So as to explain how, as I see it, neither one nor the other of these intentions should enter into things, I will quote now, in its literal and integral transcription, what I tried to say at the outset of the discussion in Tuscaloosa. After an account that corresponds, for the facts although not for the reading of the texts, to the one I have just given, I added this in French, which, because it is part of the archive, I think I have to include in my narration. I insist on improvising. For the last 2 months, I have not stopped thinking in a quasi-obsessional fashion about this, but I preferred not to prepare what I am going to say. I think it is necessary this evening that everyone tell us, speaking personally and after a first analysis, what he or she thinks of these things. On the other hand, I wanted to tell you what my own feeling is. I have known Paul de Man since 1966. You know of the friendship that we shared since then. I knew that he had lived through some difficult times when he left Belgium for the United States. We never spoke of what happened during the war. We were very close, from a certain point of view, but because our friendship remained very discreet, I never felt indiscreet enough to ask him about what had happened then, even though, like many others, I knew that this had been a singular, inaudible word moment in his personal, private but also public, professional, etc., history. But I want to begin there. Never in the course of these 15 or 16 years did I read anything of his nor hear anything from him that leaves the least suspicion in my memory as to any persistence of, let us say how to name it, a certain ideology, readable for me in the texts I read with you, in the texts published in French, the only ones I have been able to read directly. On the contrary, everything I can remember of the texts he published afterward and of conversations I had with him, of all the evaluations of different sorts, social, political, etc., leave me with the certainty that he had in any case broken in a radical, internal, rigorous way with anything whatsoever that one might suspect in the ideology of the texts we are going to talk about. I wanted thus to begin by setting temporal limits on the things we are going to talk about. I wanted to set out that everything indicates, in any case for me, that along with what there may be that is shocking in these texts, and I do not hide that, he had broken radically with all that, and there was no trace to my knowledge either in his life or in his remarks or in his texts that allows one to think the opposite. He broke with what happened when he was between 21 and 23 years old. I realize that we will now be able to read all his published texts, everyone will do so, us in particular, the texts we already know, while trying, some will do it with malevolence, with an unhealthy jubilation, others will do it otherwise, to find in the published text signs referring back to that period. Even as I improvise and in a somewhat confused way, I would like to say the following: I think there is a continuity and I would like to be specific. Paul de Man is someone who had that experience, who asked himself the questions that are asked in those texts, and who at 21 or 23 years old, brought to them the answers that are in these texts. He thus went through this experience, which is not just any experience. He read the texts you know about, he wrote what you now know. It is out of the question to imagine that the rupture means all of that is erased. All of it is part of his experience. In my opinion, he must have drawn a certain number of lessons from it, historical, political, rhetorical, of all sorts, and besides the rupture, this lesson must in effect be readable in his texts. It is one thing to read it as a lesson, it would be another to amalgamate everything, as some, I imagine, will perhaps be tempted to do, calling it a continuity, in which nothing happens without leaving traces, from these texts to those that followed. Our responsibility, in any case mine, would be to analyze all these texts, those from l'Histoire. We do not have them all, and some of them are much more convoluted, complicated, others are simple and unfortunately readable, but others are convoluted, complicated. Those who are seriously interested in the question will have to take the time to work on, analyze those texts, then the texts published in the US, with the greatest rigor and attention to detail. I have decided to improvise because I have taken as a rule to ally urgency with patience. It is urgent that we, perhaps I am forcing things by saying we, please excuse me, that some of us hasten to take their responsibilities as regards these texts, to be the first to show that there is no question of dissimulating them or of participating in any kind of camouflage operation. It is urgent that, in one mode or another, no doubt the mode of improvisation, we make the thing public, but it is also urgent that, while doing this, we call upon ourselves and those who are interested in the thing, the well-intentioned and the ill-intentioned, to look at them closely, to undertake a reflection on the substance of what made this possible, for Paul de Man and for others, and of what the rupture with that means for someone like Paul de Man, only a part of whose work, or life, we know. We have a lot of work before us if we are to know what actually happened, not only in the political, ideological fabric of Belgium at the time, but also in the life of Paul de Man. Two more things, perhaps three. Rethinking about all of this in an obsessional way and with much, how to say, worry, consternation, the feeling that wins out over all the others in my bereaved friendship, bereaved once again, is, I have to say, first of all a feeling of immense compassion. Through these texts and through other things inaudible of what must have been Paul de Man's life during the 10 years from 1940 to 50, through the ruptures, exile, the radical reconversion, what I begin to see clearly is, I imagine, and I don't think I am wrong, an enormous suffering, an agony, that we cannot yet know the extent of. And I must say, after having read these pages written by a young man of 21 or 22, I do not mention his age in order to clear him or attenuate anything. At 21 or 22, one takes responsibilities and, notably in that situation, people have pointed out, and they are right, that certain young men of 20 or 21 took adult responsibilities, in the resistance, for example, or elsewhere. Thus, when I mention his age, it is not so as to say he was a child. Nevertheless, what appears clearly is that, in a situation that we will have to describe, that of occupied Europe from which hope seemed banished except for a few, through a reflection on what might be the spirit inaudible we were talking about earlier 44 and under the influence of his uncle, about whom we will certainly have much to say, perhaps not tonight but later, a young man with clearly an immense culture, gifted, brilliant, exceptional, became involved in all that, we'll talk about. This some more, and then found that he had to break with it and turn everything almost upside down, through problems that were also personal problems, indissociable from this whole story. This man must have lived a real agony, and I believe that what he wrote later, what he taught, what he lived through in the United States obviously carry the traces of this suffering. I want to say that whatever may be how to say the wound that these texts are for me, they have changed nothing in my friendship and admiration for Paul de Man. One more thing, some of us might think that, having broken with what he said and did under his signature at that time, Paul de Man tried, in the United States at any rate, to hide the thing. The fact is that we did not speak about it, and that to my knowledge he did not speak about it very much. Perhaps he spoke to some people we do not know, but in any case to most of those here he never spoke about these things. If he did, then people will be able to say so. But we do know, and Tom Keenan can confirm this in a moment, that in 1955 while de Man was at Harvard, there was an anonymous denunciation concerning his activity in Belgium during the war. And de Man explained himself at that moment, in a letter of which we have at least the draft, to the head of the Society of Fellows. 45 This is a public act with which he explained himself on these matters. It is a long letter from which we can extract at least this. In effect, during the German occupation, in 1940–42, he maintained a literary column, but when the pressure of German censorship became too much, Tom will read this in a moment, he ceased writing and did what decency demanded that he do. Naturally, we are not obliged to give credence to this presentation of the thing, his version of the facts, in this letter. I don't know. We are, for those who are interested in it, at the beginning of a long movement of approach. But whatever the case may be, whether or not this letter speaks the whole truth about what happened then, about the reasons for which he wrote and then stopped writing, about these texts, what they are or are not, that is less important for the moment and for what I want to say, than the fact in any case, 1, that he did explain himself publicly, 2, that he indicated what his evaluation of the thing was, that is, that he wished in 1955 never to have done anything that could be suspected of Nazism or collaboration. He explains himself, he broke with that, and there can be no doubt about the kind of look he himself casts at that time, at least on the period in question and on the ideological implications that one may read in these texts. He explained himself publicly, and in my opinion that is a reason, whatever we might do from now on, not to organize today a trial of Paul de Man. I would consider it absolutely out of place, ridiculous, strictly ridiculous, to do something, I am not saying this for us but for others, that would look like a trial, after the death of Paul de Man, for texts that, whatever they may be, we will come back to this, he wrote when he was between 21 and 23 years old, in conditions with which he absolutely and radically broke afterward. I think that anything that would look like such a trial would be absolutely indecent, and the jubilation with which some may hasten to play that game ought to be denounced. In any case, personally, I plan to denounce it in the most uncompromising manner. These are the preliminary things that I wanted to say to you. On the texts you read, there will be much, very much to say, but I do not want to keep the floor any longer. I will take it again when the time comes on the subject of the texts. I already have an extremely complicated relation to these texts. There are things that are massively obvious to me and that seem to me to call for a denunciation whose protocols are rather clear. But these things are woven into a very complex fabric, one that deserves, not only this evening, but beyond this evening, the most serious and careful analyses. Before going to the end of my story, I want to be more specific about certain points touched on in this improvisation. First, about Paul de Man's silence. Although, as I mentioned, it was not absolute, although it was publicly broken on at least one occasion and thus cannot be understood in the sense of a dissimulation, although I have since learned that it was also broken on other occasions, in private, with certain colleagues and friends, I am left to meditate, endlessly, on all the reasons that induced him not to speak of it more, for example to all his friends. What could the ordeal of this mutism have been, for him? I can only imagine it. Having explained himself once publicly and believing he had demonstrated the absurdity of certain accusations in the Harvard letter, why would he himself have incited, spontaneously, a public debate on this subject? Several reasons could both dissuade and discourage him from doing so. He was aware of having never collaborated or called for collaboration with a Nazism that he never even named in his texts, of having never engaged in any criminal activity or even any organized political activity, in the strict sense of the term, I mean in a public organization or in a political administration. Therefore, to provoke spontaneously an explanation on this subject was no longer an obligation. It would have been, moreover, an all the more distressing, pointlessly painful theatricalization in that he had not only broken with the political context of 1940–42, but had distanced himself from it with all his might, in his language, his country, his profession, his private life. His international notoriety having spread only during the last years of his life, to exhibit earlier such a distant past so as to call the public as a witness, would that not have been a pretentious, ridiculous, and infinitely complicated gesture? All of these articles, whose disconcerting structure we have glimpsed, would have had to be taken up again and analyzed under a microscope. He would have had himself to convoke the whole world to a great philologico-political symposium on his own early writings, even though he was only recognized by a small university elite. I would understand that he might have found this to be indiscreet and indecent. And this modesty is more like him than a deliberate will to hide or to falsify. I even imagine him in the process of analyzing with an implacable irony the simulacrum of confession to which certain people would like to invite him after the fact, after his death, and the auto-justification and auto-accusation quivering with pleasure which form the abyssal program of such a self-exhibition. He has said the essential on this subject, and I invite those who wonder about his silence to read, among other texts, Excuses, Confessions, in Allegories of Reading. The first sentence announces what political and autobiographical texts have in common. 46 And the conclusion explains again the relations between irony and allegory so as to render an account, without ever being able to account for it sufficiently, of this, just as the text can never stop apologizing for the suppression of guilt that it performs, there is never enough knowledge available to account for the delusion of knowing. P. 300. In the interval, between the first and last sentences, at the heart of this text, which is also the last word of allegories of reading, everything is said. Or at least almost everything one can say about the reasons for which a totalization is impossible, ironically, elegically, and en abîme. Since I cannot quote everything, I will limit myself to recalling the citation of Rousseau, in a note. The note is to a phrase that names the nameless avengers, p. 288. Nameless. Minus the crime, almost, everything is there, the count is there, and it is almost correct, I mean almost the exact number of years. If this crime can be redeemed, as I hope it may, it must be by the many misfortunes that have darkened the later part of my life, by 40 years of upright and honorable behavior under difficult circumstances. P. 288. Even if sometimes a murmur of protest stirs in me, I prefer, upon reflection, that he chose not to take it on himself to provoke, during his life, this spectacular and painful discussion. It would have consumed his time and energy. He did not have very much, and that would have deprived us of a part of his work. Since it is at the moment of his greatest notoriety that this demonstration would have had some legitimacy, we do not know what price he would have had to pay for it. We do not know to what extent it would have weakened him or distracted him from his last works, which are among the most remarkable, when he was already ill. So he did the right thing, I say to myself, by leaving us also with this heavy and obscure part of the legacy. We owe it to him, and we will owe him still more, since what he leaves us is also the gift of an ordeal, the summons to a work of reading, historical interpretation, ethico-political reflection, an interminable analysis. Well beyond the sequence 1940-42. In the future, and for the future, I mean also the future of philosophico-political reflection, this will not do anybody any harm. Especially not those who, if they want still to accuse or take revenge, will finally have to read De Man, from A to Z. Had they done so? Would they have done so otherwise? It is now unavoidable. You will have understood that I am speaking of transference and prosopopoeia, of that which goes and returns only to the other, without any possible reappropriation, for anyone, of his own voice or his own face. Permit me an ellipsis here, since I do not have much more time or space. Transference and prosopopoeia, like the experience of the undecidable, seem to make a responsibility impossible. It is for that very reason that they require it, and perhaps subtract it from the calculable program, they give it a chance. Or, inversely, responsibility, if there is any, requires the experience of the undecidable as well as that irreducibility of the other, some of whose names are transference, prosopopoeia, allegory. There are many others. And the double edge and the double bind, which are other phenomena of the undecidable. Before answering, responding for oneself, and for that purpose, in order to do so, one must respond, answer to the other, about the other, for the other, not in his place as if in the place of another proper self, but for him. My ellipsis here, my economical aphorism, is a thought for all these furs that make responsibility undeniable. There is some, one cannot deny it, one cannot / can only deny it on any put, k, latinere, precisely because it is impossible. Yes, to read him, that is the task. How shall one do that from now on? Everyone will go about it in his or her own way, the paths open are so many, the work is spreading and becoming more and more differentiated, and no one has any advice to give anyone. Therefore, at the moment of beginning to read or to reread Paul de Man, I will mention only a few of the rules that impose themselves on me today. First of all, of course, to take account of what we have just discovered, to try to reconstitute this whole part of the corpus, I have mentioned only a few articles, without overlooking any of the internal or contextual overdeterminations, public and private situation, if possible without forgetting what de Man has said about this distinction, in the direction, for example, of Belgium during the war and everything that can be transferred onto the uncle. But taking the 1940-42 articles into account does not mean giving them a disproportionate importance while minimizing the immensity of the rest, in a landscape that would look like those geographical maps of the Middle Ages or the territorial representations organized around a local, immediate, distorting perception. I am thinking of those projections by Saul Steinberg where a New York street looks larger than the United States, not to mention the rest of the world. How can one forget de Man's world, and first of all the United States? And the map of all his great voyages. The texts of 1940-42 can also be represented there as a minuscule point. Next, without ever forgetting or overlooking these first articles, how could I would try to articulate them with the work to come while avoiding, if possible, two more or less symmetrical errors. One would consist in interpreting the rupture between the two moments of de Man's history and work as an interruption of any passage, an interdiction against any contamination, analogy, translation. In that case, one would be saying, no relation, sealed frontier between the two, absolute heterogeneity. One would also be saying, even if there were two moments, they do not belong to history, to the same history, to the history of the work. There would have been a prehistory, some politico-journalistic accidents, then history, and the work. This attitude would be giving in to defensive denegation, it would deprive itself of interpretive resources, including the political dimension of the work. Most important, by annulling the so-called prehistory, it would compound its own political frivolity by an injustice toward Paul de Man. What he lived through then was serious, probably decisive and traumatic in his life, and I will never feel I have the right, on the pretext of protecting him from those who would like to abuse it, of treating the experience of the war as a minor episode. I would also try to avoid the opposite error, confusing everything while playing at being an authorized prosecutor or clever inquisitor. We know from experience that these compulsive and confusionist practices amalgam, continuism, analogism, teleologism, hasty totalization, reduction, and derivation are not limited to a few hurried journalists. So I would make every effort to avoid giving in to the typical temptation of a discourse that seeks to shore up this shaky certainty. Everything is already there in the early writings, everything derives from them or comes down to them, the rest was nothing but their pacifying and diplomatic translation, the pursuit of the same war by other means. As if there were no more difference of level, no displacement, a fortiori no fundamental rupture during these 40 years of exile, reflection, teaching, reading, or writing. The crudeness of an enterprise guided by such a principle, that, precisely, of the worst totalitarian police, can seek to hide behind more or less honest tricks and take purely formal precautions on the subject of the two obvious differences. But it cannot fool anyone for long. It is not even necessary here to recall de Man's own warnings against such foolishness or such trickery, against the models of a certain historicism, or against the forms of causality, derivation, or narration that still crowd these dogmatic somnambulisms. When one is seeking, at all costs, to reconstruct in an artificial way genealogical continuities or totalities, then one has to interpret discontinuity as a conscious or unconscious ruse meant to hide a persistence or a subsistence, the stubborn repetition of an originary project. What this is good old existential psychoanalysis of the immediate post-war period. Why is this totalitarian logic essentially triumphant? Triumphalist. And made strong by its very weakness? Why is it recognizable by its tone and its affect? Because it authorizes itself to interpret everything that resists it in every line, in Paul de Man's work or elsewhere, and resists it to the point of disqualifying or ridiculing it, as the organization of a defensive resistance, precisely, in the face of its own inquisition. For example, when de Man demonstrates theoretically, and more than just theoretically, but beyond constative or cognitive logic, precisely, that a historical totalization is impossible and that a certain fragmentation is inevitable. Even in the presentation of his works, the detective or the chief prosecutor would see there a maneuver to avoid assuming the totalizing anamnesis of a shameful story. With a clever wink and while poking you each time with his elbow, he would find damning evidence everywhere. He would draw your attention to sentences as revealing, from this point of view, as the following: among many others, this apparent coherence within each essay is not matched by a corresponding coherence between them. Laid out diachronically in a roughly chronological sequence, they do not evolve in a manner that easily allows for dialectical progression or, ultimately, for historical totalization. 47. This modest statement is relayed, everywhere else, by a critical or deconstructive discourse with regard to historical totalization in general. It would thus suffice to extend the scope of these sentences through analogy to all de Man's writings and to conclude confidently that this preface confesses what it hides while declaring it inaccessible. The trap would be sprung. The amateur analyst could rub his hands together and conclude, de Man does not want to sum up or assume the totality of his history and his writings. He declares that it is impossible in principle in order to discourage in advance all the policemen and to evade the necessary confession. Now, one could find examples like this on every page. Before leaving this example, I will quote only the end of this preface to the Rhetoric of Romanticism, the only place where I come close to facing some of these questions about history and fragmentation is in the essay on Shelley's The Triumph of Life. How and where one goes on from there is far from clear, but certainly no longer simply a matter of syntax and diction, r. p. 9. And from there, I would invite whoever wants to talk seriously about de Man to read him, to read this essay on Shelley to its end or its final interruption, r. pages 121, 123. I do not have the room to quote the pages where de Man speaks of what we have done with the dead Shelley, and with all the other dead bodies. Of the suspicion that the negation is a Vernianung, an intended exorcism, of what always again demands to be read, of recuperative and nihilistic allegories of historicism, r. pages 121 to 22. Here is how the essay ends. Reading as disfiguration, to the very extent that it resists historicism, turns out to be historically more reliable than the products of historical archaeology. To monumentalize this observation into a method of reading would be to regress from the rigor exhibited by Shelley, which is exemplary precisely because it refuses to be generalized into a system. R. p. 123. If I give up playing the policeman's petty game, is it only because the exercise is too easy? No, it is because its dogmatic naivete will always fail to render an account of this unquestionable fact. A statement can never be taken as a presumption of guilt or evidence in a trial, even less as proof, as long as one has not demonstrated that it has only an idiomatic value and that no one else, besides Paul de Man or a Paul de Man signatory of the 1940-42 texts, could have either produced the statement or subscribed to it. Or inversely, that all similar statements their number is not finite and their contexts are highly diverse could not be signed and approved by authors who shared nothing of Paul de Man's history or political experiences. Even though I give up on this petty and mediocre game, I have at the disposal of those who would like to play it a whole cartography of false leads, beginning with what de Man wrote and gave us to think on the theme of memory, mourning, and autobiography. I have myself tried to meditate on this theme in memoirs. Since Paul de Man speaks so much of memory and of mourning, since he extends the textual space of autobiography to this point, why not reapply his categories to his own texts? Why not read all these as autobiographical figures in which fiction and truth are indiscernible? And, as de Man himself shows, is not this latter problematic political through and through? Did I not underscore that myself in memoirs, in a certain way? Yes, but in what way? Ought one to take the reading possibilities that de Man himself offers us and manipulate them as arms, as a suspicion or an accusation against him in a decision de justice, as we say in French, in a final judgment, authorizing oneself this time to decide in the absence of proof or knowledge? What would be the rule, if there is one, for avoiding abuse, injustice, the kind of violence that is sometimes merely stupidity. Before going any further into this question, here is the beginning of a list of themes that could become weapons in the arsenal of the investigators. The list is, by definition, incomplete, and, one may say it a priori, it links up with the whole Damanian text in a mode that never excludes disjunction. There is autobiography as defacement, an autobiography which is not a genre or a mode, but a figure of reading or of understanding that occurs, to some degree, in all texts, r. p. 70, then there is the autobiographical aspect, that is, also the fictional aspect of any text, even if one cannot remain within this undecidability. The distinction between fiction and autobiography is not an either/, or polarity, but it is undecidable r. p. 70, or else, speaking of Lejeune's Le Pacte autobiographique, from specular figure of the author, the reader becomes the judge, the policing power in charge of verifying the authenticity of the signature and the consistency of the signer's behavior, the extent to which he respects or fails to honor the contractual agreement he has signed, r. pages 71 to 72, or else, that about which I myself said it precludes any anamnesic totalization of self, m. p. 23. The specular moment that is part of all understanding reveals the tropological structure that underlies all cognitions, including knowledge of self. The interest of autobiography, then, is not that it reveals reliable self-knowledge, it does not, but that it demonstrates in a striking way the impossibility of closure and of totalization, that is the impossibility of coming into being, of all textual systems made up of tropological substitutions. R. p. 7. Or yet again, the insistence on rhetoric and the irreducibility of the tropological substitutions can always be interpreted, by the reader as judge or policing power, as a theoretical machine of the ruse meant to lead him or her astray in advance and turn aside the police inquiry, especially the insistence on the hallucinatory prosopopoeia, about which I said 4 years ago that it was the sovereign, secret, discreet, and ideal signature and the most giving, the one which knows how to efface itself, m. p. 26. Is it not the man who speaks to us beyond the grave and from the flames of cremation? The dominant figure of the epitaphic or autobiographical discourse is, as we saw, the prosopopoeia, the fiction of the voice from beyond the grave. An unlettered stone would leave the sun suspended in nothingness, r. p. 77, and yet again, the motif of true mourning and of the nostalgic resistance to the materiality of actual history, and then there is the major motif of disjunction, as well as what I called an uncontrollable necessity, a non-subjectivizable law of thought beyond interiorization, m. p. 37, the motif of thinking memory, Gedächtnis, beyond interiorizing memory, Erinnerung, and then the structure of allegory, even of memory itself, if not as amnesia, then at least as relation to an unreachable anteriority, 48 a memory, in sum, without a past in the standard sense of the term. Aha! Someone will say, is that not a maneuver meant to deny or dissimulate, even to repress, say the cleverest ones, an intolerable past? The problem is that the maneuver being suspected, in other words, this thought of memory, can be, has been, and will be once again, in this form or in a nearby form, assumed by persons whose past has no relation with demands. To the accusers falls the obligation of proving the contrary. I wish them patience and courage. So many false leads, then, for hurried detectives. The list is incomplete, as I said. The whole Damanian text is available as a booby-trapped resource for symptomatologists in training. The latter could even begin by suspecting or denouncing the titles of all Daman's books. If they do not understand what I mean, they should write to me and I will point out a few tricks. Besides the pleasure, everyone gets it where he or she can. This exercise for late beginners may even procure a professional benefit for some. Especially if they take advantage of the opportunity to extend the trial, through contiguity or confusion, allusion, insinuation, or vociferation, to all those who are interested in Daman, to supposed groups or schools against whom it is advisable to wage war. I will come back to this in a moment. As will have become clear, I see these two opposed errors as both intellectual and ethico-political errors, that is, both errors and falsifications. What would I do in the future so as to avoid them? Since it is a matter of nothing less than reading and rereading the man without simplifying anything about the questions, general and particular, theoretical and exemplified, of the context, I cannot show here, in an article, what I would do at every step of a reading that ought to remain as open and as differentiated as possible. But I can try to advance a few hypotheses and, for the formation of these hypotheses themselves, one or two rules. Even if the hypotheses remain hypotheses, I assume as of now responsibility for the rules. First rule, respect for the other, that is, for his right to difference, in his relation to others but also in his relation to himself. What are all these grand words saying here? Not only respect for the right to error, even to an aberration which, moreover, de Man never tired speaking of in a highly educated and educating manner, not only respect for the right to a history, a transformation of oneself and one's thought that can never be totalized or reduced to something homogeneous, and those who practice this reduction give a very grave ethico-political example for the future, it is also respect of that which, in any text, remains heterogeneous and can even, as is the case here, explain itself on the subject of this open heterogeneity while helping us to understand it. We are also the heirs and guardians of this heterogeneous text even if, precisely for this reason, we ought to maintain a differentiated, vigilant, and sometimes critical relation to it. Even those who would like to reject or burn de Man's work know very well and will have to resign themselves to the fact, that from now it is inscribed, at work, and radiating in the body or the corpus of our tradition. Not work but works, numerous, difficult, mobile, still obscure. Even in the hypothesis of the fiercest discussion, I would avoid the totalizing process and trial pro se, of the work and the man. And the least sign of respect or fidelity will be this, to begin, precisely, by listening, to try to hear what he said to us, him, de Man, already, along with a few others, about totalizing violence, thus, to lend an ear, and an ear finely tuned enough to perceive, between the Atlantic and the Pacific, something other than monotonous noise and the rumbling rumor of the waves. The second rule is still more demanding, as inaccessible as what is called a regulating ideal. But it is no less important to me and has been for a long time. Since we are talking at this moment about discourse that is totalitarian, fascist, Nazi, racist, anti-Semitic, and so forth, about all the gestures, either discursive or not, that could be suspected of complicity with it, I would like to do, and naturally I invite others to do, whatever possible to avoid reproducing, if only virtually, the logic of the discourse thus incriminated. Do we have access to a complete formalization of this logic and an absolute exteriority with regard to its ensemble? Is there a systematic set of themes, concepts, philosophemes, forms of utterance, axioms, evaluations, hierarchies which, forming a closed and identifiable coherence of what we call totalitarianism, fascism, Nazism, racism, anti-Semitism, never appear outside these formations and especially never on the opposite side? And is there a systematic coherence proper to each of them, since one must not confuse them too quickly with each other? Is there some property so closed and so pure that one may not find any element of these systems in discourses that are commonly opposed to them? To say that I do not believe that there is, not absolutely, means at least two things. 1. Such a formalizing, saturating totalization seems to me to be precisely the essential character of this logic whose project, at least, and whose ethico-political consequence can be terrifying. One of my rules is never to accept this project and consequence, whatever that may cost. 2. For this very reason, one must analyze as far as possible this process of formalization and its program so as to uncover the statements, the philosophical, ideological, or political behaviors that derive from it and wherever they may be found. The task seems to me to be both urgent and interminable. It has occurred to me on occasion to call this deconstruction. I will come back to that word in a moment. I will give some concrete illustrations of these two abstractly formulated rules. In many of the discourses I have read or heard in the last few months, and I was expecting them in a very precise way, whether they attack or defend a man, it was easy to recognize axioms and forms of behavior that confirm the logic one claims to have rid oneself of: purification, purge, totalization, reappropriation, homogenization, rapid objectification, good conscience, stereotyping and non-reading, immediate politicization or depoliticization. The two always go together. Immediate historicization or dehistoricization, it is always the same thing. Immediate ideologizing moralization, immorality itself, of all the texts and all the problems, expedited trial, condemnations or acquittals, summary executions or sublimations. This is what must be deconstructed. These are a few points of reference. That is all I can do here, in the field open to this research and these responsibilities that have been called, for 2 decades, deconstructions, in the plural. I would not have pronounced this word here if all the newspaper articles and all the rumors that have reached me as of this day had not, in a way that is both so surprising and so unsurprising, associated deconstruction, in the singular, to this whole affair. By touching quickly on this problem, I will no doubt be able to go from the rule to the hypothesis and differentiate a little what I have meant since the beginning of this article by the word rupture. In spite of its discouraging effect, I have begun to get used to journalistic presentations of deconstruction and to the even more discouraging fact that the responsibility for them belongs most often not with professional journalists, but with professors whose training ought to require at least some attempt at reading. This time, finding as always its foothold in aggressivity, simplism has produced the most unbelievably stupid statements. 49 Some might smile with disabused indulgence at the highly transparent gesticulations of those who leap at the chance to exploit without delay an opportunity they think is propitious, at last, still without reading the texts, to take some cheap revenge on a theory that is all the more threatening to institutions and individuals because, visibly, they do not understand anything about it. One may also wonder, with the same smiling indulgence, but, after all, what does deconstruction, in the singular, have to do with what was written in 1940–42 by a very young man in a Belgian newspaper? Is it not ridiculous and dishonest to extend to a theory, that has itself been simplified and homogenized, as well as to all those who are interested in it and develop it, the trial one would like to conduct of a man for texts written in Belgian newspapers 45 years ago and that moreover, once again, one has not really read? Yes, this deserves perhaps hardly more than a smile and most often I manage to shrug it off. But not always. Today I will speak of my indignation and my worry. 1. First, because the gestures of simplification and the expedited verdicts have, yes, in fact, a relation to what happened around 1940–42, earlier and later, in Europe and elsewhere. When someone asking not to be identified sees himself quoted by an unscrupulous professor journalist, when he says he is shocked by the fact that certain people are gathering, if only in order to discuss these problems, he would thus like to forbid the right to assembly and discussion. What does that remind you of? And when he says he is shocked in the name of a moral perspective, 50 you can see why I am indignant and worried, and why it is necessary to remain vigilant, and why more than ever one must guard against reproducing the logic one claims to condemn. Precisely from a moral perspective. Be on your guard for morality and thus the well-known immorality of so many moralisms. 2. Second, because, paradoxically, I think deconstructions do have a relation, but an altogether other relation, to the substance of the problems we are talking about here. To put it in a word, deconstructions have always represented, as I see it, the at least necessary condition for identifying and combating the totalitarian risk in all the forms already mentioned. Not only can one not accuse deconstruction, in the singular, in the expeditious trial some are dreaming about today, but without deconstructive procedures, a vigilant political practice could not even get very far in the analysis of all these political discourses, philosophemes, ideologisms, events, or structures, in the real elaboration of all these questions on literature, history, politics, culture, and the university. I am not saying that, inversely, one must organize trials in the name of, singular, deconstruction. But rather that what I have practiced under that name has always seemed to me favorable, indeed destined, it is no doubt my principal motivation, to the analysis of the conditions of totalitarianism in all its forms, which cannot always be reduced to names of regimes. And this in order to free oneself of totalitarianism as far as possible, because it is not enough to untie a knot through analysis, there is more than one knot and the twisted structure of the knot remains very resistant, or to uproot what is finally, perhaps, only the terrifying desire for roots and common roots. One does not free oneself of it effectively at a single blow by easy adherences to the dominant consensus, or by proclamations of the sort I could, after all, give in to without any great risk, since it is what is called the objective truth. As for me, you know, no one can suspect me of anything. I am Jewish, I was persecuted as a child during the war, I have always been known for my leftist opinions, I fight as best I can, for example against racism, for instance in France or in the United States where they are still rampant. Would anyone like to forget that, against apartheid or for the recognition of the rights of Palestinians? I have gotten myself arrested, interrogated, and imprisoned by totalitarian police, not long ago, so I know how they ask and resolve questions, and so forth. No, such declarations are insufficient. There can still be, and in spite of them, residual adherences to the discourse one is claiming to combat. And deconstruction is, in particular, the tireless analysis, both theoretical and practical, of these adherences. Now, today, from what I have read in newspapers and heard in conversation, I would say that these adherences are more numerous and more serious on the part of those who accused a man than in the latter's books or teaching. And this leads me to complicate or to differentiate still more. I warned that it would be long and difficult, what I have said so far about the rupture. By saying several times and repeating it again that de Man had radically broken with his past of 1940 to 42, I intend clearly an activity, convictions, direct or indirect relations with everything that then determined the context of his articles. In sum, a deep and deliberate uprooting. But after this decisive rupture, even as he never ceased reflecting on and interpreting this past, notably through his work and a historico-political experience that was ongoing, he must have proceeded with other ruptures, divergences, displacements. My hypothesis is that there were many of them. And that, with every step, it was indirectly at least a question of wondering, how was this possible and how can one guard oneself against it? What is it, in the ideologies of the right or the left, in this or that concept of literature, of history, or of politics, in a particular protocol of reading, or a particular rhetorical trap which still contains, beneath one figure or another, the possibility of this return? And it is the same man who did that for 40 years. My hypothesis is that this trajectory is in principle readable in what de Man was, in what he said, taught, published in the United States. The chain of consequences of these ruptures is even what is most interesting, in my view, in these texts, and whose lesson will be useful for everyone in the future, in particular for his enemies who would be well inspired to study it. Those who would like to exploit the recent revelations against deconstruction, in the singular, ought to reflect on this fact. It is rather massive. Deconstruction took the forms in which it is now recognized more than 20 years after the war. Its relation to all its premises, notably Heideggerian premises, was from the start itself both critical and deconstructive, and has become so more and more. It was more than 20 years after the war that de Man discovered deconstruction. And when he began to talk about it, in the essays of Blindness and Insight, it was first of all in a rather critical manner, although complicated, as always. Many traits in this book show that the theoretical or ideologico-philosophical consequences of the rupture were not yet drawn out. I have tried to show elsewhere in Memoirs 5:1 what happens in his work when the word deconstruction appears, very late, and when, in Allegories of Reading, he elaborates what remains his original relation to deconstruction. Is it really necessary to recall once again so many differences, and to point out that this singular relation, however interesting it may seem to me, is not exactly mine? That little matters here. But since it is repeated everywhere, and for a long time now, that the man is not interested in history and in politics, we can better take the measure today of the inanity of this belief. I am thinking in particular of the irony with which he one day responded, on the question of ideology and politics, I don't think I ever was away from these problems, they were always uppermost in my mind. 52 It is necessary to read the rest. Yes, they were in his mind, and no doubt more than in the mind of those who, in the United States or in England, accused him of distraction in this regard. He had several reasons for that, experience had prepared him for it. He must have thought that well-tuned ears knew how to hear him, and that he did not even need to confide to anyone about the war in this regard. In fact, that is all he talked about. That is all he wrote about. At moments I say to myself, he supposed perhaps that I knew, if only from reading him, everything he never spoke to me about. And perhaps in effect I did know it in an obscure way. Today, thinking about him himself, I say to myself two things, among others. One, he must have lived this war, in himself, according to two temporalities or two histories that were at the same time disjoined and inextricably associated. On the one hand, youth, and the years of occupation appeared there as a sort of prehistoric prelude, more and more distant, derolizade, abstract, foreign. The real history, the effective and fruitful history, was constituted slowly, laboriously, painfully after this rupture that was also a second birth. But, on the other hand and inversely, the real events, public and private, the grave, traumatic events, the effective and indelible history had already taken place, over there, during those terrible years. What happened next in America, for the one whom a French writer friend, he told me, had nicknamed in one of his texts Holderlin in America, would have been nothing more than a post-historic afterlife, lighter, less serious, a day after with which one can play more easily, more ironically, without owing any explanations. These two lives, these two histories, prehistory and post-history, are not totalizable. In that infinitely rapid oscillation he often spoke of in reference to irony and allegory, the one is as absolute, absolved as the other. Naturally these two non-totalizable dimensions are also equally true or illusory, equally aberrant, but the true and the false also do not go together. His living present, as someone might put it, was the crossroads of these two incompatible and disjunctive temporalities, temporalities that nevertheless went together, articulated in history, in what was his history, the only one. 2. After the period of sadness and hurt, I believe that what has happened to us was doubly necessary. First, as a fated happening, it had to happen one day or another, and precisely because of the deserved and growing influence of a thinker who is fascinating enough that people always want to learn more from him and about him. Second, it had to happen as a salutary ordeal. It will oblige all of us, some more than others, to reread, to understand better, to analyze the traps and the stakes past, present, and especially future. Paul de Man's legacy is not poisoned, or in any case no more than the best legacies are if there is no such thing as a legacy without some venom. I think of our meeting, of the friendship and the confidence he showed me as a stroke of luck in my life. I am almost certain that the same is true for many, for those who can and will know how to make it known, and for many others, who perhaps do not even realize it or will never say so. I know that I am going to reread him and that there is still some future and promise that await us there. He will always interest me more than those who are in a hurry to judge, thinking they know, and who, with the naive assurance of good or bad conscience, have concluded in advance. Because one has in effect concluded when one already thinks of staging a trial by distributing the roles, judge, prosecutor, defense lawyer, witnesses, and, waiting in the wings, the instruments of execution. As for the accused himself, he is dead. He is in ashes, he has neither the grounds, nor the means, still less the choice or the desire to respond. We are alone with ourselves. We carry his memory and his name in us. We especially carry ethico-political responsibilities for the future. Our actions with regard to what remains to us of de Man will also have the value of an example, whether we like it or not. To judge, to condemn the work or the man on the basis of what was a brief episode, to call for closing, that is to say, at least figuratively, for censuring or burning his books is to reproduce the exterminating gesture which one accuses de Man of not having armed himself against sooner with the necessary vigilance. It is not even to draw a lesson that he, de Man, learned to draw from the war. Having just reread my text, I imagine that for some it will seem I have tried, when all is said and done and despite all the protests or precautions, to protect, save, justify what does not deserve to be saved. I ask these readers, if they still have some concern for justice and rigor, to take the time to reread, as closely as possible. The story I promised is more or less finished for the moment. As an epilogue, 3 more telephone calls, in December. The first is from Neil Hertz. He passes along the account of a certain Mr. Gourley, former Belgian resistant. He knew de Man well, they were friends during those dark years. Throughout the whole period of his clandestine activity, Mr. Gourley communicated in total confidence with de Man. He gives the same testimony to L'Histoire, in an article dated December 11, 1987, according to this university professor, de Man was ideologically neither anti-Semitic nor even pro-Nazi. I have proved that de Man was not a fanatic from the fact that I saw him frequently during the war and he knew I was a clandestine, mixed up with the resistance. I never feared a denunciation. The same professor has no memory of an anti-Semitic article, of that article that L'Histoire claims it cannot find in its archives, 53, and he adds, what is more, I believe I know that our man also gave texts to a resistance publication, Les Voix du Silence, the Voices of Silence. Intrigued by this latter testimony and by the Malraux title, Werner Hamescher calls me and asks me to try to learn more from Georges Lamriches, a Belgian writer who for a long time was the director of the new NRF for Gallimard, and who, while in the resistance, would have had some part in this episode. De Man had told me they knew each other well. I call him. His response is very firm, without the least hesitation. One must take into account the history and the authority of the uncle. Even though de Man did not belong to an organization of the resistance, he was anything but a collaborator. Yes, he helped French resistance publish and distribute in Belgium a journal that had been banned in France, with texts by Eliard, Aragon, and so forth. The title of the journal was not Les Voix du Silence but Exercice du Silence, to be continued. Although my ear is glued to the telephone, I am not sure I have heard him clearly. Lamriches repeats, Exercice du Silence. January 1988. 6 biodegradable 7 diary fragments. Translated by Peggy Kamoff. Saturday, December 24, 1988, 5 a.m. What is a thing? What remains? What, after all, of the remains? Quoi du reste? Ergo je suis the question of the thing. It is going to be necessary once again to quibble ergator. This morning's decision, upon waking, take notes on what remains of certain of my dreams, before they sink back into oblivion. Retain in particular those they are finally rather rare that already have a verbal consistency. This promises them an ideal identity, an autonomous existence of sorts, at the same time lighter and more solid. For me, the duration of these words is like the solitary persistence of a wreck. Its form run aground is stabilized in the sand. One might see it surge up through the morning fog in the manner of a damp ruin, jagged, covered with algae and signs. A chance as well for the deciphering to come when the thing resists. The promise of work and reading, at least for a little while. On Saturday, day of rest, distraction, or meditation, I will reassemble these remains while reflecting them a little. Filtering and ordering. We'll see what can be saved of them. But to float on the surface surnature does not necessarily mean to survive survivre. Longtemps je me suis, for a long time I have been interested in the biodegradable. In the word or the thing. Difficult to distinguish, in any case in this case. It is a question of the case. The case, what falls, the fall la chute, the falling du échance, or the waste déchet. In French, one also speaks of the chute de papier too. On the one hand, this thing is not a thing, not as one ordinarily believes things to be a natural thing, in fact biodegradable, on the contrary, is generally said of an artificial product, most often an industrial product, whenever it lets itself be decomposed by microorganisms. On the other hand, the biodegradable is hardly a thing, since it remains a thing that does not remain, an essentially decomposable thing, destined to pass away, to lose its identity as a thing and to become again a non-thing. Preliminary question: this night, or in the small hours of the morning, thinking again of the amnesia of which a culture is made, can one say, figuratively, that a publication is biodegradable and distinguish here the degrees of degradation, the rhythms, the laws, the aleatory factors, the detours and the disguises, the transmutations, the cycles of recycling? Can one transpose onto culture the vocabulary of natural waste treatment, recycling, ecosystems, and so on, along with the whole legislative apparatus that regulates the environment in our societies? Recall, but with vigilance, it's true, I was just waking up, the logic of the unconscious, censorship and repression, displacements and condensations. According to such a logic, whose pertinence is, I believe, considerable but limited, nothing is destroyed and thus no document biodegrades, even if it is, according to some criterion or other, the most degraded or the most degrading. As soon as the unconscious is in the picture, no law could regulate purification or reassure the ecologists. Those of nature and those of culture. Unless the unconscious is already an ecosystem regulated by so many laws, and so on. But can one say that, given this or that condition, one publication is more biodegradable, more quickly decomposed than another? Often, going from one to the other within the same hour and the same place, we read one thing that we know has resisted or will resist centuries of erosion and hermeneutic microorganisms, and then another thing that, from the very first page, we know we will forget on the plane, even if it was nevertheless necessary to read and x-ray it while sighing all the way to the airport. Why me again? Was it really necessary to read this? These lines are made to self-destruct. After a very brief passage, they poison themselves even before poisoning others, and carry within themselves their own microorganisms, and so on. I wouldn't know how to qualify or delimit my interest in the question of the biodegradable. Scientific interest? Philosophical? Ethico-ecological? Political? Rhetorical? Poetic? Pragmatological? 3. As for the word biodegradable, which is not a thing and which in any case one cannot reduce to the state of the thing called natural, no more than one can reduce its presumed support, paper, magnetic tape, diskette, and so on, how to define it, for does it designate a rigorous concept? Does it have a proper meaning? And if it has a figurative meaning, which one? Must one prescribe sound, non-pollutable rules for its use? Tonight brought 3 other series of questions, but lacking for time, I will try to answer them some other Saturday. 1. Is not the word biodegradable a recent artifact? All words in a so-called natural language are also, in their own way, artifacts, of course. But biodegradable overloads language with a supplement of artifice. It adds a prosthesis to it, a synthetic object, a modern and unstable graft of Greek and Latin in order to designate primarily that which is opposed to the structure of certain products of modern industry, products that are themselves artificial and synthetic, from plastic bags to nuclear waste. Is this synthetic object, the word biodegradable, biodegradable? One might think that this very artificial word, this plurietymological, technoscientific, and synthetic composite is more decomposable than some other word. It would be called on to disappear or to let itself be replaced at the first opportunity. What is more, it barely belongs to a language. Is this foreigner, this graft a little Greek, a little Latin, a little technoscience, first of all English, French? Will I have the time to look up the archive of the word? And what if it had decomposed itself, and so on? Well, precisely, it is perhaps this parasitic non-belonging and this character of artificial synthesis that render the word less biodegradable than some other word, because it does not belong to the organic compost of a single natural language. This strange thing may be seen to float on the surface of culture like the wastes whose survival rivals that of the masterpieces of our culture and the monuments that we promise to eternity. A question is taking shape, I don't know what will remain of it. Like biodegradable, non-biodegradable can be said of the worst and the best. Too consequently, can one make a figure of the word biodegradable? Can one say, figuratively, the biodegradable word? Can one say of a word that it is biodegradable? And, along with the word, everything that is attached to words, everything that delivers itself over to words, everything that is delivered up by words. A publication, for example, a problematic but very strict notion that I am distinguishing provisionally from the text in general. In the publication, distinguish, if possible, the survival of the support, paper, magnetic tape, film, diskette, and so on, from the semantic content that also takes place, has a place. Major question of the historicity of ideal objects, Husserl, the crisis, the destruction of the archive, 5 the biodegradable, and so on. 3 is not what we call rhetoric, a large discourse, itself in a constant state of recycling, of that which in discourse submits to composition, decomposition, recomposition. These processes could affect the very essence of language and the proper meaning of words. Can one speak non-figuratively of biodegradability with regard to the identity attributed to a supposedly proper meaning? As a result of the action of certain bacteria, here, what are the bacteria of language, and the parasites and viruses that I've talked about at length elsewhere? Leave this connection for another occasion. The aforementioned proper meaning would decompose in order to pass, having become unrecognizable, into other forms, other figures. It would let itself be assimilated, circulating anonymously within the great organic body of culture, as would one of those metaphors called dead. Practice the most intractable vigilance, I said to myself last night in a half-sleep, with regard to all this bioorganicist rhetoric, if indeed a certain use of the word biodegradable gives into that rhetoric. All the more so since, within its own physico-chemico-biological order, the concept of biodegradability is probably not fixed by definitive and rigorous limits. No doubt it is believed to be useful, pragmatic, provisional, and destined for recycling transformations. One may also follow, I did it in Memoirs, 6 a certain itinerary of demand as that of a progressively acute thinking of disjunction, that is, a progressively coherent critique of the symbolist and organicist totalization. Kohler puts it well, this political context gives a new dimension to Demand's attempt from the early critiques of Heidegger to his late critiques of phenomenality to undo totalizing metaphors, myths of immediacy, organic unity and presence, and to combat their fascinations. Paul Demand's War and the Aesthetic Ideology, pages 780-81, my emphasis. Quoi du reste? Case and chute de papier, paper scraps. More often than ever before, with the case of what has become a case in the newspapers, the Demand case, I have wondered, what will remain of all this in a few years, in 10 years, in 20 years? How will the archive be filtered? Which texts will be reread? I have a few hypotheses, of course, I will not formulate all of them publicly, but at some later time I ought to say why, sometimes, I prefer to abstain. I have never confused, indeed I have never stopped urging others not to confuse traces or writing generally with what is said or written in books and newspapers, with archives and publications. Thus the question what will remain, does not concern only, as I see it, libraries and the academic world. It is, like the question of the remainder 7 in general, more vast, more reticent, more divisible, and thus more difficult. Even if one could draw a rigorous borderline around a particular journalistic academic culture, which I do not believe is possible, the question what will remain, would still be of interest here. It has already been displaced, with great speed, in this limited sequence of history, the Daman case, after scarcely more than a year, since the beginning of the public events, that is, since the moment when, must I recall this once again? I myself believed, and none of those I am being urged to respond to in critical inquiry, I had to take the initiative to propose public discussion and, quite simply, publication of what is called today Paul Daman's Wartime Journalism, 1939 to 1943, and responses, about 1,000 pages. 8 since then, people are beginning to forget the articles and the names of so many confused, hurried, and rancorous professor journalists. Even if I wanted to recall here those articles and those names, I couldn't do it. What has saved a few of them from oblivion, according to a formidable paradox, a perverse law of cultural memory, have been the corrections, the responses, the calls to order and honesty when, that is, certain newspapers have consented to publish them. But if someone were tempted to conclude from this, judging by appearances and good sense, that these precipitous and compulsive publications were essentially biodegradable because destined in advance to oblivion, I would right away protest. The use of this figure demands many more precautions, as I would like to try to demonstrate. Conversely, the serious work of students, of young and not so young researchers on or in the wake of Paul Daman, and I am not the only one able to testify to this, has done nothing but grow in number and quality. This is even spectacular. One need not be a prophet to be able to predict that, like the books of Paul Daman, how many have been published since his death. The articles and books that are proliferating on the subject of his work will have a longer and richer destiny, not an infinite one. Of course, one cannot assert that about anything, but a much more interesting one in any case. That is why, with the exception of Jonathan Culler's response, which reproaches me for a certain exceedingly severe statement to which I will return, the critical responses to which I am urged to reply by critical inquiry appeared to me to be so behind the times and thus so tedious. They were behind the times from the beginning, if one can say that, but have become more and more so as of this date, and notably in relation to all the analyses and all the information we have at our disposal from now on. Nonetheless, after some reflection, which, alas, does not mean that my decision is the right one, I have made it my duty to respond, to leave nothing without response. Yet, even as I force myself to face up to these attacks, half a dozen of them, what a disproportion, I will advise the exacting reader to ignore this dossier, including my diary, and especially to read, besides the work of Paul Daman, yes, again, the books published during his life and those that have been added since his death, the large quantity of research it has inspired, not only in the United States, as well as the 2 volumes I mentioned above. The difference in the predictable survival of these texts is strange, for at least 3 reasons. 1. The richness, the rigor, and the fertility of Paul Daman's work. One may or may not agree with him, in general or on a particular point. The 2 things are possible, and both have happened to me, be it a question of theory or politics, and concerning the most decisive stakes. This has not escaped the notice of those who have been willing to read each of us, with any lucidity and good faith, for more than 20 years. But it is not necessary to be in agreement with him about anything in order to recognize that the debates in which he participated, like the contribution he made to them, have an unquestionable and moreover rarely questioned necessity. 2. It is to the extent to which this original work is difficult to ignore that the articles from 1940 to 42 have resurfaced. People are not interested in all the writings of all those who pass as politically above suspicion, and simply for this latter reason. Fortunately, people are much less and too little interested, alas, in the writings and actions that are infinitely more serious and culpable, politically, than those of the young journalist Paul de Man. But the simple fact is their authors did nothing else or nothing better. A worrisome paradox, a disconcerting law of cultural memory, everything thus happens as if de Man, by his relentless work, by the richness of what he wrote or taught during almost 40 years in the United States, had saved from immediate biodegradation some old newspaper articles that no one would have otherwise gone and exhumed. For this, there had to be an admirer of the succeeding generation, a whole generation of admirers and disciples, the ambivalence and resentment accumulated elsewhere, which had nothing to do with the war, at least with l'histoire of 1940–42, will have done the rest. Perhaps even de Man wished this to happen, secretly or unconsciously. Perhaps he foresaw it even as he denied it. Until the end, he denigrated his own work as juvenilia and inadequate essays. And that is a little what I had meant to suggest by titling my article Like the Sound of the Sea Deep Within a Shell, Paul de Man's War, trans. Peggy Kamov, Critical Inquiry Spring 1988, 590–652. Montherlant's phrase quoted by de Man ventured something on the subject of the biodegradability of press publications. I was especially interested in the paradoxes or complications that were overlooked by this phrase and in particular by its citation. First of all, I was interested in the history of this phrase, in its possible survival, in the non-biodegradability of this strange artifact, a sort of nuclear waste. I will have to come back to this next Saturday or later. 3. Those who have sought to exploit these revelations, those who have given in to the temptation to annihilate, along with the work of a whole life, all that which, from near or far, came to be associated with it, deconstruction, they say, 9 have produced, in spite of themselves, a premium of seduction. In spite of themselves? Perhaps, I am not sure of that. In any case, too bad for them. It is an effect that may be deemed perverse. One had to have a lot of ingenuousness and inexperience not to have foreseen it. Many of those who have taken part in this crusade against de Man and against deconstruction are getting more and more irritated. Now it turns out that, in part thanks to them, people are talking more and more about that which the Crusaders wanted, without delay, to reduce to silence by denouncing the alleged hegemony that seems to cause them so much suffering. They should have thought of that. Things don't biodegrade as one might wish or believe. Some were saying that deconstruction has been in the process, for the last 20 years, of extinguishing itself, waning, as I read more than once, like the flame of a pilot light, in some, the thing being almost all used up. Well, here they go and think they see, at the bottom of the little bit of oil remaining, a black stain, the spectre of 1940–42, the diabolical de Man. Certain this time that they will be able to get rid of it, without further delay and thus without any other precaution, they rush forward like children in order to wield the final blow and destroy the idol. And, of course, the flaming oil spreads everywhere, and now here they are crying even louder, angry with their own anger, frightened by their own fear and the fear they wanted to cause. Without them, would it have consumed itself? Would the thing have been degraded on its own? False or useless question, too late, they were on the program, as was the unconscious. Saturday, December 31st, 6 a.m. Reread last night 5 of the 6 critical responses. It's true, as I noted last week, these people are frightened. And so they want to frighten. A familiar scene. They are frightening sometimes, it's true. What I see of them frightens me, I won't hide the fact, and I will even say why. But a distinction I hold to and always uphold, especially when I write this: fear does not intimidate me. Those who have read me, in particular those who have read Paul de Man's War, know very well that I would have quite easily accepted a genuine critique, the expression of an argued disagreement with my reading of de Man, with my evaluation, theoretical, moral, political, of these articles from 1940 to 42, and so on. After all, what I wrote on this subject was complicated enough, divided, tormented, most often hazarded as hypothesis, open enough to discussion, itself discussing itself enough in advance, on every page, indeed within every sentence, and from the very first sentence, for me to be able to welcome questions, suggestions, and objections. Provided this was done so as to demonstrate and not to intimidate or inflict wounds, to help the analysis progress and not to score points, to read and to reason and not to pronounce massive, magical, and immediately executory verdicts. 5 of the 6 responses that I reread last night are written, as one used to say, with a pen dipped in venom. Less against the demand of 1940 to 42, perhaps, than against me, I who said things that were nevertheless judged by color exceedingly severe against a man and who have nothing whatever to do with everything that happened, I who, at the time, was rather on the side of the victims. Shall I dare to recall this once again, and will they forgive me for doing so, struck by numerous clauses that it will be necessary to talk about again. Less against me, in truth, than against deconstruction, which at the time was at year -25 of its calendar. This suffices to shed light on this whole scene and its actual workings. How can the reader tell that these 5 critical responses are not responses, critical texts or discussions, but rather the documents of a blinded compulsion? First of all, the fact that they are all monolithic. They take into account none of the complications of which my text, this is the very least one can say, is not at all sparing. They never seek to measure the possibility, the degree, or the form, as always happens in an honest discussion, of a partial agreement on this or that point. No, everything is rejected as a block, everything is a block and a block of hatred. Even when, here or there, someone makes a show of being moved by my sadness or my friendship for the man, it is in order to get the better of me and suggest that I am inspired only by friendship, which will appear ridiculous to all those who have read me. Inspired by friendship means for those people misled by friendship. How foreign this experience must be to them. Come on, am I going to waste time and paper, recyclable or not, spend the time and the money of my readers in commenting on someone who, for example, seriously wonders whether the man knew that Kafka was Jewish? How much did the young journalist really know about Kafka and his Jewishness? Jacques Derrida's Apologia, p. 791, and, in the same breath, cannot resist the urge to associate the names de Man and Göring? Is it still possible to correct a professional historian who, having once defined de Man as an academic Waldheim, shows no regret for that and still today, apparently, has no idea of the enormity of a formula such as, only a small number of French and Belgian intellectuals cast their lot with the Nazis, as de Man did, the responsibilities of friendship, Jacques Derrida on Paul de Man's collaboration, p. 800, good God! He should do a little work, this guy. Such a show of ignorance appears all the more dismaying in that the best historians of this period are American and the best literature on this subject is in English, supposing, that is, that a historian reads only one language. What's the point, on the other hand, of discussing with someone who, taking constant cover behind some history books, nevertheless compares de Man to Mangel, or at any rate gives in to the same compulsive desire to associate the two names in an analogy, response to Jacques Derrida, p. 775. Or with still someone else who, in all seriousness, compares de Man to the author of Tintin, in the case of Paul de Man, as in the similar case of Herge on Paul de Man's War, p. 766. It's really too much confusion and dishonesty. Am I going to have to point out that, 1. De Man could not know that Kafka was Jewish, even if, for obvious reasons, he could not add a note saying I know, let's not forget it, Kafka is Jewish and his work is moreover on the index, as everyone knows. 2. French or Belgian intellectuals collaborated in very large numbers and, alas, in much more serious ways. 3. De Man was neither Waldheim, nor Göring, nor Manchel, nor an author of comic books. These elementary reminders risk insulting my readers, even if, despite their impatience, they wanted for a moment to have a good laugh. And yet, it will indeed be necessary to respond, and to do so, precisely, out of respect for the readers, and for the ethics of discussion, if anything can still be done on that score. So on these points and on all the others, I will respond. I've made my decision. Telephone CI. 5 p.m. There are now so many examples of this. One of the most necessary gestures of a deconstructive understanding of history consists rather, this is its very style, in transforming things by exhibiting writings, genres, textual strata, which is also to say, since there is no outside the text, right, exhibiting institutional, economic, political, pulsive, and so on realities, that have been repulsed, repressed, devalorized, minoritized, delegitimated, occulted by hegemonic canons, in short, all that which certain forces have attempted to melt down into the anonymous mass of an unrecognizable culture, to degrade in the common compost of a memory said to be living and organic. From this point of view, deconstructive interpretation and writing would come along, without any soteriological mission, to save, in some sense, lost heritages. This is not done without a counter-evaluation, in particular a political one. One does not exhume just anything. And one transforms while exhuming. The presumed signatories of certain documents, for example, have no interest perhaps in seeing these documents assured of survival. Difficult to know how best to serve them, and what is true generosity. When someone writes a bad text or a nasty text, un mauvais text ou un texte mauvais, is he or she asking to be saved or lost? And which response, in this case, is the most generous, the most friendly, the most salutary, the most just? The response or the non-response? It happens that people write bad things, libels, or lampoons in which they know they are wrong or do wrong, but they do so, precisely, with the sole aim of provoking a response that will make them stand out and put them on stage, even if it is to their detriment, and provided that a certain visibility is thus assured. And with public visibility comes the chance to endure. In this case, what to do? What would you be doing by responding no to someone who says to you, beat me so at least people see me or hear me crying and don't forget me? No one gets out of such a situation unscathed, on one side or the other. I will have to return later to the relation between this scene, the proper name, and cultural biodegradability. 9 p.m. Jonathan Culler contests and discusses certain remarks of mine in order to advance the understanding of things and shed light on those things that, I acknowledged it, and said it again in like the sound, sometimes remain enigmatic for me. In so doing, he does not seek to manipulate, inflict wounds, or denigrate. His procedure is honest. First of all, because it is addressed to me. Not only to me, of course, but also to me, that is, to someone with whom one does not agree, to be sure, but with whom one discusses, and whom one is not trying from the outset to insult in his intentions, his person, and his work. Even if he does not agree with me, he recognizes that I opened a debate, p. 783, he clearly condemns that which must be condemned in this or that article of 1941, p. 779, without trying to mix everything up, without raging furiously as a carner in the void in order to execute a dead young man, a dead old man, and a dead man, as others do who can no longer contain their violence against the name of a departed and only raise their heads above the funerary urn, their hands still shaking, so as to cry out for death and threaten again those who try to convince them and appease them, to reason with them by saying to them calmly, I think you are wrong, but even if you are somewhat right, you ought to calm down a little. We'll talk about all this again when you will have regained your composure. So in return I will address myself to Jonathan Culler, and later I will attempt, perhaps in an open letter, to explain to him why, on the contested point, I believe I must, with certain nuances, maintain what I wrote on the subject of Demand's wartime articles, that is, that the massive, immediate, and dominant effect of all these texts is that of a relatively coherent ideological ensemble which, most often and in a preponderant fashion, conforms to official rhetoric, that of the occupation forces, which are lines that, along with so many others in a similar vein, the 5 other respondents seem not to have even read, that they cannot not have read, and thus they pretend dishonestly and in bad faith, I am weighing my words carefully, to know nothing about. It would be necessary to invent a new category here. Bad faith or denegation are insufficient. We're talking about something that falls between the I cannot read and I do not want to read gene per polire et gene ver polire. This new category, which has a relation to the question of the remainder, naturally displaces the category of responsibility. How can one pronounce judgment against someone who will not read any vot polire? How could one bear him or her any ill will? Comment pourrait-on lui en vouloir? Moreover, I bear these 5 no ill will, I have nothing against them, I would even like, if only in order to avoid this spectacle, to help them free themselves from this frightened, painful, and truly excessive hatred. What are they afraid of exactly, and what are they suffering from? Even if I happen to respond harshly to them, it will be with this concern, and especially the concern for the public, moral, and political consequences of this whole debate. Was I exceedingly severe with Demand as Color says? Or not? Color on the one hand, the 5 others united on the other, thus seem to be saying, with regard to the same text like the sound absolutely contradictory things, at the extreme opposite from one another. Well, they can't all be right at the same time. So I wonder whether between the two, perhaps. Get it? Will they see what I mean? No. Yes, they will see very well, nothing more to add, I could stop there, they will see very well that the question is other and elsewhere. 11 p.m. So, none of them saw, none of them read that in like the sound the question is other and elsewhere, the question that preoccupies me, for example, the question of response and responsibility. At bottom and in the final analysis, I did not try to be either severe or indulgent, or equitable in some just milieu between 2 iniquitous judgments, or to convince anyone that one must be severe or indulgent. Midnight. Later, it will take time, people will understand that in this whole affair, and a few others, there are better things to do than to know whether one ought to be severe or indulgent. Since more room must be found in the ecosystem of an archive, the NEH is already concerning itself with these problems of storage for American university libraries, and the process will have to accelerate. Let us suppose that one day the complete collection of critical inquiry has to be destroyed or moved. A young librarian is hastily given the task of indexing on computer the abstracts of the questions or the principal theses treated there. He comes across our dossier. Something of it has to be saved at all costs, since the journal received an award for Best Special Issue of a Journal, from the Conference of Editors of Learned Journals, for the Spring 1988 issue. So the young man has to summarize the 2 issues on Paul de Man in 2 sentences, preferably by citing some words in quotation marks, that looks more authentic. I see the sentences stretching across the green screen. 7 authors accuse an 8th of having engaged in an exceedingly severe apology on the subject of a 9th author, apparently dead for 6 or 46 years. The 8th has as much trouble understanding as he does making himself understood. Here is the most problematic thing in the double-binding figure of the biodegradable. The worst but also the best that one could wish for a piece of writing is that it be biodegradable. And thus that it not be so. As biodegradable, it is on the side of life, assimilated, thanks to bacteria, by a culture that it nourishes, enriches, irrigates, even fecundates, but on the condition that it lose its identity, its figure, or its singular signature, its proper name. And yet, is not the best way to serve the said culture, indeed the agriculture, the natural culture of nature, these words are no good. I keep them only in quotation marks, in fact I keep them just long enough to wear them out and throw them away like useless waste products, but ones that are perhaps very resistant, like the mutism of the quotation marks, to oppose a certain resistance to living biodegradability? Is it not the case that, as non-biodegradable, the singularity of a work resists, does not let itself be assimilated, but stays on the surface and survives like an indestructible artifact, or in any case one which is less destructible than another? Important question of physis beyond the opposition nature/culture. I have never been convinced by what Heidegger has said on this subject. And precisely because of the remains that remain to be thought. Try later to show how the proper name function finally corresponds to this function of non-biodegradability. The proper name belongs neither to language nor to the element of conceptual generality. In this regard, every work survives like and as a proper name. It shares the proper name effect, because there is no purely, uncontaminable proper name and no absolute indestructibility, with all other proper names. It shares and divides partage this effect in all its parts, even beyond its title and the name of its presumed signatory. In the manner of a proper name, the work is singular, it does not function like an ordinary element of natural language in its everyday usage. That is why it lets itself be assimilated less easily by culture, to whose institution it nevertheless contributes. Although more fragile, having an absolute vulnerability, as a singular proper name it appears less biodegradable than all the rest of culture that it resists, in which it rests and remains, installing there its tradition, and inscribing itself there as inassimilable, indeed unreadable, at bottom insignificant. A proper name is insignificant. But there are several ways to be insignificant. More or less interesting. One might as well say that meaning is not the measure of interest or of wearing away. Usurer. Point 10. Saturday, January 7, 6 a.m. In my response, I ought to set out from a fact that will have escaped no reader's attention. Like the fingers of the same hand, the 5 insulting texts all take aim at the same principal target, that deconstruction about which the authors visibly understand nothing, I mean really nothing, and this goes equally for all of them. What can I do? Deconstruction is for them the threat, the common and public enemy. This war is the most urgent in their view. Since the 5 authors take no account of that most massively obvious fact, which I clearly pointed out, p. 649, to wit, that what happened in 1940–42 in Brussels cannot, by definition, have anything to do with deconstruction, their argument cannot be taken seriously. Nor, therefore, can anything which follows from that argument in the 5 responses, which is to say just about everything. I could stop here. It so happens, moreover, that deconstruction has no more relation with what may have happened in a Belgian newspaper in 1940–42 than it does with the uninformed, uneducated, and grotesque descriptions, I am weighing my words carefully, that these 5 respondents give of it. It goes without saying that I will not be able to dissipate such dense confusions about deconstruction in a few sentences. I give up trying in advance. I will merely point out that for all these people the demand case offers what they believe is a propitious occasion to attack what they believe to be deconstruction. Demonstration. One of them takes aim at the standard deconstructionist practice, p. 794, or what, according to him, would be entirely typical, the failure to distinguish between existential and rhetorical categories, and the tendency to reduce the former to the latter, is an earmark of the mode of philosophizing that has been given currency by de Man and Derrida, p. 792. And, of course, so that it might be clear that my case is more serious than de Man's, he adds, I, for one, believe, and so do many others, that there is a strongly mystifying element in de Man's writings, sometimes almost, though never quite, as mystificatory as Derrida's Apologia for de Man, p. 796. This definition of the standard deconstructionist practice and what would be typical within that practice is gratuitous, confused, perfectly irrelevant. I recognize nothing whatsoever in it, close up or from afar, and especially nothing of what I myself, since it is a question of me, may have ever thought or written. As for the sentence that begins I, for one, believe, and so do many others, what can it prove? Only this: someone believes that what he believes is true and interesting, and, classic technique but far too crude for anyone to be taken in by it, he wants to make others believe that he has an army of people behind him who believe as he does, that what they believe is true and even interesting. Everything, thus, still remains to be proved. And even if one could prove that so do many others, that would not prove that they are doing anything more than believing, or that their belief brings the least proof that their belief has the least value. 2. Another respondent concentrates his whole argumentation around what is derisively called the prestige of deconstruction, resetting the agenda, p. 805, and announces clearly that if one fails to clear de man, which, need I remind anyone, is something I never sought to do, see pages 599, 600 to 610, 616 to 19, 621 to 23, 631, 633, and pass him, deconstruction would be definitively compromised and the wager will be lost. p. 805, I shall not fail to come back to this scene, one of the most comical ones in this whole corpus. 3. Another respondent lays into what he believes to be the deconstructive method, p. 799, and believing, since he has obviously never read me 11, that it consists in taking no account of the context, and of authorial intention, here he is ready to give me a lesson in deconstruction, but of course Derrida's appeal to context and to authorial intention constitutes an abandonment of the deconstructive method, p. 799. Then, by substituting post-structuralist for deconstructive, he leaves me the choice only between the unified subject and the post-structuralist critique of the unified subject. Ah, if only things could be that simple. Ah, if only one knew what a subject was and whether it could be only unified or non-unified. After having recalled the post-structuralist critique of the unified subject, just so many words that have no meaning for me and that one would have a lot of trouble articulating with anything I have ever written, the same author calmly adds this, which has no meaning for me, but Derrida apparently doesn't believe the critique of the unified subject applies to de man, p. 801. Come on, would anyone ever have talked or heard talk of deconstruction for more than 10 minutes if it came down to such derisory dogmas or such stupid monoliths as these? Of the sort, I don't believe there is any context. There is no authorial intention. There is no subject. No unified subject. We have to stop paying attention to these things. One shows considerable contempt for many colleagues or students if one believes they are silly enough or credulous enough to interest themselves in such simple and pitiful discourses. Unless it is quite simply reading that is the object of one's contempt and one's fear. On ne peut pas lire. It is thus still a question, and at the cost of the crudest sort of maneuvers, of displacing the accusation and the verdict by making the attack converge on thought, theory, deconstruction today and now. This is a program whose utterance was given its first, and also its most obscene, form by the same author already almost a year ago. The important question about de man, however, is not what he thought about Jews. The question concerns the relationship between his secrecy about his past and his literary theory. 12. For another respondent, the stakes are even more precise. It is a question of nothing less, in conclusion and to conclude, than of handing down a verdict while pretending to deplore the turn the deconstructive project, originally so liberating, is now taking, p. 775. As if what happened to de man in 1940-42 could constitute a turn or a turning of the deconstructive project in 1988. 5. For another, finally, the actual accused in this comic book trial is once again, in conclusion, deconstruction. What is indeed striking in deconstruction is that it escapes confrontation with historical development. That does not imply that it is linked to rightist thought. Ah, good, at least there's that, merci monsieur, Its technique I have explained 100 times. Why deconstruction was not essentially a technique can be used either for fascists. Some proof, please, some arguments, some examples, at least one example, or liberal purposes, but it implies that this method I have explained 100 times. Why deconstruction was not essentially a method, see also above, note 10. Rarely confronts historicity. I have explained 100 times why deconstructive reading and writing took into account, more than any other, both history and the history of the concept of history. As for Paul de Man's War, its historical content and its reference to historical reference is richer than that of the 5 critical responses put together. Because history reveals the decidable. Whoever said the contrary, which sometimes means guilt. Did I not say just that, and precisely in the case of de Man? See above. I am not going to reproduce this reference on every line, p. 766. What I find particularly tedious in this quintext is that, with very few exceptions, it is composed and thus decomposed by 2 motifs. One, there is, on the one hand, that which I already said myself and that they repeat in a more or less confused way while claiming nevertheless to counter me thanks to forgetfulness or to denegation, or to un put polire, for example, but I'll proliferate the examples and later make a list of them. Everything in my text that is, in Jonathan Culler's words, exceedingly severe, p. 777, against de Man, and that ought not to have passed unnoticed by the 6 authors. 2. There is, on the other hand, the objections to which I had responded in advance, in an explicit fashion. I will redemonstrate this later, and, out of concern for clarity, thoroughness, and economy, I will propose 2 tables, a table of concordances or redundancies, of concorredundances, that which I already said and that it was useless redundant to repeat, especially to use it against me with arrogant bad faith, and a table of discordances, what I had already contested and that, once again, they did not understand, read, try to read, or pretend to read. Point of information, the recourse to the category of the gen verpolire, I can/will not read, supposing that it can even be used in the first person, would not exclude the old notions of lie, bad faith, denegation, in short, the philosophy of consciousness or the unconscious, up to the point where both must also be exceeded. This would concern as well whatever one may be tempted to say about responsibility or the biodegradable. Noon. Composition, decomposition. Everything that is biodegradable lets itself be decomposed or returns to organic nature while losing there its artificial identity. But everything that is biodegradable does not have the same property or the same qualities, richness, fecundity, and so on. In classical terms, the organic is not the living, natural life is not the whole of life, and so on. If one still relies, provisionally, on this figure transposed into the field of culture, then one may say, all writings and all discourses, all forgotten works are not victims of an injustice and have not become, to an equal extent, the ferments of the coming culture. Moreover, today, our means of archiving are such that we keep almost all published documents, even if we do not keep them in what used to be called living memory, and even if libraries are obliged more and more often to destroy a part of their wealth. This is only an appearance. The originals or microfilms are elsewhere, kept safe for a long time, barring nuclear war or natural catastrophe. But there is an essential limit to this cultural transposition of the natural figure, I mean of this return to nature of a biodegradable artifact. What would an ecosystem be for discourses? An institution is also an attempt to calculate and control symbolic ecosystems, which is obviously impossible in a rigorous fashion. Come back to this next week. These 2 tables may also be read as timetables or computer screens. Like those that are displayed in train stations or in airports, they announce delayed departures and arrivals, delay in relation to what I already said or in relation to what I already responded or said about my objection. But how to calculate such a delay? And once the delay is calculated, what would remain? That is a question I would have liked to treat, some Saturday when I had nothing to do. Out of concern for space, I will limit myself to the points not directly addressed in the diary. Table of conquer, redone, dances. Or, that which I already said and which, therefore, one should have avoided repeating, especially while claiming to oppose me with it. Saturday, January 14, 7 a.m. A text, a verse, an aphorism, a bon mot, the Germans, Kant for example, used to write this as a single word, like biodegradable, can survive a long time, thus resisting the biodegrading erosion of culture, for all sorts of reasons not all of which are to be credited to them or to their author. They resist time just as do what in French are called pearls. Durable because hard durs and hard to digest. The quintext numbers too many pearls for me to count. I bet that some of them will be passed on to posterity. If one day I respond, as I have the intention of doing, in critical inquiry, could I make a bet there? Can one make bets in such a serious journal? A liberal journal has to accept that bets are made in its pages. All the more so since, with its liberal, pluralist concern to maintain public discussion without privileging any side, an irreproachable policy, especially if its principle could be rigorously and sincerely applied, this excellent publication is managed by wise men and women and responsible intellectuals. Thus they also know it's the logic of debates, bets, auction bids, and bidding wars that this can serve the prosperity of the institution, I mean the promotion of the journal, that is urging me to respond at a single blow to 6 articles at once. 6 against 1. The idea that an army has been mobilized against an article that was, moreover, also commissioned of me, does not displease me altogether, but all the same, what effrontery! What a number of fronts I must confront! I hope that all of this is proportional to the seriousness of the question, but I am not sure it is. So I will make a bet. What is it? I bet that the longest life will be granted to a parenthesis. This one, let's read it and reread it, at Harvard and in the Boston area, where deconstruction and feminism were and continue to be a recurrent theme, p. 765. The article, fortunately very brief, a page and a half, begins in the mode of the autobiographical and auto-promotional epos. Let's read, reread. In 1982-83, I was preparing my volume on the Belgian cartoonist Herge 1, the footnote refers the reader to Les Métamorphoses de Tintin Paris, 1984, p. 765. Let's imagine, in centuries to come, an enormous archive having been biodegraded or recycled, that a young reporter journalist or an archaeologist tourist, metempsychosis of Tintin, comes across some remains, for example this glorious incipit, in 1982-83, I was preparing my volume. Les Métamorphoses de Tintin Paris, 1984, and next this parenthesis miraculously saved from the disaster, at Harvard and in the Boston area, where deconstruction and feminism were and continue to be a recurrent theme. Let's suppose that this journalist reporter archaeologist has in fact just found these debris of critical inquiry in very bad shape on a beach at Cape Cod or in the wreck of an old boat, a kind of unicorn. Will American readers have read, in the Tintin series, The Secret of the Unicorn or read Rackham's Treasure by the same Herge? I have just reread them, doing my homework. They are really devoid of interest, very overdone out of a certain snobism. One more difference between De Man and Herge, which I mention for those who may still be harboring the incongruous idea of comparing them. As for their politico-ideological histories, there is simply no common measure between them. Tintin too would try to understand, to reconstitute the context and, as they will still be saying centuries from now, the authorial intention. What is more, he had earlier got his hands on a fragment from an old debate in critical inquiry on the question of beaches and authorial intention. Here's how Tintin's distant descendant might imagine things for himself. So this author meant that at this time there was a place, 2 places at most, 1 or 2, he says Harvard and then Boston, in the United States I suppose, and nowhere else, where one could locate a center, a double center of recurrence, the recurrence not of a disease, but of a theme, of a recurrent theme, deconstruction and feminism. In this region of a state of the United States and nowhere else, in the United States and nowhere else. Deconstruction and feminism were thus a theme at this time, he asks himself. What is that? One theme or two? Are deconstruction and feminism the same thing, or two symptoms of the same epidemic recurrence? Our detective, who is getting more and more perplexed, may well continue to wonder, unless deconstruction is to feminism as the Boston area is to Harvard, if I am reading correctly, at Harvard and in the Boston area where deconstruction and feminism were and continue to be a recurrent theme. This double theme, these two things, at any rate, were already recurrent in the past, which is already a lot. But there is worse to come, it continues to be, in those days, a recurrent theme. To have been recurrent, that's already a lot, but to continue to be recurrent, is that not really too much? The trouble or problem or ill must have been very serious. Apparently indestructible. Insufficiently energetic medicine. Happily the pernicious theme seems to have been concentrated at that time in Harvard and the Boston area. Verify that. Intrigued, more and more fascinated by the glimmers of this cryptic notation, our clever sleuth tries to reconstitute the whole sentence and the whole paragraph, first in order to understand, but also out of honest respect for the authorial intention of the departed author of Les Métamorphoses de Tintin. From the first sentence of the paragraph, he believes he may conclude that between, on the one hand, this thing which is holding sway with such recurrence in the Boston area, that is, deconstruction, which the author oddly calls a theme, and, on the other hand, a certain demand, there must have been a relation, to be sure, but also that this demand must have been a feminist. Whether he knew it or not. Otherwise, what would this allusion to feminism, this other theme, be doing here? Unless it was never possible, at this time and in this region of the world, to dissociate deconstruction and feminism, wonders now our disconcerted tourist archaeologist, Tintin couldn't do better. And so, whether he knew it or not, this demand must have been a feminist because those in the Boston area were interested in him no doubt for reasons of deconstruction and feminism. As soon as one has contracted a recurrent deconstructionism, one must have contracted a little feminism, at least by contagion, even if one doesn't know it. It's finally the same virus. Let's read. That is to say that, as far as I know, several people at Harvard and in the Boston area, where deconstruction and feminism were and continue to be a recurrent theme, were aware of Demand's former affiliation with rightist circles. One can ask why it took 5 more years for the scandal to appear, why this sudden revelation after several years of silence and dissimulation. Compared to the fact that Herge had constantly been confronted with his political past, one can wonder how strongly Paul Demand's secret was kept. p. 765. Pulled up short, the little decryptor is plunged down a well of amazement since he must be amazed in his turn before this mark of amazement. He says to himself, here now is an author who is amazed. He is amazed that a secret was kept for many years. He even seems to be accusing someone of it, who, he names no one, whereas for him and for several people at Harvard and in the Boston area, this secret was not a secret. But then why did they not reveal it themselves? Whom is this author accusing exactly? By any chance would he be so bold as to accuse those who in fact made this secret public, being in truth the first ones to do so? The first ones to do so, would it by any chance be these very ones whom the author seems to accuse? How strange, how strange. More and more intrigued, but also convinced that this author, instead of accusing heaven only knows who, since he names no one, would have done better to take right away the initiative that he reproaches others for having taken too late, whereas he acknowledges that he was in a position to take it 4 years earlier. Our little archivist reconstitutes the first paragraph of the text. The latter thus begins, we have not forgotten and will never forget, with, in 1982-83, I was preparing my volume on the Belgian cartoonist Herge 1. Les Métamorphoses de Tintin, and so on. This paragraph indeed confirms that the author of the aforesaid Metamorphoses flatters himself for having been aware, already at this time, of the articles by de Man in l'Histoire, and even for having talked about them one afternoon with a colleague from Boston University whose specialty is the hunting of presumed French fascist intellectuals, p. 765. Monologue of the future little journalist reporter archaeologist who is acquiring a taste for philology. I remember Tintin in The Secret of the Unicorn. Look now. You'll see that the message of the parchments is right. Captain Haddock, thundering typhoons. The numbers and the letters are completed. Now who could this be, this professor at Boston University specialized in hunting? That won't be easy to discover, today, and I'm certainly not going to hunt down the hunters, especially in a university, a colleague from Boston University whose specialty is the hunting of presumed French fascist intellectuals. I wonder who that could be. So there were intellectual hunters at this time, and intellectuals who made a profession of tracking other intellectuals? In sum, hunters specialized in the fanatical pursuit of a certain type of prey jabir? Intellectuals trained, equipped, motivated for the hunt, first of all fascinated by the said prey, as always, according to the well-known process of identification, intellectuals who finally were interested in nothing else? In any case, the hunter and the author of Les Métamorphoses de Tintin knew it all, according to the latter, but they never said anything about it publicly. And yet here is someone who accuses heaven knows who, since he names no one, for not having published the thing until 5 years later. But who published it exactly? And for the first time? In the most public way? Perchance, might it not be within the population afflicted by the recurrent theme, deconstruction and feminism, that one finds someone who, with no previous knowledge, would have decided that everything had to be published from the first moment he became aware of the secret? So he is the one who would be within his rights to accuse the silence, the cowardice, the thoughtlessness, or the bad faith of those who, saying they had the newspapers in their hands and drawing from that fact not the least public consequence, having proposed neither republication, nor analysis, nor the most open discussion, now have the nerve to lecture those who did do all that. Let's leave him there, our Tintin of centuries to come, with his hypotheses. If he had also found the last paragraph of the same author on the subject of preferred ignorance, we can imagine his indignation. It would be necessary to invoke the energetic speech of Captain Haddock, Mille tonnerres de sabord, zigamars, gargarisme, empletra. 13. Here's someone who claims he knew things that he did not talk about for years and still he dares to accuse those who, in the first place, made the thing absolutely public. He accuses them, says he with incredible cheek, of having preferred ignorance. In the case of Herge, whose work was banned in Belgium until 1947, he spent the rest of his life, he died in 1983 that, along with his Belgian origins, is indeed the only thing he had in common with de Man, rewriting the first adventures of Tintin in order to dissimulate his previous political mistakes. Should de Man have done or could he have done the same? Comparative questions on the modes of circulation, duration, and degradability of the Tintin comic books and the different types of de Man's writings. In the case of Paul de Man, who was still remembered in Belgium as a former rightist intellectual, a lie or a dishonest simplification, see on this subject the private and public attestations not only in Paul de Man's War but in responses. Ignorance was preferred in the American academic world, ignorance not only among his friends and disciples but also in theory, p. 766. But who exactly preferred ignorance, I ask, if not the author of Les Métamorphoses de Tintin? It is difficult, moreover, to imagine what ignorance in theory of these articles could possibly mean. As far as I'm concerned, in any case, I took account of them and took my responsibilities as soon as I became aware of the said articles, that very week, something which the author of Les Métamorphoses de Tintin confesses he never did, no more than did his hunter colleague. Now who can that be exactly? So I've made a bet, these pearls will be passed on to posterity, even if they are not destined to have the long life of nuclear wastes. but people will have understood very quickly that my interest in these pearls and this bet was only a pretext for advancing the following non-theorem on the subject of the figurative biodegradability of what are commonly called texts, or at least, let's put it more strictly, of publications. One cannot wager publicly on the survival of an archive without thereby giving it an extra chance. As if the wager on the survival itself contributed to the survival. Thus, the wager cannot take the form of a theoretical hypothesis on the subject of what will happen objectively in an autonomous field. That is why I spoke of a non-theorem. Like any discourse on the wager, a wager intervenes performatively in the field and partially determines it. It feigns objective and theoretical speculation while in fact it performs a practical transformation of its object. It is perhaps in part thanks to my wager, my public wager in the very place of its publication, that the phrase I have in effect just celebrated will become celebrated, at Harvard and in the Boston area, where deconstruction and feminism. I did nothing more than say it deserved it. But such an evaluation was already a chancy and violent intervention. Perhaps I exaggerated, on purpose or not on purpose. Perhaps none of this deserved so much attention. Generalize again this non-theorem on the impossibility of any historical meta-theorem, a fortiori of any foretelling. And recall as well, besides the original elaboration by the man of the opposition performative/constative, his text on Pascal's wager. 14 By definition, and this is why there is wagering and performative intervention of the wager, no calculation will ever be able to master the biodegradability to come of a document. All evaluations, in truth all texts, are war itself on the subject of this survival. Paul de Man's war means also that there is a moral question here, and even the example of one of those conflicts between obligations without which no decision and no responsibility would really have any meaning, I mean disquieting meaning, the only meaning that it ought to have. A calm and assured responsibility is never a responsibility, it's good conscience. The moral question is at least double. One, is it necessary to respond to every interpellation, to everyone no matter who, to every question, and especially to every public attack? The answer is yes, it seems, when time and energy permit, to the extent to which the response keeps open, in spite of everything, a space of discussion. Without such a space no democracy and no community deserving of the name would survive. But the answer is no if the said interpellations fail to respect certain elementary rules, if they so lack decency or interest that the response risks shoring them up with a guarantee, confirming in some way a perversion of the said democratic discussion. Yet, in that case, it would be necessary that the non-response be appropriately interpreted as a sign of respect for certain principles and not as contempt for the questioner or, especially, for the third-party reader or listener whom one presumes should be the principal addressee of such an exchange, however difficult or improbable that exchange remains. It is rare that all these conditions come together and are clearly assured. It happens that a response may be a non-response, and non-response is sometimes the best response. An immediate degradability then annuls the archive of this response without response, which is thereby submitted to a kind of originary amnesia. We therefore see the latter at work at the very heart of the event, whatever it may be. The organic figure of biodegradability thus appears, already, to be of doubtful relevance. At least in the presumed literality of its point of origin. To another question, another double bind. When the interpellation is disastrous, weak, ridiculous, violent, indecent, in bad faith, or whatever one wishes to imagine, does the most generous gesture consist in responding or not responding? Is it better to abandon the interpellation to its spontaneous degradability, which destines a discourse to rapid oblivion? Or rather to save it from that fate by pretending, at least, to take it seriously, thinking always of the responsibility one has with regard to the third party? But in this case, to save it means also to send it to its ruin, to confer a certain duration on that which one judges to be inept. To make a text last, that is, to contribute to assuring the conditions of public exhibition, may thus be also a perverse gesture, a sign of aggressivity toward the authors. Do everything to avoid that, if it is possible. In their bottomless overdeterminability, these two questions are made still worse by the formidable ambiguity of the very concept of bio-degradability. To be bio-degradable means at least two things: on the one hand, the annihilation of identity; on the other hand, the chance to pass into the general milieu of culture, into the life of culture while enriching it with anonymous but nourishing substances. It will thus be necessary to come back to this concept and this figure, their analysis remaining up until now insufficient. Is not the question finally that of the proper name, of what is called the proper name, or at least the singular mark of the event, of the date? Come back to this. 10 p.m. Feeling discouraged this evening. I will never manage to respond to this quintext. Since I have made the tally of the arguments and made clear, in the two tables, that there is nothing in these 5 diatribes which I have not already said, for example, as Kohler points out, my exceedingly severe statement against the demand of 1940-42, or to which I have not already responded in a detailed fashion, what remains? Very few rational arguments, the theater of petty passions, some of whose mechanisms and old rhetorical tricks I really must try to describe. But, all the same, I am not going to go back over everything and repeat myself in detail. I am not going to request that people reread what I wrote, or, one more time, that they reread De Man. While I'm on the subject of rereading De Man, any careful reader will have noticed to what extent the things I said about the duty to read or reread De Man irritated my critical respondents, with the exception of Kohler. 3 out of the 5 of them even said so. This request for reading, isn't this rather normal? What less could one ask for? Seems extraordinary to them, even exorbitant. What is more, I never said that it was necessary at all costs to read De Man or anybody else, but, and this is quite a different thing, that if at least one claims to speak about all this, it is a good idea to read, even better to reread, preferably everything one can. As we shall see, 3 of the critics react in an analogous fashion, I do not say identical to this requirement, one that is nevertheless elementary. An intense and recurrent reaction, a recurrent theme, it comes back 3 times in conclusion like a groan of protest: ah, so one would have to read De Man, and from A to Z. Hey, do you see that? He asks us, on top of everything else, to read De Man, and even to reread him. This single protest shows to what degree, whether one's talking about De Man or deconstruction in general, the question is also that of a fierce resistance to reading, with all the forms that can be taken by PV, the category of on en ipvud polire. I will thus cite 3 examples. First example, we must now reread De Man from A to Z. This is the recurrent theme again, and in another critical response, in the apologetic literature that has been appearing since late 1987, p. 796. After having been associated with deconstruction and feminism, the recurrent theme finds itself here associated, in its literality and by another of my censors, with the duty to read. Might it be a question of the same thing, in the 3 cases, and of the same theme? The 2 authors who have recourse to the same expression seem to be as amazed by the recurrence as by the theme. Here is someone, for example, a professor I am told, who is amazed that anyone would ask him to read or reread that which he, nevertheless, wants to talk about, and that he wants to condemn. And he makes yet another accusation: all the writing that appeals to reading De Man is apologetic. Or, if you prefer, all this apologetic literature is characterized by a strange obsession with reading, by this compulsion to read. There are those who go so far in their insolence as to try to infect us with, even impose on us their recurrent perversion, and to give us orders, so read. But we'll not let ourselves be talked into it. And, in fact, they don't. These words, apologetic, apologia, almost always shock me. Sometimes they make me laugh. First of all because of their magical and visibly defensive repetition. They resonate from one end to the other of the same indictment, from its title, Jacques Derrida's Apologia, to its final words, Derrida's Apologia for de man, as if it were enough to keep hammering away forcefully at the same nonsense in order to produce an effect of obvious fact. What I wrote was so far from an apologia for Paul de Man, it is enough to reread it or to consult the two tables to be convinced of this, that certain of my statements appeared exceedingly severe. I repeated for tens of pages in a row, without the least indulgence, what I thought of certain unpardonable texts from l'Histoire and of the collaboration with l'Histoire as a whole. When I seem to defend de man, and I never would have done it otherwise, it is always, as it is here once more, in the face of murderous caricatures, abusive simplifications, unjustified acts of violence by those, the most numerous, let's not forget, in truth the only ones during several months and while I was writing my article, who have spoken out loud their dream of destroying once and for all the memory of de man, of his work, and of all that one can associate with him from near and from far. And later, when there appeared some letters or articles, still in response and largely in the minority, whenever, that is, newspapers consented to publish them, that defended de man against the iniquity and the dogmatism of these monolithic verdicts, there was, as far as I know, not one of them that did not pronounce a negative and severe judgment on certain articles from l'Histoire, notably on one of them, we all know which one. I do not know of one of de man's friends, the so-called apologists, who has not publicly condemned what there was to condemn in these articles. I could stop there, that should suffice to disqualify all this uncontrolled agitation, this indecent and impatient trepidation. What exactly do they want, all these accusers? To condemn a priori, without even a trial? In a block and without opening the file? To condemn without listening to the accused or to those who claim to read and to listen? Would they also like to condemn the books of the accused? The friends of the accused? The readers of the accused? The readers of these readers? And why not their grandchildren? To condemn those who, without ever pleading Paul de man's innocence and thus while pronouncing him guilty, within certain limits, of course, with restraint and precision, and this is the whole problem, still want to know what we are talking about. But what are people raging at? Where are we living? In which century? In which country? It is thus grossly wrong and dishonest to speak of apologetic literature. I am waiting for someone to show me a single text to have appeared up until now that does not recognize what I called, before my detractors did the most unbearable, p. 621, the unpardonable violence and confusion, p. 623, read the rest of the paragraph, and pass him. I am certainly not now going to recite and select, while isolating them, all my negative evaluations in order to reassure or embarrass my adversaries. I therefore assert that there was no apology, on any side, especially not on mine, unless one supposes apology to begin with this simple reminder: if you want to speak of someone, and especially if you want to condemn him in totality, without qualification and without appeal, read as much and as thoroughly as possible, with vigilance and honesty. Apparently this demand seems inordinate and intolerably apologetic to those who decidedly do not want to read, or at least not demand. That must be recognized as their right, but on the condition that they do not then claim to speak about what they refuse to read, or, a still more intolerable obligation in their view, reread. Second example. For another of my censors, the appeal to the duty of reading is not only the surprising recurrent theme of an apologetic literature, it is a challenge. Reading, a challenge. Sigh of impatience, a challenge we now hear regularly, p. 775. Once again I will have to quote at length, a rule that should be more respected in every discussion and which I never fail to do. Point 15 for reasons of intellectual rigor and of ethics. Here, then. Derrida's own exercice du silence on such issues raises some hard questions, not only about this particular text but about the turn the deconstructive project, originally so liberating, is now taking. Is context always and only verbal, the judgment on the word by the word? Those who, if they want still to accuse or take revenge, writes Derrida, will finally have to read the man, from A to Z, p. 639. This is a challenge we now hear regularly, but its implication that the issue is entirely textual, how do we read text X, rather than practical, what choices did Paul de Man make, is deeply disturbing, suggesting as it does that literature is all, that if de Man praised, say, Franz Kafka, he was somehow on the right side of history. Again, why is it imperative to read de Man from A to Z and not to read de Man's articles in the context of the related writings of the period? How indeed can these articles be understood without a knowledge of the events to which they were responding? In drawing a linguistic circle around such writings, aren't we once again worshipping at the shrine of the sacred text, this time the sacred text of the poet substitute called theorist? pp 775-76. Faced with such a web of ignorance, confusion, and bad faith, it is my turn to sigh. Where to begin? Is it really necessary to waste all this time and so much paper, even if it is recyclable? Yes, let's go out clearer, one more effort. Let's try to make things progress a little. First of all, in order to attribute to the deconstructive project such a definition of context, always and only verbal, one would have to have never read, or in any case understood, a single line or the least letter of the texts that have defined this project, another inadequate word, but let's not bother. Since it is apparently a question of me in such a hallucination, I may be permitted to underscore that, for the last 25 years, I have not ceased to say and to recall exactly the contrary. No longer daring to ask that one read me, from A to Z, I ask only that one read if, that is, one still wants to talk about me at least between A, B, and C. Point 16 there, one will discover that deconstruction begins by the deconstruction of the verbal limits set on the text and the context. This is, in particular, the meaning of a few of the words that this critical respondent may have overheard at a cocktail party, the deconstruction of phonocentrism, of logocentrism, and of phallogocentrism. Or again, there is no outside the text signifies that one never accedes to a text without some relation to its contextual opening, and that a context is not made up of only what is so trivially called a text, that is, the words of a book or the more or less biodegradable paper document in a library. If one does not understand this initial transformation of the concepts of text, trace, writing, signature, event, context 17, one understands nothing about nothing of the aforesaid deconstruction, and that is indeed the case here, even if one ventures to qualify deconstruction as originally so liberating, really. One has to take the time to do a little more work. I would be insulting my other readers if I continued to recall such elementary things. For these same reasons, the opposition between textual and practical has no meaning for me, and especially not the one attributed to it here. This is why, moreover, deconstruction is much more practical and political than so many people believe or pretend to believe. And that is exactly what they cannot bear. I have often explained myself on this subject, even in this very journal, when already responding to a couple of critical respondents 18 I was already struggling, in vain apparently, against the most obstinate resistance to reading and to analysis. 3. Who said literature is all? Certainly not me, neither in Paul de Man's War nor anywhere else. I am sure Paul de Man never said it. And as for the way he had, which is, moreover, very interesting, of treating a certain irreducible specificity of literature, which does not come down to saying everything is literature, the disagreement between us was public and known to those who do us the honor of being interested in our publications and our debates of more than 15 years, see notably Memoirs. I pointed this out several times in Paul de Man's War, at least on pages 627, 649, and no doubt elsewhere as well. For whoever said it sufficed to praise Kafka in order to be on the right side of history? Certainly not me, and the analysis I did of the reference to Kafka was, I hope, less stupid than that. Since those who have read me know that this analysis was rather nuanced, complicated, and meticulous, excessively so if I believe the apparent reproach made elsewhere, I will do no more than refer back to it. 5. I was the first to say, and to repeat with great insistence, see at least pages 600, 635 to 37, 640, and in a more or less explicit fashion throughout, in particular for the reasons of principle I have just recalled, 1 and 2, that it was necessary to read de Man's articles in the context of the related writings of the period and to have a knowledge of the events to which they were responding. But I did not content myself with saying that this was necessary, although that is already a big step and one which I like to think was not without consequences. I did so, right away, as best I could, in the limits of a 60-page article that, on the subject of the writings and the events of this period, contains more historical information, more references, textual and practical references, to take up this very primitive but convenient distinction, than in the harangues of all my censors put together. I leave it to them to count the references, if they can. Whoever read Paul de Man's War cannot say without bad faith that I traced a linguistic circle around a sacred text, a ridiculous formula that has had a place for the last quarter century in the largely degraded dictionary of all the anti-deconstructionist stereotypes. For the quickest summary I am thinking of the time of those who ne voulent polire allow me to refer once again to signature event context, which is only 20 pages long. Third example. Here the scene is a little different, first of all more disarming, no doubt, but also more crude. The author seems to accept the rule of rereading de Man, but only if it is in order to recognize de Man's errors. And the recognition of the right to error seems to him in effect reasonable, but only if one consents to extend it first of all to the journalist professors who have written whatever they wanted about de Man, pages 802 to 3. I found this gesture rather sympathetic and, especially, amusing. Here at least is someone, I said to myself, who is profiting from the occasion, better late than never, in order to ask to be forgiven the reading mistakes he accumulated and, what is still more serious, indirectly propagated in the world press. Here is the final paragraph of a text that, right away, beginning with its title, The Responsibilities of Friendship, took a wrong turn by suggesting that everything I had written in this context, like the responsibilities I took or defined, were controlled by my friendship for de Man. That adds a reading mistake to an already impressive list. I will return to this. Let us reread this conclusion. Derrida suggests rules for rereading de Man, the first of which is respect for the right to error. That's a reasonable suggestion, but for Derrida it applies only to de Man, not to his critics. The conclusion one is left with is that what de Man did collaborate with the Nazi occupiers of Belgium should be understood and forgiven, but what de Man's critics have done commit reading mistakes should be condemned as unforgivable. Outside the circle of de Man's most committed defenders, few readers will find this argument persuasive. pp 802 to 3. I do not know if I am part of the circle in question, but I do not find this argument persuasive for this initial reason: I have not come across it anywhere and thus never formulated it myself. I find it touching that a professor journalist asks forgiveness for his reading mistakes as soon as, so he believes, other errors have been pardoned. But all of this is incongruous and beside the question, not to say out of the question. First of all, contrary to the assertion of the same professor journalist, who decidedly still refuses to read, I never put myself in the situation of pardoning or of asking others to pardon de Man for anything whatsoever. I explain this at length in the vicinity of a passage that speaks of the unpardonable violence and confusion of these sentences, p. 623, the reference is to the article Jews in Present-Day Literature. I even underline the word unpardonable, and I could cite many other passages that go in the same direction, pages 621 to 31 and pass him. Is this clear enough? Did I not insist enough on the reasons for which I did not feel I had the right to pardon this or that writing, this or that act, no more than I had the right to condemn the whole discourse, the whole life, the whole work of de Man? And on the reasons for which such a totalization seemed to me unjust, summary, confused, and politically dangerous, see in particular p. 631, but also in numerous other places. I not only signed and underlined the word unpardonable. Is it pardonable to lie by acting as if one had not read that? Is it pardonable not to have read it? Is it pardonable to accuse me of not having written it? I also explained why I did not feel I had the right to pardon. Not because I have set myself up in the position of judge, but because this would be to talk in the place of victims. I will ask the one who accuses others, even as he demands pardon for his numerous errors, to reread the whole page, and a little beyond, in my article that begins thus: through the indelible wound, one must still analyze and seek to understand. Any concession would betray, besides a complacent indulgence and a lack of rigor, an infinitely culpable thoughtlessness with regard to past, present, or future victims of discourses that at least resembled this one, p. 631. To finish on this point, I do not know whether the enormities published in The Nation, January 9, 1988, were only reading mistakes. For many reasons, I never sought to compare them with anything whatsoever of Paul de Man's, really. I do not know if they are unforgivable. I do not have the power to decide this in the face of the whole world. If I may be permitted a confidence, I would say this: while I continue to pay the greatest attention to the possibility and the significance of such violent journalistic acts, I had already begun to forget the fact and the literality of these particular ones. Their author would have done better not to recall them. Apparently, he prefers to expose himself to criticism rather than let himself be forgotten. On forgetting and forgiving, a huge question. To be added to the file of the biodegradable. Why is the figure of the biodegradable so provocative? Both useful, from a heuristic point of view, but essentially limited in its relevance. In the most general and novel sense of this term, a text must be biodegradable in order to nourish the living culture, memory, tradition. To the extent to which it has some sense, makes sense, then its content irrigates the milieu of this tradition and its formal identity is dissolved. And by formal identity, one may understand here all the signifiers, including the title and the name of one or more presumed signatories. And yet, to enrich the organic soil of the said culture, it must also resist it, contest it, question and criticize it enough, dare I say deconstruct it, and thus it must not be assimilable, biodegradable, if you like. Or at least, it must be assimilated as inassimilable, kept in reserve, unforgettable because irreceivable, capable of inducing meaning without being exhausted by meaning, incomprehensibly elliptical, secret. What is it in a great work, let's say of Plato, Shakespeare, Hugo, Mallarmé, James, Joyce, Kafka, Heidegger, Benjamin, Blanchot, Celan, that resists erosion? What is it that, far from being exhausted in amnesia, increases its reserve to the very extent to which one draws from it, as if expenditure augmented the capital? This very thing Selomeme, this singular event that, enriching the meaning and accumulating memory, is nevertheless not to be reduced to a totality or that always exceeds interpretation. What resists immediate degradation is this very thing, the text, or in the text, which is no longer on the order of meaning and which joins the universal wealth of the message to unintelligible singularity, finally unreadable, if reading means to understand and to learn to know, of a trace or a signature. The irreplaceable singularity, the event of signature, is not to be summed up in a patronymic name, because it is the work itself. The proper name in question, which has no meaning and is not a concept, is not to be reduced to the appellation of civil status. What is more, it is proper to nothing and to no one, reappropriable by nothing and by no one, not even by the presumed bearer. It is this singular impropriety that permits it to resist degradation never forever, but for a long time. Enigmatic kinship between waste, for example nuclear waste, and the masterpiece. Yet, one cannot say that the best way to escape cultural, bio-degradability is to be irreceivable, inassimilable, to exceed meaning. For then one would have to say that absurdities, logical errors, bad readings, the worst ineptitudes, symptoms of confusion or of belatedness are, by that very fact, assured of survival. Even if there are those who hope this is true, we know that, most often, nothing of the sort is the case. That which has no meaning, purely and simply, is almost immediately, bio-degradable. That which has little meaning does not last long. What is bad does not resist. This is at least what one would like to believe, the story I tell myself when I wake up tired, but in a good mood. So, in order to remain a little while, the meaning has to link up in a certain way with that which exceeds it. Sign itself in a certain way. Here one would have to make a long detour, but I won't have time today, through music, the memory of the musical work, to explain what I mean here by proper name. Not that music does not have meaning, but I am interested here in what it is in music that surpasses discursive meaning, exceeds a certain kind of translatable intelligibility into good sense sentences. Music has nothing in common with what some call music when, understanding nothing of certain discourses that they ne voulent pas can / will not read, they believe or want to make others believe that these latter have no meaning. Anyone who does not understand can always complain or accuse. All I am given to hear or understand is unintelligible sounds. I am not convinced, I am being subjected to the musical apparatus of seduction. What I tried to say about responsibility in Paul de Man's War is difficult, I realize. What I am trying to think about responsibility in general is obscure, even perilous. Other texts could attest to this and I do not hide it. But the thing itself is obscure, and my discourse is always highly argued, even if it cannot be a question of reproducing this argumentation here, for lack of time and space. All the more so since this argument claims to move beyond the usual stereotypes of the concept of responsibility. That is why, I grant you, this argument does not follow in my text, and I wanted it this way, that clear-cut line, p. 785, demanded by someone who seems to like to read the way one drives on the interstate, perhaps even while driving on the interstate. Can one speak of responsibility or assume a responsibility without difficulty and without anguish? I don't believe so. To speak of it calmly and as if there were some obvious, common-sense facts available on this subject, as if one knew what were and ought to be the ethical categories, is irresponsibility itself moral, political, philosophical, intellectual irresponsibility in general. Here is someone who, certain that he knows what responsibility and ethical categories are, ironizes about my tour de force. To write about responsibility with so little reference to ethical categories is something of a tour de force. p. 785. With or without the irony, the same author had just been amazed to see responsibility associated with responding, with the categories of rhetoric and psychoanalysis. I suppose that for him, when one treats of responsibility or of ethical categories, it is not necessary to speak of either response, or language, or rhetoric, or transference, or the unconscious. I would really like to see him demonstrate this. These would be digressions toward the inessential, avoidances. What can you respond to that? And what is one doing when, understanding neither the sense nor the form of a discourse on responsibility, because one deems it to be impenetrably elliptic, p. 785, I will come back to this marvelous treatment of ellipsis, one compares it to a music that has no meaning, to some variations on a theme. I think I have already said that when one doesn't understand something, one can always resort to decreeing, this is not a discourse, these are only meaningless sonorities. I will not be so cruel as to illustrate this practice with examples that always amount to taking a discourse or a language, for example, a foreign language, for meaningless music. This is, in sum, the definition that certain people would give of analphabetism. Out of respect for non-alphabetic writings, I would say instead illiteracy in the broad sense. And in the case that concerns us, the diagnosis that may be summed up as it is unintelligent or unintelligible, like music seeming still too generous, the diagnostician preferred to insinuate, wound, add a clever little wink, like Wagnerian music, a Wagnerian leitmotif. By which I believe I understand, without being certain of this, pre-Nazi, as is only proper. In fact, these variations are more musical than analytic. Responsibility comes close to being a Wagnerian leitmotif, p. 785. One can imagine the musical culture that dictates such sinister bon mots. It presents a hardly more cheering aspect than that which one perceives behind the "I do not understand, therefore it's irrational, non-analytic, magical, illogical, perverse, seductive, diabolical" that has always signed the triumph of the old obscurantism. Some may think that the latter has disappeared, at least in the university. Well, it hasn't. It resists, it survives, it lingers on, and, if you want to know my prognosis, it is almost indestructible. Saturday, January 21st, 5 a.m. Music can also, in certain situations, resist effacement to the extent to which, by its very form, it does not let itself be so easily dissolved in the common element of discursive sense. From this point of view, at any rate, music would be less degradable than discourse, and even than the art of discourse. When I rewrite these fragments in view of publication, I hope that the reader will pardon me for having constantly mixed up reflex ions on the biodegradable with certain reading impressions with which I neither wanted to close myself up nor closet the reader for too long. Thus, for essential and fundamental reasons, because these questions are indissociable, as I hope to have demonstrated, but also in order not to die of boredom. There are also verbal harassments that, without producing what was so unforgettably called a clear-cut line of argument, procure for musical experience. In this category, I class a sort of rhetorical trance that consists in repeating often enough, in the most mechanical, automatic way possible, one or two words so as to produce after a while, in the other or in oneself, a kind of hallucination. If this word is proffered so often, there must indeed be a corresponding thing, the thing one is talking about. I sense this intoxication or this compulsion when the words fascism, fascist, and Nazi are hammered at with such frequency and such an imperturbable authority, pages 804 to 11, that the hypnotized reader would end up consenting, yes, since they say it so often, and moreover since there are two of them saying it at the same time, with such force and assurance, and I would even go further, since they believe it so firmly, both of them, and so unanimously, one has to believe them, the words must correspond to something. Yes, there was indeed a fascist ideology, p. 804, of de Man. Yes, there were indeed de Man's fascist sympathies. I will even go further, a fascist de Man. Yes, his practices were indeed those of a fascist intellectual, p. 805, and yes, in fact, there was indeed a fascist intellectual's practice, p. 805, in de Man, and even a fascist project, p. 811, by de Man. Yes, there was indeed on his part a commitment to fascism, p. 806. And I will even say further, as Dupont would say, 19, an ideological commitment to fascism, p. 807, and even an intellectual engagement with fascism, p. 806. Yes, in fact, we can now conclude that there indeed were fascist tendencies in de Man, p. 807. Worn down to the point of hypnosis, even knocked out, the reader may very well no longer wonder if, perchance, the two are not repeating these words so often, like a litany, in order to believe something they can't quite manage to believe, still less to demonstrate. And when they pronounce, in the form of an incantatory verdict, the words the most obvious, it is in order to thrust forward the least obvious, to wit, on the one hand, de Man was a Nazi collaborator, on the other hand, he was a Belgian fascist, p. 808. This is indeed what the two authors would like to inculcate in us rather than prove. Because all of this is false. So as to demonstrate it in an economical fashion and so as not to oblige anyone to reread Paul de Man's War from A to Z, without even citing the many attestations and analyses that are now available, I will recall only one point, that I had, moreover, already underscored p. 604 when quoting from the article in L'Histoire of December 3, 1987, How much longer will it be necessary to repeat this? These young men, who are giving everybody history lessons, seem as yet unaware that, after the war, there were judges in Belgium far more vigilant than they, better informed, more severe, and more seriously motivated. There was as well a still more ruthless law that was enforced without flinching in the cases of those suspected of the least collaboration. No charges were filed against a man. There was not even the beginning of a trial. Paul de Man was not the object of proceedings before the War Council for his attitude or his activity during the war. Paul de Man n'est pas fait l'objet de poursuites devant le Conseil de guerre pour son attitude ou son activité pendant la guerre. 20. Here then are two young Americans, probably born after the war, who would like to reinstate the purge, to purge, purge, purge. Decontextualizing with a fury the whole dossier, they demand a new investigation. They are ready to begin a second prosecution and to call a new meeting of the War Council, indeed to reinstitute it themselves because the other one was undoubtedly too indulgent. And now, almost a half-century later, they insist on a guilty verdict without appeal regarding that which the Belgian tribunals, who were on the spot and were, we should not forget, the most implacable in Europe, did not judge to be guilty and, truth to tell, did not even accuse. Since they obviously do not have the means to institute this new War Council, they reproach me for not having done it. They still have not understood that that goes counter to my principles as well as my tastes. On the other hand, if in view of establishing this NWC, they have to begin by acquiring the assistance of a new academic bureau of investigation and of some professional detectives, why don't they get in contact with the other critical respondents? One of them offers an apology of the detective whose task is to discover the truth, p. 794, while another knows a colleague who is a connoisseur of intellectual préjugés and whose specialty is the hunting of presumed French fascist intellectuals, p. 765. I really wonder who that could be. Will they be clever enough to disqualify the War Council, I mean the true one, the first, the real, the tough one, over there, in Belgium after the war, with all the documents and all the witnesses it examined? I still have a few doubts about that, but good luck anyway for this other bidding war. As for me, I am not going to lose any more time on such a comedy of justice nor waste any more paper, even if it is recyclable, in describing the spectacle created by this juvenile hysteria, nor the political judgment it calls up in me. No, nevertheless, just a word about the spectacle in order to indicate clearly that, once again, the actual stakes, the enemy to be destroyed in these simulacra of trial proceedings, is doubtless not only and not principally the demand of 1940-42, but the deconstruction of 1989. The two co-authors of this masquerade are not content to dismiss the Belgian purge of 1945 as too indulgent. They are not dreaming only of hunting and purging, they are not dreaming only of erecting a new war council. They project the ridiculous scene of a struggle for prestige and a game of double or nothing in which deconstruction, no more no less, would risk its whole fortune on a single throw. We leave the scene of the new war council. Now we are in an academic casino. Standing behind the gaming table, holding the card of deconstruction, there is only one card, obviously, Paul de Man's war. I alone represent deconstruction, all gathered into one for this last throw, this last chance. Oh yes, I almost forgot, it must be the last chance, at the last moment, at dawn. And if I lose, the croupiers will declare deconstruction in ruins, bankrupt. Exit deconstruction. I am going to quote a hallucinating paragraph that first made me think of a mini imitation potlatch improvised during a morning panel at the MLA, the title of the session, The Prestige of Deconstruction on the Line. Then I said to myself that there is no potlatch without risk, gift and countergift, destruction of goods on both sides. I look in vain for the other side. No, two umpire croupiers presenting themselves as the representatives of society, two notary publics in sum, or two court bailiffs, would like to decide in all equanimity whether the coup is won or lost. They would even be content just to register the results as impartial observers. Here is this Monte Carlo of political theory from the 1930s, with these claims Derrida puts the prestige of deconstruction on the line, its political significance, its power to explain political and cultural conjunctures, and its capacity for self-understanding. If these remain staked on the procedures and outcomes of his account of Paul de Man's war, the wager will be lost, p. 805. If there are any readers who still find this staging credible, I refer them not to the gaming table, but to the tables of conquer, redun, dance and discordance. They will be able to observe that there is nothing around this just quoted paragraph, before or after it, which I have not already said, in another mode, or so I like to believe, or to which I have not already responded. As for the prestige of deconstruction, within this same atmosphere and this same mundanity, one might think of an advertisement for tax-free luxury perfumes. Supposing that I understand what is being given such a clownish title, the two croupier notaries cannot imagine to what extent I don't give a damn, nor everything that I am able and even make it my duty, an ethical and political duty to prefer to their prestige. No, really, someone has to wake up these sleepy heads, despite their naive desire that it be true, despite the mad hope that all of deconstruction be on the line in an article that they dream of making into a bad card. Things, yes, things real, resistant, historical, political things, in other words, reference will not be reduced to this pathetic, ridiculous agenda. I recall once again that Paul de Man's war presents itself also as a sort of first reflection on my part. Beginning modestly by unable to respond to the questions, to all the questions, which once again distinguishes me from the 6 critical respondents who have an answer for everything in advance, I had merely proposed a narrative, some hypotheses, a call to responsibility, and first of all to reflect on responsibility, an invitation to work and to discussion, and not a card to be played, a coup, certainly not a dogmatic apparatus, or a sum of settled conclusions. Even if, conceso non dato, my article was vulnerable to this or that criticism, a hypothesis I can easily accept but whose demonstration I am awaiting with interest, one would never be reasonably within one's rights to conclude that deconstruction is in ruins or ruined, in the sense that could allow one to say, while rubbing one's hands together, that's it, it's over, the wager is lost. This ruin is all the more improbable in that deconstruction is neither a system nor an edification, nor, like 5 of the critical responses, an edifying discourse. It is a very differentiated movement that passes by way of so many other texts, it has many other places, many other resources than mine and than those that are put to work in an article written for critical inquiry in great haste and at its request. One more thing, the secret without secret of resistance, for deconstruction, is perhaps a certain connivance with ruin. But I am not going to begin here another discourse on ruin, perhaps on the basis of but also beyond what Benjamin says about it, for example. That is too difficult. Let's stay with the degradable draft of a letter. Dear Jonathan Culler, I thank you for the courtesy with which you discussed my article and formulated firmly your disagreement. You addressed yourself to me, in any case to the one who wrote Paul de Man's War, a difficult text to write for thousands of reasons that I hope are respectable, and a text that you began by troubling yourself to read. Taking into account the complexity of things, you avoided summary globalizations. You never confused objection with insult. That goes without saying, you will reply. To be sure, but I insist on thanking you all the same because such rules are neglected by the 6 other critical respondents to whom I am asked to respond. I will try to do it, but it is difficult to address myself directly and I think I ought not do so to persons who are only seeking to inflict wounds and to hurl abuse, who, when they are not dreaming about a new war council, confuse discussion with a manhunt, a man who is, more than ever, oh yes, wanted, a scalp dance, or with upping the ante in a casino. The 6 other critical respondents no more address me than they have read me. For the example that you set, allow me to thank you in the name of those who still have a sense of the gravity of all these stakes, whether it is a question of what happened a half-century ago or of the future of discussion, that is, of a certain number of other things inside and outside the university. No doubt, nothing authorizes me to speak otherwise than in my own name. But I like to imagine that others will share my gratitude. The clarifications, the information, the new historical sources with which you enrich the debate will be useful. I find them very valuable from 2 points of view. 1. You take into account the historical context much more rigorously than do, for example, the other critical respondents who often believe it suffices to parade around with the banner historical context leading the parade to authorize them than to say anything whatsoever about that context and to decontextualize with all their might à tour de bras or, as one says in French, à bras raccourcis with brutal aggression. I have rarely read more abstract and logo-centered texts, more enclosed within the prison house of language, than these. The fact that they present themselves as historicist and concerned with the real referent has always been part of the logocentric picture. 2. I subscribe to the essential part of your analysis of the criticism of aesthetic ideology by de Man. I will not go back over the light this sheds on the debate. My agreement on this subject was predictable. Like memoirs, my critical inquiry article was clearly oriented in this direction. So I will limit myself to the point of disagreement. I have read all the articles now available in wartime journalism. One must in fact acknowledge their diversity and, for a large majority of them, their less directly political character. I would nevertheless be tempted to uphold, in the main, the judgment that you found to be exceedingly severe. I grant you that the assertion you cite can be seen as, precisely, too massive. I recite it in my turn since none of my detractors seems to have read it, no more than they read so many other sentences that go in the same direction. The massive, immediate, and dominant effect of all these texts is that of a relatively coherent ideological ensemble which, most often and in a preponderant fashion, conforms to official rhetoric, that of the occupation forces. Yes, despite the prudence of certain underlined words, relatively, most often, and so on, this assertion itself has something massive about it. But I deliberately designated the effect, which I distinguish here from intention, that, in certain situations, must also be analyzed in a global and macroscopic fashion. That does not prevent one, elsewhere and later, from looking at it more closely. Newspaper articles are most often read, alas, very quickly and are crudely contextualized. They let themselves be dominated, up to a certain point, by their framing. Political responsibility consists in trying to take account of this framing, even if this is not always easy. That is what I tried to do. Yes, the measure of up to a certain point is very difficult to evaluate, just as it is difficult to control. There will always be a margin of the uncontrollable. Decisive things can be produced in that margin, according to more or less long, more or less conscious trajectories. But how can one deny that the simple fact of publishing so many articles, whatever they were and whatever they said, in those newspapers, at that moment, the simple fact of writing acceptable things, was to run the risk of alliance with that which I several times called the worst, p. 623 and passim. This is what I massively called the massive. In traditional language, let's say that it is here the structure of the thing that is first of all massive and not the judgment that relates to it. Massively, the least one can say is that the de Man of this period was not a resistant and his articles in L'Histoire tended to go rather towards the other side. It seems to me that you yourself acknowledge this when you speak of a global effect, p. 778. This massive thing was admitted from the beginning of my text, and I did not stop recalling it. But, of course, one must next take a rigorous and minute account of all the complications. And then, without even speaking of the majority of the articles, there remains the one that you judge, as I do, to be unpardonable, p. 779, yet another word that the 6 authors in search of a character did not read or pretended not to have read, and of which, without the least equivocation, you judged a man guilty, p. 780. Whatever may be the complexity of this terrible article, whatever we are compelled by honesty to read there, as I tried to do, one cannot deny, as I said, that it also, in its own way, made a contribution that was at the very least equivocal to the massively anti-Semitic operation undertaken by this newspaper and to the politics that it was then supporting. You knew I would agree that to acknowledge this obviously does not authorize one to reduce all the other articles, almost 200, to this one, even less to extend the condemnation to the work of a whole life, especially if this work, as you have demonstrated well, permits one to criticize, dare I say to deconstruct, the very axiomatics of fascist or Nazi ideology. That said, I grant you that one of the words in the sentence you quote lends itself to ambiguity. It would no doubt deserve to be corrected or clarified in a later edition. I should not have said all of these texts because I had not read them all at the time. I was only referring then to those that were politically the most significant. In my mind, all concerned all the texts that were then available to me, the most political among them, and I should have emphasized this clearly. Or, rather, more clearly since I did also indicate it, p. 598. Without thinking that my conclusion about the massive or the dominant is thereby affected, I concede that, having read the 200 texts, I now see the landscape as even more differentiated and politically even more complicated than I thought at the time. Your analysis thus allows one to make some progress toward understanding and toward an honest reading of Demand's texts. Numerous signs let one think that other work of the same type will be coming along to enrich and clarify this debate still further. That is precisely what we hoped would happen by publishing very quickly this whole archive and by immediately taking the initiative for a large and open discussion. Once again, thank you, and so on. Sincerely. Ellipses. There are several ways not to name, or to silence proper names. Of these, one may be dictated by respect for people. To avoid hurting them by the harshness of a criticism, a necessary harshness, ethical and political duty, we are not in a duel, there are third parties and stakes that surpass us. The name may be silenced in order to save the name. There is a long tradition of this, isn't there? The biodegradable, don't speak of it lightly, without fear and trembling. How not to think of the death camps, the mass graves, the recycling of corpses, the fabrication of soap, for example, from animal fat, everything that was endured, as I said, p. 631 and passim, by the victims of discourses that at least resembled the discourse of Jews in present-day literature. 21. How not to think of ashes in general, the ashes of Auschwitz in particular. Of what I several times called the worst in Paul de Man's war. Of trace and ashes. 22. All that managed to survive, survival itself, are some names, in the large black archives or on the somber wall plaques in a museum in Jerusalem. Even so, they are not all there. Even names can be incinerated. Not repressed or censured, held in reserve in another place, but forever incinerated. The non-bio-degradable is always finite. But since this can be said of the worst and of the best, one must either give up this figure or overlook nothing in order to make the fine blade of discernment pass between the worst and the best. It is so risky. What is a proper name? What is meant by survival here, now? How to translate survival, living on, Fortleben, or Überleben, see Benjamin on translation, the afterlife of the spirit, and organic life, and so on. Point 23. 9 p.m. Will I have been right to respond? Would it not have been better to put my trust in honest and intelligent readers? One will never know, the calculation will be, by definition, impossible. Ought I to respond briefly? At length? In the one case, I will be accused of being too elliptic, p. 785, forgetting that I myself began by excusing myself for this ellipsis on the 50th page of my article. Permit me an ellipsis here since I do not have much more time or space. Transference and prosopopoeia. p. 639. In the other case, I will be accused of giving in to verbosity, p. 785. What choice does he leave me, the one who associates these two accusations in a constant and indissoluble fashion? He manifestly does not want to leave me any chance. I will always say too much and too little. A few remarks on this subject. Apparently, someone is suffering. 1. He suffers first of all by my writing too much, always too much, as usual, he says. Why does he suffer from it? Who obliges him? What obliges him to read me? Who obliges anyone to read me and even to publish me? Derrida's lack of haste, so one should make haste, expresses itself, as usual my emphasis, in the form of impressive dimensions, 62 pages, so that manageability requires a subdivision into sections, p. 785. I wonder if the author of these lines has ever read articles and books, if the distinction between parts, which seems to bother him so much, is something he has so rarely encountered or practiced in his life. And since he is apparently a professor, I wonder if he takes the responsibility to advise his students not to subdivide their texts into parts or into moments that are distinct and articulated among themselves. I said to myself that, at the first chance, I will try to read what this lesson giver has himself published. Everything leads me to hope that his publications do not have impressive dimensions. I am sure at least that that is not what he suffers from, because he is in favor of brevity, and I especially hope that he has ordered things a little by distinguishing among sections, chapters, paragraphs, sentences, and so on. This man suffers so much from seeing me write and speak, and no doubt also publish too much, that his complaint becomes inexhaustible. He repeats over and over again the same protest for pages on end and takes up as much space as possible, denouncing the space that I usurp and that I will usurp here yet again. Will one ever know whether he wished for or dreaded my response? In effect, after the first paragraph that I have just quoted abundantly, as usual, the second paragraph repeats the same diagnostic, hammering away at it. The dimensions of verbality are distinctly Derridian. Really? So I am the only one? There would thus be dimensions of verbality that are proper to me? What is this exactly? How does one measure this thing? I have the vague impression that this man who suffers would like to wound me in turn, or at least hurt me, but I do not know exactly where. And in case the poor reader's intelligence and memory might be totally lacking, this man who suffers and who is decidedly not economical with his words adds, in a third paragraph, what he hopes is a really deadly sentence about my extreme verbosity. The fourth paragraph is still hounding my rhetorical ratiocinations, and so on, pages 784, 785. 2. The snarling grimace of this suffering is not a rare or unintelligible phenomenon. I have read or heard the same complaint more than once. In substance, it goes like this: these people, the deconstructionists, of course, not only me talk, write, and especially publish too much. Not that they work, analyze, research, and find too much, but they chatter too much, meaning, they occupy too much space in our ecosystem. There should be a good house cleaning. 3. This man who suffers does not relent because, after having ironized elegantly about the distinctly Derridian dimensions of verbality, he mocks, just as subtly, my art. Derrida possesses the unique art of combining extreme ellipsis with extreme verbosity, p. 785. I am blushing, it's true, but I don't know if it is with shame or with pleasure. In any case, here is someone who knows what's what, who knows the measure of the too much and the too little. I suppose, then, that this man, who is not laughing and who, I am told, is interested in literature as well as interpretation, only reads, teaches, and recommends to his students works to his taste, without ellipsis and without verb, without verbality or verbosity. While wishing him good luck, I would be curious to know what his canonical bibliography is, the titles of the works without ellipsis or verbality that he recommends to his students, on which, I suppose, he works or teaches. I only ask for 1 or 2 titles, no more, in 2 lines, via the next letters to the editor's section of critical inquiry. If such a remark were not indecent or immodest on my part, After the reproaches made against me in this way, I would dare to say that, in my view, the works that best resist time are those which are simultaneously eloquent and enigmatic, generously abundant and inexhaustibly elliptical. It is on this condition that they are the least, or if you prefer, the most, degradable. Having already said too much about this, I will not be so impudent as to cite a few examples. But what would exegesis, hermeneutics, poetics, or just simply teaching of literature or philosophy be without this double condition? Not even to mention art and masterpieces. Has there ever been a single sentence in the world that escapes from this double excess, ellipsis and overabundance? The fascinating rarefication that hollows out the economy of what the old rhetoric praised under the name of copia verborum. For this man suffers not only from my elliptical verbosity, he suffers from the centrifugal impetus that, it seems, I never resist. I leave the reader to judge the restraint with which, for his part, he ironizes about my repetitive, often coquettishly long-winded rhetorical disquisition, complete with puns and digressions, marked at times by a centrifugal impetus that seems hard to resist, p. 784. What is one supposed to understand here by puns? I have no memory of any pun in my article. Once again I would need an example and a demonstration. Like a certain number of others, the concept of pun remains here, let us put it euphemistically, rather hospitable. Point 24. Fortunately, on the other hand, there are two examples of what is meant by digressions and centrifugal impetus, and thus I am going to be able to proceed with the required elucidation or analysis. The first example of centrifugal digression on my part, it seems, is the interest shown in the significance of the press in the modernity of a history like this one, p. 784. I will not respond at length. To judge this interest to be centrifugal today, in any context whatsoever and in particular in this one, is eccentricity itself. To put it in the most neutral way possible, I see here a striking manifestation of intellectual and political distraction. Thoughtless and dizzying étourdi et étourdissant decontextualization. Ought I then to have spoken about de Man's writings in 1940–42 and of the de Man case in 1987 without attending to the significance of the press? Without even posing the problem? Now that is what I would call a digression, and even a stupid avoidance, a historical abstraction and irresponsibility itself. The fact is, if I had not spoken about the press in this context, then there would have been nothing left for me to do but be silent. This is no doubt the demand that is being addressed to me, and I get the message. What I regret is, on the contrary, having had to, for lack of time and space, renounce the temptation, this is acknowledged to be to my credit with a wry condescendence, to treat such a problem as fully as it deserves. The second example is still more odd. It concerns anti-Semitism at Yale. With the same condescendence, I am given credit for having elected to postpone such a history, but apparently I ought not even to have mentioned it. Why? Let's listen once again. It is a question of suffering. He does manage to remind us of the relatively recent numerous clausus practices in Ivy League schools. Although I am myself a Yale alumnus who might once upon a time conceivably have suffered from such procedures, I fail to understand their relationship to de Man's institutional affiliation, or to see how the atmosphere in the New Haven of 1930, or even 1940, can be compared, even at its worst, if indeed such a far-fetched comparison was intended, with the situation in the Brussels of 1942. p. 785. Responses. 1. Of course, I never dreamed of or left the least room for such a comparison. I deem it to be so far-fetched that I find even its hypothesis incongruous and indecent. Yet the fact remains that anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism, a numerous clausus is a numerous clausus, wherever they occur in the world. I will never denounce them here without doing the same there, under the pretext that the conditions are not exactly the same, or, worse still, that although some suffered from it here, I myself might only have suffered from it there, might have suffered, but fortunately he seems not to have suffered from it, even though he knew that he could have suffered from it. With such an opportunistic caution, I might never have been able, personally, to condemn anti-Semitism in general, not even French anti-Semitism, only the numerous clauses in force during the occupation in Algeria, and from which I, along with a few others, did effectively suffer. If one wants to know what I meant to say with this allusion to Yale, one can reread the half-paragraph and the note I devote to it, p. 592. It is very clear. Two questions are asked. They are distinct from each other. On the one hand, what is the link between the stir created by the case of de Man, a Yale professor, and what Yale is, for example, in American culture? On the other hand, why are so many American intellectuals, but, fortunately, not all of them, so quick to investigate, denounce, condemn what is going on far away, to dream of new war councils and academic bureaus of investigation while their vigilance is lulled to sleep easily in good conscience when it is a question of more domestic things, things closer to home in time and space? On the more general subject of, let's call it, segregation, I could have chosen graver examples of this bad good conscience. Someone declares I am myself a Yale alumnus and reproaches me for not letting all these ancient histories, degrade by themselves. Ancient histories? So ancient as all that? The research in one of the books I cite goes up to 1970. But this Yale alumnus seems to have been aware of these practices of numerous clauses. Has he spoken about them before? Publicly? If so, please forgive me and show me the references. If he did nothing, is it only because he did not suffer from them? But what is it finally he is suffering from today? Visibly he is not happy that I permitted myself a digression, even if it was postponed, on Yale, whether the question is that of the numerous clauses or of what he calls de Man's institutional affiliation. He does not see the relation. But there isn't any, of course, I never said there was. Moreover, he himself did not suffer from the numerous clauses at Yale. Is he really sure of that? Neither he himself, nor for others. There are those who suffer for others. I have met such people, and the periods are quite distinct, right? De Man arrived at Yale after 1972, if I am not mistaken. No relation, therefore. The author of Jacques Derrida's Apologia knows the whole story quite well. He was in a position to know it since he was, as I learned from another of my critical respondents in The Responsibilities of Friendship, Heavy Responsibilities, de Man's successor at Cornell, p. 802. But he is going to find that I am once again too verbal and elliptic at the same time. That never happens to him. He is going to think that I am too interested in rhetoric and psychoanalysis. I think he is too little interested in them. And that is not good for ethics. This Yale alumnus, who was also, I quote again, de Man's successor, at Cornell, it should be added, I hope he did not suffer too much from this, but he might conceivably have suffered, thus seems certain that he knows what responsibility is. More certain than I am in any case, I easily grant him that. He is just as sure he knows what ethical categories ought to be. He reproaches me for not knowing this and for mixing in psychoanalytic categories. He also regrets, because it would not be relevant and would not even have any relation to the serious things we are talking about, that I mention the numerous clauses and the anti-Semitism at Yale, at least before 1970. And why, you ask? Well, because this Yale alumnus, it seems, did not suffer from it, personally. He recognizes that he might conceivably have suffered from such procedures, but fortunately he did not. He does not say that he even suffered for others, and yet, without understanding a whole lot about ethical categories and responsibility, as everyone knows, I believe there are people who suffer for others. I know people like that, I've met them, very close to me. There is even one of them who sees in this experience the beginning, indeed the condition, of ethics. For the rest of my response to this article, no doubt the most pained and painful as well as the most venomous of them all, I refer to the two tables. Will he say of these tables of figures that they are elliptical or verbose? Naturally I will not respond to the usual ineptitudes on the subject of a presumed usual Derridian practice, and indeed the sequel of Derrida's essay will be radically at odds with usual Derridian practice, as a straightforward piece of exposition that could almost make us believe for a moment that meanings are possibly determinable. Further, it will lean on biographical and historical contexts that one would expect to be foreign to the author and anathema to the one for whom he speaks, p. 786, which, let it be said in passing, contradicts once more the reproach of decontextualization that is later made against me. Here once again, if one relies on this ignorant and aberrant reading of deconstruction or of my practice, I have no way out. Whenever such a reader cannot deny my attention to context, to history, to biography, and so on, then he reproaches me for not being faithful to what he believes to be my practice or my theory. Anti-contextualist, right, everyone knows that, see above. When he believes that I am faithful to what he believes or wants others to believe deconstruction means to say or to do, then I am reproached for decontextualizing, making meaning indeterminate and neglecting history. I will not respond on these points, I have done so 1,000 times over the last 25 years, and once again here just a few pages ago. Faced with those who do not want or do not know how to read, I confess I am powerless. Powerless before the obtuse petty-mindedness that consists in counting the presumed pages for and the presumed pages against a man, as if rhetoric were an arithmetic, as if the meaning of a discourse could be measured chronometrically, as if the brevity of plain and clear utterances were not enough to recall the things that are massively evident when that is what they are, which I never failed to do, while the complexity of other texts requires more attention and more time. I feel just as powerless before the fury that impels someone to want to suppress even a rhetorical question mark in a sentence as simple and as clear as this one. How can one deny, Derrida closes his account, that the effect of these conclusions went in the sense and the direction of the worst? In the dominant context in which they were read in 1941, did not their dominant effect go unquestionably in the direction of the worst? Of what we now know to have been the worst. p. 623. It is important to note the built-in attenuations, the interrogative mode, the emphasis on the dominant, and not the whole, effect, the stress on the context of 1941, suggesting that it may be unduly limited. p. 788. But what would this man want? That there not even be a rhetorical question mark? I emphasize that the interrogation does not bear on the content but, on the contrary, on the possibility of scandalously denying this content, to wit, an effect regarding which the same sentence says clearly and in the most affirmative way in the world that it goes unquestionably in the direction of the worst. What more would he like? That instead of how can one deny I write one cannot deny? That would have really reassured, satisfied, fully convinced him that the man was not going to get out of it thanks to a question mark. Since there is no difference, I confirm for him that in my view how can one deny, was perfectly equivalent to one cannot deny. What would this man want? That instead of dominant, underlined twice, I say whole and that in the total confusion I leave no more room for the least fold, the least nuance, the least differentiation? What these people want is not only that one say unpardonable, which I clearly did, but that one stop there, without even completing the sentence, that one repeat this word indefinitely like an exorcism or rather an insult, and that one condemn the dead man to death, with immediate execution, firing squad or electric chair, instantaneous re-incineration, without even sifting among the ashes, without stopping to read and to analyze the remains, without even keeping anything in memory, because to remember is already to analyze, thus to complicate things. Yes, to condemn the dead man to death, they would like him not to be dead yet so they could put him to death, preferably along with a few of the most intolerable among the living. To put him to death this time without remainder. Since that is difficult, they would want him to be already dead without remainder, so that they can put him to death without remainder. Well, the fact is he is dead, they will no longer be able to do anything in order to kill him, and there are remains, something surviving that bears his name. Difficult to decipher, translate, assimilate. Not only can they do nothing against that which survives, but they cannot keep themselves from taking the noisiest part in that survival. Plus there are other survivors, aren't there, who are interested in survival, who talk, respond, discuss, analyze endlessly. We'll never have done with it. It's as if something non-biodegradable had been submerged at the bottom of the sea. It irradiates. Another word about analysis. We are abruptly going to change the scene and go back, and now we are shown into a kind of butcher shop. Each time I try to analyze and progress by minute stages and distinctions, I am accused of resorting to the age-old salami technique, which consists in cutting off slice after slice until the sausage has totally disappeared, p. 789. I persist in thinking, on the contrary, that a text is not exactly a sausage. In any case, I do not share such a phantasm on this subject. I wonder what would happen if this reproach were extended to all those who try to analyze anything. I do not know what texts this professor explicates in class, but I can imagine the look on the faces of his students if he said to them, in all seriousness, each time he encountered an analytic procedure, aha! The age-old salami technique. I won't be so cruel or so presumptuous as to give some great examples and to describe the scene, aha, look at this text, I let you choose the example, there are plenty of them, of an author who has a taste for analysis, aha, the age-old salami technique. Let's be serious. I remark first of all that this is the same author who elsewhere reproaches me for being too little elliptical, for contextualizing and decontextualizing, here for analyzing too much, and elsewhere, p. 785, of not being analytic enough. What is one to respond to such contradictory accusations? Perhaps simply this: by trying to analyze honestly and to differentiate as best as I could, without erasing the folds and complications, I never sought to skirt the global, massive, or dominant effects of the texts I was interrogating in this way in their context. On the contrary, I underscored them, as I did the words massive, dominant, and so on, which is precisely what Color reproaches me for, in order to distinguish again between analysis, in the good sense, and the effect of the salami technique. So I myself indeed discern the two. The same professor should have acknowledged it, all the more so since I make this distinction in the sentences he himself quoted above. How can one deny that the effect of these conclusions went in the sense and the direction of the worst? In the dominant context in which they were read in 1941, did not their dominant effect go unquestionably in the direction of the worst? There were analogous ones on nearly every page of my article. If I had to choose the most enlightening phrase for elucidating the text titled Jacques Derrida's Apologia, it would perhaps be this one: a veritable lighthouse in the silence of the night, demands tone as the expression of a powerful urge for cultural authority, which makes the young man already speak like the oracular grey eminence he would succeed in becoming 40 years later, p. 787. What does succeed mean here? To what is allusion being made here? De Man's successor, at Cornell, seems to know what he is talking about, but doesn't breathe a word of it. Too bad. How many silences, how much suffering. Could he name anyone who does not seek to attain for himself some cultural authority? It is true that some succeed in doing so. But just as every eminence is not grey, not all greyness grisaille, colorlessness, dullness is eminent. Someone the same one finds the discretion between De Man and myself rather odd, p. 793. Not me. He does not say why he finds this discretion rather odd, so I can't answer him, at least not with anything new. I explained myself on this subject. Likewise, when he writes 2 pages later in all tranquility, the fact that others, with different backgrounds, may have made statements similar to De Man's is totally beside the point, p. 795, he does not give the least reason. So I cannot answer. Why would it be beside the point? As for me, I tried at least to explain why it was not. I noted last Saturday, I think, that one can only extend the use of this figure, the bio degradable, by taking into account the logic of the unconscious. But that is not enough. It is also necessary to go beyond economy and topical relations, censorship and repression, condensation, ellipsis, and displacement. These keep what they cause to disappear. They simply cause it to change places. Now, there is also the possibility of a radical destruction without displacement, of a forgetting without remainder. I have called this ashes cendras. No trace as such without this possibility, which also lies in wait for the bio-degradable and the non-bio-degradable, at least in their figure. But in what is called the literal or strict sense, is there some absolute non-bio-degradable? For example, the nuclear waste that is deeply enriched so as to neutralize its physical effects, if not the accumulated anguish that will always resonate deep within our unconscious? If there were a limit here between the bio-degradable and the non-bio-degradable, as between the literal and the figurative meaning, this is where it would lie. But I am not sure it does in all strictness. Take up everything again: physis, earth, world, man, life, survival, spirit. Okay. One of the very many things my 6 judges did not read, not even de Man's successor, who is amazed to hear talk of the psychoanalytic category or of transference p. 785 with regard to response and responsibility, is the way a logic or a time of the unconscious in this whole history is taken into account,